He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well on this fine day. We've got the semi-finals action kicking off in a few minutes' time. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful casting duo of Nexus and Oversaid. Boys, before we head into the game, before we kind of take a deep dive, how are we feeling on this final day of Thunderpick Series 2?
Slight headache. We're going to get through it. It's caffeine related. This last week has been a bit rough. I had to put in an extra 100% of effort, aka just the caffeine. I normally don't do that.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Wouldn't you say it's rather yesterday's last series that gave us a little bit of a headache for this one? But
that's too, yes, but the caffeine adds.
It feels like there's always been some long drawn out games, and I think that's maybe what will occur today because we've got some big matches on our hands. Obviously, we can bring up the schedule and we can kind of bring up the bracket. We've got ENCE to face ARCRED. That's our first game, 500 versus Sinners. My favorite thing about this is we've got two semi-finals, two of which being the two invited teams, two of which being two teams that have qualified, obviously, through the group stage. So we're definitely going to have a group stage finalist, which is always exciting to see. But, guys, we're a little bit short on time, so why don't we just head straight into it? But let's get into kind of the meat and potatoes of the pre-show. We can bring up the rosters. You guys can have a little bit of a chat. Look, we can bring up the side of ARCRED. I'm going to throw this to you, Teo. I want to hear your thoughts on this team. I think we've seen a lot of this team recently, but what has made them so good?
Well, I honestly think it's just the determination they seem to really possess. They are relentless in their approach. I really like how they played. Diha has been doing really well for the squad. Demo, kind of a little bit quiet, even though he's my folk hero. But Jacob and Hypex, the two players that I think, you know, kind of muster up the most response from anybody watching this team. They've been amazing. Jacob specifically, I have to give him props. He has been out of this world. He's punching above his weight line for sure, and whether or not it's going to stay like that consistently, I hope so.
Yeah, look, I think you're right on the money there. I think Hypex and Jacob certainly the two to note, but we're going to take a little bit of a switch to ENCE now. They've made a lot of changes here, Nexus, haven't they? So why don't you give us the rundown?
All right, TLDR, from the 6 months, from a year to now, ENCE believers can finally feel somewhat satisfied. You can finally be relieved. You're not going into games feeling like this team is struggling every day.
Yeah.
You have a team that performs. You've added in Recon, who so far and has brought in quite a bit of firepower. SDY, who's long-term level as well and stability in an IGLing role, and his firepower is still to be determined, but if we're going off of previous iterations, i.e. Monte, he's going to keep up a pretty damn good level overall, but that's not the big part, because you go back again, 6 months, a year, we're saying, Potty, you got to step the hell up or it's done. And guess what he's done? He stepped the hell up. Even in this last week, they've played so many games that his rating's gone from like 1.1 to 1.16. Like, that's how good and decisive he has been in so many of these games for ENCE. And it has been a pleasure to watch, because you get these games and teams where like, okay, maybe you're gonna have a weak opener, maybe something's not working out and you just give up hope. And they kept believing and they actually get the payoff. It's a very nice change to it, instead of just the doom and gloom of, okay, well, doesn't work out, get somebody else. It's a nice redemption arc almost.
Yeah, but obviously Pody in that game against Sparta played incredibly, 1.45 rating, absolutely insane. So we got the vetoes on screen. Obviously, both teams look to ban Inferno as the kind of insta, so I like that little bit of, I guess, the storyline we got on the vetoes. Neither one of them banning the first. Obviously, it is eventually banned out by ARCRED. They don't take the risk of having it in the final, but after looking at these vetoes, chaps, what are we thinking? I'll come to you, Teo. What's our initial intentions from this veto?
Ancient makes sense. Mirage is kind of like a bit of a boogeyman, I think, for ARCRED, because they know eventually they're going to have to lose. They've got 10 maps on it. They got a 90% win rate, which means 9 wins, 1 loss.
Yep.
And I think this is where, as Betclic, you're just hoping that both Ancient and Mirage are close, are good matches where you don't disappoint yourself. because otherwise you could be blowing out quickly. Like Betclic, Apogee, they've had issues before with their confidence. We'd seen them mid-round make poor decisions, or rather, you know, have issues with the decisions. So,
and I think
the veto, I kind of like it, not gonna lie.
See, I'm happy you brought out the kind of the mid-round issues that Apogee faces, because I feel like the T sides of all three of these maps are very transitional. I feel like there's a lot of kind of connectivity. It's not as though you're playing something like Dustware or Nuke, where I feel like you have your decision and you stick with it a little bit like Train. I feel like because of the kind of high pressure for middle and con on middle on Ancient and Mirage and con on Overpass, I feel like there's a lot of transition that can be made in the T side. So look, if Apogee kind of are able to make those great mid-round calls today, I think that's something that certainly can work out quite nicely. But obviously, we're going to be heading straight into the action here on map 1. It is Ancient, and look, chaps, that's been enough from me. Hope you guys are excited for this one, because I certainly am. So take it away.
Theo, I don't know about you, but I've had enough of British men talking today. At least for 45 minutes. I think we've had enough.
Poor
we've
man.
had enough.
Zola has done nothing wrong, and he's already being judged here. The jury is still out, and the executioner is yet to show up. But, ladies and gents, ENCE versus Apogee. It's map 1, Nexus. We're going to open up with a pistol. It's your favorite team, ENCE, versus your favorite Polish team, Apogee.
Sure, let's go with that.
Well, if we completely, disappear
bend
Mouse,
reality
we bend reality and we delete Mouse from existence, and then somehow ENCE comes up as the Finnish man's favorite team. But
I mean, best favorite Finnish organization at the moment, I think.
Yeah, that's for. I mean, are there so many others?
There's a couple, but
there are.
And with the results they're getting now, they're making me they're making me feel nice. Here, they're looking to make Betclic Apogee feel not so nice, and it's going to be SDY from the back line who has to deliver a massive performance, and Potty's found the right shot through the smoke. It is on it just about. He'll need to find Demo as well. A random shot to connect, but it will not. It's a second or two that will make the difference there. The 10-second timer is ticking and all that. But Fuse comes through, and they still get a bomb down. That should award a force buy, and guess what we're getting, Tel? If it's not a force buy, I don't know what it is. Because that looks like one to me. It smells like one, it talks like one. You know what they say?
It walks like one.
It's a duck.
It's
in this case a force buy.
A force buy, yeah. Now let's judge this book by its cover, because that's exactly what we should be doing in this instance. It's three Galils and an AK, Tech 9. I wanted to say mini AK, of course, and the Deagle. So, splitting across the map already, we've got one on mid, that's SDY, who'd done very well for ENCE, by the way, in previous maps and series that we'd watched them in, especially the quarters. Oh, Demo. This is such an awkward spot. He's in a one and done. He gets caught, and it's going to be Jacob to try and remedy the mistake. 4 versus 3, Nexus. A lot lies on Jacob here.
Just about is able to get the bomb down. You do need to respect that on the CT side. I feel like it's not that much of a stretch to push in. Denied the bomb plan. Milsey in the meantime, he's denying rotations. Here comes the FAMAS of D-Hut. You should be wary that there is going to be a second amount of close, while SDY, he'll swing for it, take him down as one remaining. Jacob on the site. Knows where both players are. He's expecting the jump spot from A2. Instead, a swing. Based on the T side, and one more remains. SDY, has he moved? Does he still hold? Yes, he does! And just a second or two to spare. Again, it goes down to the time. Pistol and the force buy, both very successful on ENCE, but not successful enough. But guess what it does yet again? It warrants another force buy. You put it down to just a single CT member surviving. You can keep pushing the envelope here. You can keep going at it. And I do appreciate that Apogee right away called this timeout. Because they know this is exactly what's happening. They want to shut it down right here now. Because then we go back to, old Counter-Strike laws or whatever ways. You're going to keep forcing as long as you can.
Yeah.
If Betclic now, instead of making it a clean round, it's 3-0, it should be an eco or half by at most 4-0. And that's a perfect start, essentially, for them, or at least good enough.
Best opener, yeah. And it was down to Jacob again. I did kind of predict the future. I think you can call me a prophet there.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough call to make.
That's a very tough call to make. Best player on the squad. Absolutely the best.
It is impressive how consistently we keep putting the pressure on him and saying he can't do it all every time.
And he still
Yet
does
it feels like he keeps delivering and matching or exceeding those expectations so often.
Yeah,
But it is not a one-man show.
He's
As we
farming
said yesterday, you were putting Demo forward as one of those individuals. Didn't get to see as much from him. I think Jacob just dropped like 1.6, 1.9 ratings or something like that. Against... Oh god. Oh god, I'm forgetting. Nonetheless, he drops a very good game yesterday. Just to double check that. But a Passion UA, or Reason, that was the one.
Reason, yes. Oh, it was 2 days ago, no?
Oh, yesterday. And then you had, Diha, who had a decent game. And
that was our
Hypex,
first match. It ended so
in
quickly.
The end, yeah, Hypex is that sort of end game player on Apogee that also keeps delivering. Like, his clutch factor is insane on this team.
Yeah, it really is. Jacob again goes for 3. You know, do we need to say more? This man has been saving Apogee since round 2. One thing I want to say though, that last match yesterday for you and I, and for CMD.
You want to go back to it?
No, I just want to mention it like on a brief notice. We ended like at around 6, right? Or 5:30. Yeah, 6:30. Okay, so 5:30 my time, yeah. When did we end the overall broadcast? That's the only question I had.
I do not know. I feel like I closed HLTV, I closed Twitch streams, everything. I logged in on Rocket League. I got mad. We lost champ again. We got champ yesterday, and then we just lost it immediately. I've been stagnating. I've been struggling. But my game, or my day yesterday after our second. Yeah, it was immediately just
As everybody can clearly hear, my co-caster is quite baffled by yesterday's.
Delirious.
Yeah, you're still kind of recuperating, and right now the recuperation for ENCE begins perhaps on a flank and rush on A, but they've lost the bomb in Donut. They rushed with the C4 into Donut. Why? Why? Such a shame. Mistake. Costs them potentially the round. They've got some money, they've got some weapons, some Kevlar, yes. They've got the advantage, yes. But having to clear out Donut is going to be harder than it looks, especially when there's still a Molotov in play and there's another smoke. Oh, wait,
ooh.
what? What? Demo?
How is this happening?
Such a bad round in the end here from the CTs. What were they setting up for?
The age-old question of what were they cooking?
Yeah, more like what were they burning or burning down even. Wow, okay, ENCE, yeah, fast A rush. They lose the C4 in Donut, and then Apogee just collapse because they don't know what to do with the C4. I mean, they're CTs. If they can't defuse the C4, if they are looking at it on the ground, it confuses the CT. It gives them mild concussion, and, you know, there's a stunned reaction from the CT if it sees the C4 on the ground, unplanted, uncarried. So I feel like that was the reason, you know, it's a debuff. It's a general debuff for any CT player. Apogee, hopefully you'll have some buffs.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll have some buffs to counter that, though. As ENCE, well done. Round 1 is theirs, or their first round. Hopefully not their last.
Remember when I was just saying that Betclic Apogee, they win that third round, it should be 4-0, easy,
Yeah.
It's a half by at most. How wrong were we? How wrong was I again?
Very.
No,
very, very wrong. By the way, I think
Very.
they finished at 10 in the evening. The actual...
a 12-hour day, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy about it, of course. No, that makes... That feels wrong. I don't know. Nonetheless, that's
Well, keep
a
in
second
mind-
round for ENCE. It's a full eco. Everything's good. We focus back on this.
Yeah.
Let's move on to this one, because we gotta have an interesting round here. We've got weapons on both sides. The first one where everybody's equal.
Well, ENCE did not necessarily struggle against Partizan in the terms of the best of 3, but on the maps themselves, on Mirage and Dust, they weren't having the easiest of times either, especially given how well Partizan was performing on some of the half times. But in the end, they are here, and right now they're looking to tie this up. It's up against a full buy. Jacob again, able to find the entry. Diha getting caught. Hypex's about to die. Got a dip, and they have to let this bomb be planted. Surely. Sure. What are you doing, Demo? Why would you poke? Like, it's just... Look, and Jacob is dead as well. Like, what?
That's tough. More than that, that is a big round to punish here.
These are the mid-round mistakes, or even late-round mistakes that I kind of pointed out. Zola brought it up as well as a factor, and I'm just flabbergasted. I'm legitimately flabbergasted. Apogee, that was... What was that? That wasn't even an attempt. ENCE, easy round. I mean, yeah, they'll take this. I mean, why wouldn't they? Regon has 1 HP. And he will survive because he's on the other side of the map, luckily. But it's such a easy way for ENCE not to get only 3 rounds in a row, but it's also such an easy round given to them on a gun round. So, what? Are we going to see the same principle we had a few days ago, where if Apogee didn't have Jacob, Hypix, you know, maybe Demo at times shooting like crazy, it's going to be a blowout? Like, what is this? Please don't tell me this is the case.
We're going to find out how this looks in the long run. For now,
Yes.
this is what we have. And as you say, it is
Grenade.
perhaps to a degree concerning, but this is ENCE's map pick, and you are going to have them just start off looking fairly confident. I think there was a... Well, it was yesterday, right? We saw ENCE versus... Oh my god.
Partizan, yes. ENCE versus Partizan was yesterday, and 2 days ago Sparta. Or 3 days ago.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Even against Sparta, I was feeling like... I think there was something a little funky with that, right? ENCE started off a little bit slow, or started well, and they fell off on that first half or something.
Yeah, they lost the first half 7-5 on the T side, yeah.
Yeah, I remember they started off really well. Like, the early game they had, fantastic. Then they kind of stagnated and just went into different sort of defaults entirely, and that's when the game fell apart and they gave up control to Sparta in that game. So I'm looking to see if that's something they'll rectify this time. A nice shot or two, oh my. All these CTs won't be able to recover the weapons. That's at least got to be still denied with the smoke in Potty's own position at the moment. Bomb still needs to make his way toward the B site as well. But there's a lot of time here for Jacob and Hypex to at least pick up one of those AKs. Okay, now it's Hypex.
Number 4. ENCE,
Going
well
all
done.
the way around. The CD crowd is where he leads his way at the moment. Nothing but the USP for him. Not even going for the weapon here is a slight surprise. There's Milty to get contact. All is good. He has Natu as well. He picks up 3 kills for the round. Both right, just the pistols anyway. Nothing too crazy about it, but guns come out again, Theo. Let's see what we can do. And if ENCE will keep up this pace and tempo they've set here. Have they learned?
Well, perhaps they might have adjusted. They might have given it a little bit of thought. We haven't seen a timeout just yet, but Apogee They're going to be trying to counter B control. A few nades have been thrown, a few mollies even dispensed. A lot of utility actually for the CTs that is now gone permanently for the round. But a decent nade from Prism, pre-calculated. We have a pretty default setup. Prism gonna peek ramp with a pop flash. Oh la la, Polly. Risk your head. Hypex waiting on a pretty expected corner, I would say. I love the way ENCE is clearing these corners, by the way they're clearing these positions, making sure they're not going to be surprised by anything or anyone. Jacob, holy shit, what the... Bro! What?
Yeah, I guess that works.
He just killed 2 through the smoke. Did they open... Was there a nade in the smoke? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
He shot, saw them, and just kept going, I imagine, is how that one goes for him.
That is
Quick payoff, 20 seconds, and rotations to be made for Apogee.
That has to be so infuriating if you're ENCE. I can imagine the pain and the vein kind of bulging out on their foreheads. Raygon is going to be able to get one, but the trade-off is not there. Jacob is here to deny the plant. It's down to Body to make sure at least the bomb is going to be planted, but he's not even going to try. Gets caught through the smoke again. But this time I think there was a nade that opened up, right? I heard an explosion. Might have been that, but...
You might have, but... Probably made a bit of a mistake there. He runs into the side. It's like, yep, I'm just going to go this way instead of staying in cave or running away. Gives up the AWP and has to reinvest it now. Did save. I think... Yeah, there you go. He could have been able to drop SDY and AK-47. There is still going to be one, but... Totally Money's not as perfect. That was a massive round for Jacob. It's not just the first few, by the way. He joins on 2 more at the end. He's the one who stops the bomb and sees just the leg. Sometimes that's enough.
Wait. I need some glasses, I think. He has 16 kills!
Yeah?
Brother! We're 8 rounds in. 9th one is now being played. You gotta be shitting me. Is he gonna go 20 over? Like, that would be insane. Dika, come on. Get a few, and you might actually give your teammate a chance to have a world record almost of kills and then half in Counter-Strike. Hypex finds Pori, that's the opera out for ENCE, and now we have another B commitment. It's going to be Diha holding, supported by Hypex in the background, and they're pushing A main, so information is there for Apogee. The question is, do they commit fully to it and just keep on sending it? Because that's what's happening from what I can tell. Oh no, SDY dies. SDY's dead. Poor guy. Jacob finds his 17th kill.
So at 2.05 APR or something along those lines, maybe a bit more as well, doesn't matter. Or 2.5. For the moment still, you're looking at exactly what can be done here to keep this one alive here on the side of ENCE. Milty and Natu, latter of which is stuck on site. No HP to work with. They'll take 2. Natu more than what he should have been there. It's a one-and-done position at most, and with the Molotov forcing, that should have been a dead man walking. They'll tap the bomb, and it does 1, but just a slight extension is what catches him off. That's going to be 5 on the board for now Betclic Apogee, and it is so close as well. You imagine he's not there. Doesn't get caught for the off shot and instead plays time. It's a different round, but what we have here instead is 5 to the CT side.
Crazy day today. Crazy game. Jacob, like I said my piece about him. We've seen him before. We've seen what he's capable of, but this is absurd.
No surprises.
It's like every time I'm thinking this is the level he can reach, he goes 1 level above or 2 even. As Jacob will contact into cave, Rigon does not take that fight, at least not clearly. Miltzy burning, and Miltzy finding to pour some milk for the poor lads. It's gonna be Rigon with another, as Jacob decides to push. And that is round done. That is 5-5, should be. Unless Hypex goes Jacob's way.
The only way. Give us something here out for the C side, or for the CTs, and about now, they've walked into B. You've got the position taken over, but I believe that's Milsey now in CT as well. Which Hypex just about will dodge this timing. Coming back around. 1 shot, 4 more to go. The bomb being planted, that's the cue to get the hell out of there. It's not like they've got infinite money.
Run, Power Rangers. Yeah, they gotta go.
For that sake. I think you got that a little bit wrong. I don't think it's run, but close enough, I suppose.
I know it's not. That's the point. It's usually go Power Rangers, right? But,
yes.
But I think at this point, the
go
Rangers
away, Power Rangers.
Running away. Oh,
they
my
kind of
God.
have to stop this.
Oh, this is going to be a good day today. I can already tell you that much. I had bad expectations in the morning. I had a very bad morning, in fact, but I was puking my eyes out and, you know, my stomach out. Sorry for the gruesome details, folks, but that's how it was.
You at least grew new eyes. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not gone blind.
That's fair. Usually the expression goes crying your eyes out, but puking your eyes out, that might also be an expression for me. But that's the story for behind the scenes.
I'm trying to make this new meta word.
No. I'll explain it during the break, and you'll see why.
I don't want to see that, actually, but let's...
No, you'll hear.
Let's continue here for round number 11.
Yeah.
CTs, they've just surrounded themselves with a little bit of weapon around what was saved here. And Hypex, he's making use of the AWP, but wants to be part of the action. Utility is good. He's played a slightly dangerous game. He doesn't have a lot of fallback options there, and even doesn't nail the first shot. That makes it worse. And still capitalize off the opportunity. Walk right on in where Demo's next. I like the fact they played both rifles in the same place, same site. However, things are falling apart a little bit here.
It's done.
Only
Not
have
just a little.
one to show for this round. I say, yeah, a little. Things have fallen apart a lot. A lot more than that. I like this round, friend. It feels like they are changing from how they played against Sparta. They are not giving too much control away to Betclic Apogee here.
Yeah.
A little bit you can still argue, but the fact that they, in the previous round as well, they managed to get Milsey upbeat, just walking slowly. Everything is A-okay. Yet this side, they play the advantage there. This is a better T side than the one we saw previously. That's nice to see.
Feels, yeah.
There you
Feels
go.
a little bit better.
Player. Jacob makes the jump. He's looking to end the half strong.
Let's see if he does. I mean,
Got
17
a round
kills.
without a kill. There you go.
Yeah, he's gone 2 rounds without a kill, by the way. But
yeah,
in general, even 18 kills is absurd already. I mean, come on, folks. It's 12 rounds. For fuck's sake. Forgive my French, but that's just the facts. 5-6 ENCE. Do they get number 7? I think they might. Jacob is given chances. Jacob still takes one more. You can't make this up. They keep giving them these individual tools way too easily. An Apogee, number 6 is guaranteed unless Nature pulls out a performance we didn't know he had in the last 6 months. Like, let's be fair, Nature's fallen off quite a little bit when it comes to that individual statistic. You know, he's been a little bit behind the rest of the team in some sense. But right now he's doing really well. No denial here. He's doing really well for himself.
I'm on the other side of that argument. I think he's been holding up pretty damn well. But
He's
not
lost.
you know, there in the long term currently.
Yeah.
Top of the server or top of the team at the moment. 6-6 at halftime. Very strong out of ENCE. Fixed a lot of those mistakes. And on the other side, strong out of Jacob.
You know what's scary? It's Jacob's
A lot
CT
of
side on
things.
19. and now going to the T side where Jacob will have free reign to run around and just do a lot of damage. Yeah. And to just clarify nature, I don't mean, you know, that as you said, you still agree, you know, you still feel like he's done plenty enough. He's doing still plenty enough. Absolutely. It's the inconsistency I should have mentioned rather than the numbers not working. The inconsistency is a little bit on and off. You know, he's got in multiple series, he's going to have 1 or 2 great maps, and then one map is going to be completely off. Unfortunately, yesterday for them, I believe it was, yeah, it was the close qualifier against Pair Division. ENCE did lose. And in general, like I said, right, there are some inconsistencies to the man. But given the opponents they're playing as well, it's understandable, right? It's not easy. By no means.
You kind of go on the other side of the coin there. ENCE and the inconsistency has just been a team-wide issue, more or less, for a good while. Even still, I think Native was delivering, if that's how we started this point. But since then, right, since SDY is now taking the reins, I think things have been going pretty well overall, right? Like, they're stabilizing.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of hope, and of course, as we mentioned even in the pregame, a Finnish powerhouse is being born out of Potty. Milty's been able to enable his team as well very well. He gives them quite a bit of space, which you'll need for some of these players to perform. This is a very nice pistol round coming out. SDY claimed 3, Rigor takes 2. Lead goes back to the side of ENCE.
Big ups to Rigon as well. And ENCE for picking him up. I'm very happy to see him in an international roster where he has a chance to really show what he's capable of, how far he can go. I believe this is the 10th match for Rigon now since joining ENCE. Or 9th. No, it's the 9th match. Sorry, yeah, it's the 9th best of 3 that he's playing here for ENCE, and it does seem like he's really incorporated well into the squad already, which is super fast given he only joined like less than 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, something like that, right? Just during the player break, give or take. Oh, nice catch. He has gone. They've read the scenario. They've read the the codex. They know what's coming. And
the scrolls reveal.
The scrolls, the Elder Scrolls reveal all. And immortality to those that decipher it. That's not a promise, that's a fact.
A little sequence out of Multi here as well. Rain out the M4 as much as he can. Came to assist. And a Glock to take one more. Solid performance. Now it's to be tested with Apogee. Guns back out. I feel like we've said that a few times already. ENCE have had a control a fair bit here. But they're looking to establish that yet again here on the CT side. We're going to find out exactly if that continues or not. With this round, it's a fast play. Seemingly 3 up ramp. They're just going to go for it. Jacob sent in first the head spear over this attack. And it's Prism to take that kill. The opening found. Multi's gone. From the side, and the Potty makes sure and wants to make sure nobody's going to pressure too far into CT, but with the short smoke, Molotov fading. Demo slips in. Nathu, he'll find one at the back line, but it's too late already. Betclic Apogee, an easy call. Rush me, baby!
Yep.
It couldn't be any simpler.
And it happens to be Jacob first, who doesn't get the kill, actually.
An assist.
Has the assist, yes.
Prism
Stolen by a
gets the
Demo and Prism. Yeah. But, hey man, you got 19 kills. You've got more than, a few players combined almost on the other side, which in fact is actually true, because Hypex, Deha, and Prism together have 16 kills. So, right now, leave some for the rest, Jacob. Come on.
No.
They have to fix their KD, man. Come on.
But at the end of the day, hey, it's a team game. If you're winning, one way or another. It's just, of course, we'll bring up the fact in some cases as well where individuals can perform, can win you games, but at the same time, we want to see a team game as well. You say, you can't rely on this forever. But it would be nice to see how long they're going to keep it up, sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But there were... Oh my god, now the team is slipping out. But they were like, there was a...
Oh, they're gonna go B again.
Oh my god.
Oh, when it works once, it works twice. Back to back, run it back. Let's see. Jacob gets his 20th kill, but they're being broken apart. It's the response from Poddy and Rigon that's enough. And Rigon with another. It's all falling apart for Betclic TPu. They might have tried B again, but this time there was a bumblebee there. No, okay, that doesn't work. It's ENCE instead. And yeah, they absolutely smashed them.
As I was trying to say, you've had these moments in teams where sometimes you've had to rely on just a single specific thing when you've these other things don't work. Like clutches, I think I want to say maybe it was something like Sinners, probably not. The actual team, now I lose my mind, doesn't matter all too much, but we had this thing, it was like a whole week of something where if you didn't have your individuals clutching, you weren't going to win. But the fact that they kept doing it for like an entire week is what catches me off guard, right? So... it's not a massive strange thing to see happen every now and then to rely on some of these things alone.
Oh, nice block.
I think that once already. Multi slips in. And it's again another B. Send. Hello.
3 times in a row.
Taken down to the wall. Jacob doubles down.
What?
And as we started this conversation, we said, how long can you keep it up? Let's just get his numbers up to a ridiculous level. Just for the sake of fun. Shall we? That's the TLDR of what we were saying, yapping about.
I mean, at this point, if he had not gotten 22 kills, this map would have already been done. It'd be a 13-2, 13-3 scoreline. Come on. Let's get real, folks. He saved like 4 rounds in that first half, and he might save some more if this continues. It's going to be a 4v3 after plant, and they have a very poor setup. Prison gets caught, but it's Jacob again. Oh my god, he goes in for 4!
Slovenia as a Jacob fan, Glob doing very well this morning. Yeah, no, he is he's cracked.
Last bullet! He puts it into Rigon's dome. It's like, hey, here, catch this.
Hold this L.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 8 on board. ENCE have been slowed down here. Even the finances are looking a little bit dire. They could have gotten something here for STY if they felt like a hero rifle, but going for something a little bit different here, just Ecos. But at this time, instead of the fast B, we're going for the full-on A send. ENCE are more than ready for this. They've got 4 players adjacent and surrounding here. They got 1, Nate down, and there's Poddy to join. Now it's time for the rest of the team, like you said, to farm up those stats, fix their KDs. A couple give it to Prism. Now, here's a bit of a problem as well. If we are to take a look at TPuDC and say you can't rely on just Jacob here to deliver these rounds. I would like to see DH a bit more, because we do say he brings in quite a bit of experience to this team. He can add maybe some sort of stability as well. We know he's been playing for a while. He's got a lot to bring, but he's got some, he has some stinkers. We know he can be a lot better, and that's the problem. He's going to be a lot more consistent as well. So if they can find that form, then I'm all on board for this TPuDC team.
If this was the group stage, the qualifier, the Swiss stage, perhaps even the round of 16, I'd say yes, absolutely. But we're in the semifinals. There's no excuses now anymore here. You have to either perform or you are eliminated. Not only that, you're humiliated. So, winner takes all. And right now, there's one fact that is true no matter what happens. TPuDC would have already lost Ancient if it was not for the 25 kills of Jacob. Simple as that.
We'll do a check-in every now and then to see how much he's got.
Like,
when he next strikes with the multi-kills. For now, got an A attack at Nate2 defends, and there's a trade. God, the flank in mid of the lurk is gone. He's been checked out. Utility goes in. That is going to be Jacob out and Demo Hypix into the clutch instead. 2-1-4, and they brought it to even numbers already. Problem is, their HP. A nade as well, just about would have been a death sentence. Eventually, it's the AWP that brings it. What's the thing we said yesterday? Hypex in the clutch. He delivers.
He
And
does.
he's looking to do that again. Problem, he can't do this without taking it. Or he has to do this without taking a single bit of damage.
Problem is, he does not have the op, so it means it has to be instant headshots, not a single mistake in between.
They get a lot of time off the clock as well. Body's just allowed to move in. Hypex never starts to think about main. And, oh, not yet.
Oh, no way.
But a couple of seconds won't make the difference. He'll plant a bomb. And, oh.
1
there you go,
HP.
Still dead. Still dead. Eventually, they'll pepper him down. Body just wants utility damage to look nicer. He's farming his util stats. And ENCE, double digits, that's what they've reached here. And so far, just to highlight how Apogee, by the way, have played on this T side, BBB, AA. Pack tactics alone is what they've been searching for here when they've got these rounds on the board, where they've got these weapons out.
So what you're saying is it's going to be another A push. A fast
I don't
A, maybe.
know, maybe, but we haven't seen mid really explode fully just yet. And here's the change.
Fair.
Now that they're running out of a little bit of money and trouble, Porty's been taken down. He will be burnt. But Jacob, at the stake for the which he is, he keeps getting away with these dark magics.
The
4-4
has...
and mid finally explode. I like it.
Yeah,
Not
the
fully.
Ooh, this is going to be tough.
Important.
Nobody checks
Two lives
donut.
revealed. One's red, one's somewhere
Oh.
donut. And Rigon takes a step too far. He tries to find the timing, but with him gone. Apogee, they walk right on in. They say, we know the site is open. We don't care. We're gonna take this. And it's to retake their fourth two in which Miltsy,
Whoa.
as we say, an enabler for the rest of his team. But if you need something from him, he'll deliver two in this one, and STY the finishing touch.
I see the problem. I see
Sure,
the
go ahead.
issue. Apogee lost Jacob.
Okay.
Yeah, he died in the round. That's why they lose the round. It's as simple as that. Like, I'm not even kidding right now. Legitimately, without him, this map would have been done about half hour ago. Like, I was just trying to say, 32
You're not
kills
entirely wrong.
or 33 kills for the whole team of, for the 4 players of Apogee, alongside Jacob at 27. You know, that's... I'm trying to just paint the picture of how absurd the difference is right now. And that without the one guy, you know... I don't think Apogee would be able to contend at all against ENCE. Simple as. ENCE is playing very well as a squad. Everybody's popping off. Everybody's doing their part. There's just one problem. It's Mr. Jacob that's giving you headaches and possibly more. ENCE, do you read an A play? Do you have anybody else here besides Nachu? I believe it's just him. He gets the one. Prism trades, but it's Mr. SDY from a long, far away to shoot off a few into the smoke. Gets Jacob. There's the round. That's 12. That's round. That's map.
Ooh,
At this point,
okay.
no money, no funny.
He has third, and, well, no more fourth for him. ENCE are instead picking up map point here, and this is a very welcome change from what we saw in the last series. We saw against Sparta there in the quarterfinals. Sorry, round of 16. They're playing a lot better overall on this Ancient, a lot more stable through and through. And it is very good to see this rapid improvement of this. And everybody as well, they're playing great on this end side. Not exceptional, that's a word we'll save for one man. You want to take it away? You want to tell us who it is? In case everybody's... or somebody hasn't heard his name so far. It's Jacob. And he's been relegated to a Desert Eagle.
That's disgusting. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry, but what Apogee? What are you doing? Like, this is unacceptable. Dika has 3 kills. Jacob has 27. Why in the world would you ever get him to take a little? No, come on.
This is the age-old dilemma
Yes, this is the Navi
Counter-Strike.
joke. This is the Navi joke. Give Simple
Zeus
a
and
deagle.
Simple.
Give Zeus an AK or Edward an AK. Come on. This is just annoying to see. Like, your best player is literally destroying them by the dozen.
There you go.
Thank you, Hypex. Thank you for hearing me. Oh.
This is the bug down here. He's going for the one shot with the Desert Eagle on Hypex. That's the reason they gave it away, not because Jacob's healthy. And there you go. Dylan's one. Out on the A side. Devo finding a Natio as well, and a quick rotation from Potty after thinking or taking down what he thinks is the lurk. But the bomb is still on the back of Hypex. He might have heard the steps, but doesn't know for sure. And Demo's not seeing anything towards A either. He still has the utility. He can fake this out, force this rotation if he just throws it down. But he's not doing any of that. If the bomb goes down, it's game done. Hypex is alive. Important kill. The only reason we'll keep this round still in conversation, but Potty has been a powerhouse so far. Last week, 2, even 3. And now he needs a 1v2 to close out this map. It is more than in his wheelhouse. But what isn't? Teammates' finances. Considering that and not finding an early kill in Decay, he doesn't want to push his luck further, not knowing exactly where they are. He'll back away. Apogee will take 10. This game is kept alive at double digits. 2 rounds to make the difference here.
I know I'm just, you know, I'm memeing at this point. I know. I'm having a good laugh as myself. But Jacob, as soon as you give him the weapon, he gets the kill. Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Come on, please. Let's just be real for a second. You can't make this shit up. I'm just trying to make it factual. As 28 kills on Jacob. Oh, he's going to be so mad if they lose this game. Round 23. ENCE have 2 chances here to close it out before we go to overtime. And money-wise, you know, Apogee, they've got enough to buy something somewhat to a degree, so it's not the end of the world. For ENCE, a bit tougher. They can't afford to lose too many, so if they lose an entry or 2, they might just save straight up. Like, they have to try to play that last round with at least something. Maybe an AWP, maybe a few rifles, if nothing else.
Just to kind of go back on this, I appreciate the fact that Jacob gives away the M4, considering his headshots have been pristine.
Yep. How many headshots has he gotten so far? It has to be in the range of 70 to 80%.
Get on this.
Yeah. You need to figure this one out for us, mate. Figure out how many headshots has Jacob actually gotten. Yeah.
I might as well come down here for Apogee. Right now, the answer for 28 kills, 16 headshots. Pretty good. Pretty good.
That is very good.
That's pretty good.
I mean, it's almost a 60% ratio. Headshot ratio. Out of 28 kills, that's very good. Like, 135 ADR. Holy scheisse. That is... Yeah, like I said, without him, this map would have ended already. It would have been done. Yeah. Would have been cooked.
Well, you've been saying that since round 10 or something, but yeah, you're right.
I know. I've been memeing a little bit, I know. I apologize to everybody that's being annoyed by that. But at the end of the day, I don't care. It's factual. That's SDY. Well, I love the push here. Does it work? The answer is no.
Nope.
Get surprised by Jacob. As trade-off on Nature happens, it's a 4v4. And they slow down.
Also, just to go on this, yeah, Jacob, 6 entries so far, only 1 that he's lost. He side, he hasn't really been finding a lot of impact out of mid. And anywhere. At the very start of these rounds. But one thing ENCE are doing really well is limiting him to just 1. We've seen a few times already. Jacob commits to a fight. One way or another, there has been a trade in those early duels for ENCE. So it's not like they're playing in these rounds 4v5. Most of the case, even if there is an entry, it's a 4v4 still coming out. We'll see. Volley in hand, ready to deploy. D-Hop is going to be spotted. 40 seconds. They're not going to make any rotations. They already have 3 here. They'll send the Mac-10 out. What do you got? D-Hop. If there's a time to wake up, now would be nice to get 1.
You need to get more.
Jumping in, a sacrificial lamb will find it first. Trade from Cade. Hotty's up already on the scene. Bomb plant.
Oh, they
denied.
prevented the bomb plant.
Time is low. He buys time for A2 if there's anything he can do. This round is going to be a lot of trouble here for the Betclic side. Now they'll plant. It's for ramp. And while Potty remains steady in cave, here's the push from A2. And last man's on site. Hybex in the clutch. We highlight him. But this one is not going to go his way. They'll surround him. Naty takes 3 and ENCE take the map 13-10. We turn this one over now to one Fred to talk about this one and see what else did we miss. They all talking a lot about Jacob, but what else?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. I think on the side of Apogee, it's safe to say that Jacob was the main man. It was the only one fragging. D had a really tough game. It was a little bit up and down from the rest of the guys. Obviously, a lot of the time we're going to be talking about Jacob throughout the whole entirety of this game. But someone that I actually want to, or something I want to point out actually, is when you look at the kills disparity on ENCE, it's very even. We're seeing kind of an actual, kind of like a real, you know, closeness when it comes to kills. Everyone having their moments, everyone stepping up. Obviously, we saw some kind of big multi-frags from Milty actually on the CT side, which was really important. You guys both highlighted that, and I think they were real kind of defining moments. It was obviously the CT side for Jacob that was so impressive. I know he ended the game with 29 kills, but obviously that CT side, I think he ended it with 17 or maybe 19. He just had an incredible game on that CT side, and it was the fact that he was always able to get multi-frags. It seemed like he was that round where he got 2 through the window smoke without any nade, and then he found 2 more on the retake. It's just moments like that which you can really praise Jacob, because he was able to find so many multi-frags. But it was something you touched upon literally in one of the final rounds there. I think it was the last round actually, was where Jacob, he gets the first kill in mid, but then he's instantly traded. On that T side, he was still getting those openers, he was still finding those frags, but ENCE were doing a really good job of sticking together and being able to trade and just making sure that they weren't messing anything up. So denying Jacob multi-frags is something that ENCE clearly wanted to work towards. It seemed like there was a buddy system in nearly every single engagement. The only person who was sometimes towards a bit alone was Pody, because he's on the AWP. He's probably going to find Jacob anyway, kind of has a slight advantage in that fight. But the I think it was a really good game from ENCE. I think you guys both hit it right on the head. I think without Jacob, it would have been a very disappointing game. I think a lot of people will just say, oh, okay, well, if Jacob's not getting those frags, maybe players like D here would be stepping up as well. I don't normally buy into stuff like that. I feel like D had a really tough game. He had many fights, he had many opportunities to find frags. They just didn't come through. But I think overall for ENCE, the fact that the game was so close, at least for Apogee, they can take positives away from that. Remember, that was ENCE's map pick. Obviously, I've mentioned that Ancient is a map that both teams do look pretty decent on. They both look pretty good on. But I think we do have to say, for ENCE, they always looked as though they were going to win it. I know there was a kind of a bit of a time where it was back and forth in that first half, but ENCE took the lead off the pistol in the second half. They were able to kind of Milty's double again. He got some really nice frags in that second round against the Eco. Obviously, I think the biggest issue that happened for ENCE was not only the kind of for ENCE, for Apogee. The only issue was we saw Jacob only finding individual kills on the T side, but also it was a very simple T side to read. It seemed like the rush B worked. They then went B 2 more times, didn't work. They then go A. A doesn't work. They go mid. It seemed like it was a very simple T side, and it seemed like it was very quick. And obviously, this was something that we highlighted in the pre-show. It seemed like Apogee, they've got a real struggle when it comes to the mid round. So they kind of just have their strategy. They go for it, and when things go wrong, that's when the round goes wrong. But obviously, for Apogee, we're now going to be moving to their map pick of Mirage. It's something that Teo mentioned. They have got a 90% win rate on. They have looked absolutely incredible, but maybe ENCE could be the team that finally breaks that winning streak. But we are going to be heading to a short break before Mirage does commence, so don't go too far, as we'll be heading into the action soon.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the action on Mirage very shortly. But look, guys, it was a great performance out of Jacob, but sadly not enough. So it's clear that the rest of the ARCRED players are going to have to step up. We needed a little bit more from Diha, as that is one of the most disappointing performances I think any of us have seen out of Diha. But a great play from ENCE. As I mentioned before, it seemed like everyone was really stepping up. Even the kind of the one negative player KD-wise in Miltsy, I feel like he actually had some big moments, some great doubles. But Nexus, what do you think ARCRED are going to have to do differently here if we aren't seeing frags come through? Is it strategy that they're going to have to employ to win here on Mirage?
That's a good a very solid theory, but I don't think they'll have to change things up all too much. I feel like this is just their home turf. They're going to play a decent enough game, right? Sure, yesterday they maybe had a slow start to this one to a degree on their CT side specifically, which we'll get to on the later parts, but I think it's going to be like riding a bicycle for them here.
Yeah, well, look, hopefully the training wheels are off, because Ancient, that was not the best game for them. We're going to be heading into Mirage now, so take it away, chaps. I look forward to hearing your wonderful voices on the game.
Get that British man out of here.
Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you, Zola. Thank you.
No.
It's very kind of you to give us passage here, as we are looking to see passage on towards A. Ladies and gents, it's Mirage. It's our second map. It is AppG that is currently on the T side, looking to aggress, and HOTU defending from Ticket. Reinforcements on the way. Oh, they're lining up.
Still just one. Out the stairs. Flashbangs affecting about everybody. But at the end of it is a very quick finish for ENCE. You try to take stairs control, you try to take connector. Well, they make it through. When the flash wear off, they find one. And they grow to find out there's about 3 more CTs around the corner. I like to play, just because the A side is kind of fun to have your different iterations of whatever executions it takes you want to have. Your connector, jungle smokes, the normal wall on the right side as well. It's very nice to see those connector takes sort of come through when you do actually take control of stairs. You fight for jungle as well. Here, even if it doesn't work out, I'd like to see it. Round number 2. I don't think we need to entertain this one at all.
No, absolutely. There should be very little chance. I mean, good damage.
Double ding?
Not sure.
I don't know how SCY gets... Because nobody walked out from ramp to do that damage either, I don't think. So, must have been a double ding. What was it, one burst? I don't know.
Yeah, burst and 2 bullets hit. The third one misses, possible.
Maybe. Nonetheless, that's kind of sick that he missed. He wasn't even tagged down that much. This is a decent call for ARCRED. They just walk away. They'll reset elsewhere, see what we get. In terms of just chilling elsewhere and maybe finding a kill from this one. Thank you. Not really an early warning sign. He's just full committed to this fight. There's the swing. That's a double. Make it 3. Make it 4. Yes, he will. Alright. Only the defense out of him. Did not need any help. Farms plenty of cash. They can treat round number 3 as a bonus. That's exactly what it is going to be as well. 2 MP9s for Moss mixed in there as well. And I'm imagining next round almost certainly as well is going to bring out the AWP. So ARCRED needed to find a quick start here. And that's what we're looking for. I think it's going to be like riding a bike. I say it. I mean it. Well, I'm going to be interested to see what ENCE can do, because they're no stranger to this map. They've been playing it a lot this last week. They started against the Mongols, they continued against Sparta, a couple of other teams as well. They know how to play this. They've made their biggest mistakes and fixed those in these last few days already, so I feel like it's got to be a very good game. Has to be.
Do I really have to repeat myself when it comes to this map? You've heard me say this a million times. Oh, no. Disregard that. That's just, I think that's a one-off. I don't think we see that again anytime soon. I mean, we might see it soon, sure, but it's like something, you know, something that either goes... Yeah, I'll leave it be there. But as I was saying, you know, for Mirage, what this map is, how long it's been here, And how much do you really need to prepare for? As this is looking good, Nature with a double. It's going to be Hypex trying to return fire. Rigon is caught in the cross, but it does not matter. Rotations have made their way through. It's Porty to hold the first cross onto site, with them already making it there. Nature, he's expecting it though. Nature, he's expecting it for sure. Takes out the Glock with the burst.
He's going 4 for the defense here, by the way. Every single kill so far for ENCE was Natu. Back-to-back quad kills. This time against the Rifles makes it a lot more impressive, but we leave this as demo. We highlighted him yesterday. Sadly, this is a low-light moment. He'll find a 1 toward the end there, of course. But the kill itself, the round is at 3-0, and as we say, almost certainly there's got to be an AWP in play. We don't see that yet. Nate's still thinking about it.
Yeah. By the way,
Maybe Porty.
Great start. 9-1.
Yeah.
One hell of an opener for him. It would have been a perfect cherry on top if he had gotten that haste as well to really boost the ego. And it seems like ENCE have finally come into their own, come into a bit of a comfortable spot to begin. As it's going to be another A play here, this time a fully committed one with Tech 9s, a few rifles to boot. They make it onto site, it's Milty to fall, Rigon with the reply. Good spray down, good control. And the CTs kind of keep it under control for the moment. They don't need to worry about the bomb plant too much. They need to worry more about how they'll go about this retake. And, well, this is looking great. Nature's already gotten the first, the second. Rigon actually and Porty the ones to steal it instead of Nature himself, but it doesn't matter. The whole team participates. And they make it look quite simple when they go for it. Well communicated, well thought out. And we could see the way they also approached this. Nature, I believe, had a pop flash behind him as it was peeking the first player in CT. Afterwards, once he got the kill, he knew he was invigorated. 2 players were pushing out of stairs in jungle. Likewise, they had the positional opportunity there, at least, to go through, as the confusion and rather the focus on CT was the point for ARCRED, and in the end, they lose it all. That's going to be a good retake. Minimal losses. They give the bound plant, yes, but it would have been a buy, most likely, regardless. As ARCRED now all about for Hypex. We said a lot about him. We need to see more out of him, that's for sure. And specifically more out of the whole squad, honestly, I think can be said. Jacob, he did what he could. And, you know, for him, we can say forgiven and forgotten, but regardless, you have to perform here, ARCRED. It's the semifinals. There's no second chances. ENCE will take you down 2-0 if they can, and that's what they're going to try to do here. Mid crunch coming, 5 players fighting for mid. ENCE have committed everything here, and they're going to be finding easy kills, easy openers. It doesn't matter what ARCRED throw at them. When you lose trades like that, Dika could lurk all he wants, his heart out, but he's not in position, nor, I think, potentially within his power to clutch something like this. A 1v4 now.
But he's already here as well. He's down to 17, which makes the job easy. Yeah, but guess what? Guess who's just been seen sneaking and slithering their way to jungle? And guess who's about to be a dead man?
I don't need to guess, I know.
Yeah. That wasn't really a mystery nor a puzzle there.
That was kind of...
That was like a 3+ rated puzzle for 3-year-olds and up.
That was like what is 2 + 2, you know, that kind of thing.
22.
Oh, damn, okay. That's a big one. Biggie.
I'm redefining mathematics.
I've heard people redefining it, saying, oh, you can't divide 4 by 2. Why not? Because 4 is greater than 2. Oh, really?
I'll give a quick shout out as well to Terrence Howard and his stupidity. To anybody else who wants to look more into that. That's just funny.
I found, like I saw something yesterday, a dude just interviewing people on the street. I was genuinely surprised how dumb some people are. I don't know if it was all staged or not, but it's just dumb. But yes, speaking of, unfortunately, a very bad situation, though, here for ARCRED, It's not only this half buy, but it's 5-0 start for ENCE. And not only that, Nature's having the time of day here. 10-1. He's looking like he's going to pull a Jacob on us and maybe go above and beyond that even.
Look at this, though. That flash.
Oh, that's
might have
smoke.
just
That's a
saved.
smoke. Or was it a flash? No, it was
That was a
oh
flash.
my God.
T-side
Okay.
smoke came in. Rigon and Milty both finding water. We've lost Potty on stairs and all collected. We've got some moving parts here, absolutely. We're not seeing the CT side smoke each other off, but what we are seeing is them with a 4v2 advantage to work with. With Prism down to 16 with the AWP in his hands. It's not the biggest of losses, but it's about to be. Well, denied for the moment. Natu swings for more. And the rest of his team, they'll just swing at the same time from spawn.
It was
That's
a
a
flash,
nice
you're right.
play out of ENCE. I am aware, I know. Potty was flashing his teammate into ramp, okay?
Yeah,
he's not
yeah.
he's not smoking things. So.
For a sec, that's what was weird for me because I didn't see what exactly he had in his hand, and you know when he already threw it, yeah, I didn't see it fast enough, man. I didn't see it fast enough. I'm getting
The
old.
flashbang sound bouncing. Come on.
Yes, that's true actually. The bounce should have given it away. Also the clip, you know, when you pull the pin, it's a little bit different. But it's gonna be, you know, round 7. Apogee's doing very poorly, unfortunate. And see, this is perhaps a good comparison to draw between map 1 and 2 here, is how different it is when you don't have Nature on your side in this instance, or previously, the one we've already mentioned enough. The one who do not speak the name of. Mr. Jacob.
Yeah, I'll touch on this Natu topic just a bit more, and then next when he shows up. But the fact that he plays these anchor positions on so many maps, and he's posting the sort of ratings, which, right, you look at anchors, right, in most levels, they're like 1.0, maybe just about, and he's like a very respectable 1.05. I think he performs in every role and every position very well. So, I just want to give a quick shout out to how well he plays, how consistent he is. And then we know as well, from the past, he can have good performances. Now he's got an excellent one, because he's lost SDY and Multi. They might lose Potty, who's playing up close combat ops in CT. He'll find one, no scope, apparently onto demo.
Oh, that's a decent nade as
Still
well.
goes down. They can't stop it this time. But
He needs to wait for
Diha,
Rigon.
you're a dead man. Dink to the Rigon. That's still good. Problem is going to be Prism. His position is cheeky, to say the least, and he'll find and swing to Polly with Hypex covering Rigon and Palace. That's the first. Apogee. Just like riding a bicycle. You just had to take the training wheels off, and that's the first 6 rounds done. Now 7 is picked up. Training wheels are off, man.
I feel like the training wheels came off once we ended map 1.
Sure.
There was definitely a buff on that map 1 for Apogee and, you know, one of the guys. But as much as I can draw this out as long as it needs to be drawn, it's a tactical timeout. Look at this. ENCE, they win 6 in a row. Their economy is kind of mid right now, given they did win 6. But with this timeout, they show, okay, we've lost 1. That's fair. Let's break it up a moment. Let's not give them too quick of a recovery potential, and let's restart. Let's reset. Excuse me. Let's get ourselves back in position. Right. We've seen that mid crunch earlier. It was a bit of about a minute play from ENCE. Everybody kind of coalescing on middle, countering Apogee perfectly. I think we'll see more of that in the coming moments. But right now, more of a passive, perhaps, play in itself. 2-1-2. Again, towards middle, a little bit of presence, but nothing too serious. Milt's in a tough spot, though. If they execute A, he might just straight up die immediately.
Well, he needs this support from his teammate, or at least to walk away. Utility fading. He'll be vacating himself from mid. A slam dunk of a nade goes out to ramp.
Good molly
Apogee
timing.
set up for the play. They haven't really thrown anything into what it's like just yet, but ENCE have plenty in counter to that. Now they don't have as much. They lose body and connector, and now that's smoked off. The SDY can't do anything about it. Here's the utility. They walk out of ramp, and a rapid headshot Multi gets deleted, but there's still so much damage done. All you need is an excuse to attempt a retake, and that might just be it. SCY, he wants another one. He'll take it. Now he needs to get the hell out of dodge. And Natu's covered for DH in this case. Rigon's still looking for his duel in mid. He gets caught by Prism. They know he's got to be somewhere around mid. And it's just one on site. If you get past Hypex, you'll find yourself the way in. But he shows himself now towards Tetris. SDY still has to consider mid. Smoke off connector, that's the answer. That's his answer to this equation. But Prism,
Gonna walk.
playing his own game. His formula has taken him out of the smoke into the site and to winning ways here. He'll take 3 massive kills for his team. It looks a little bit dire with SDY and ATO finding kills to make this round doable. It's back to a 2-on-2. The brain of the operation for Apogee is there to bail them out.
And let's hope they keep the Brainiacs online here. They'll need them. ENCE, there are a few select seconds there, a few moments where things could have turned real sour for Apogee if ENCE had hit their shots. And I gotta say, Miltzy's position feels a little bit uninspiring. I think already our colleague mentioned during the breakdown of the first map that Miltzy, even though he'd gone a bit more negative, there were some impact moments he had for sure. So hopefully he's going to be looking to correct on that. But it's going to be the B play. Apogee have committed, but they've not committed enough. What is going on? Why are there 3 players in apps? Why are 2 jumping out and 3 still staying behind? Yes, Hypex gets Natu, but it's 3 defenders and Porty with the op from Kitchen. You can't even cross. What a waste of a round.
It is. It is. I mean, it's a round that also gets bailed out to a little bit of luck, all courtesy of ENCE there, with the fact they were going for the short setup there and such a fast play for Apogee. You have 2 on a short. The T-side know that. They're like, okay, Jacob swings from balcony. Nobody's got to be on site. Guess what? I was on site. There was somebody on site.
There were 2.
Time.
2 of them.
2 on a short, 1 on site. Yes.
Yes, 1 on site, but basically the second one that was, you know, effectively there on site with the player.
Not even close.
No, but he was behind pillar, brother. He had the crossfire.
Yeah,
that's what matters.
Okay, but not... Whatever. Okay, whatever, man.
I'm trying to deny you. I know. No, look, Natu played his position perfectly. Yeah. And they bought enough time,
hold on.
and that's it.
We'll argue later. For now, I'm just going to be calling you an old man and a fool while Hypex puts the bomb down.
Not very nice.
Very nice. Rigon from CT. He'll look to find some room to work with. Till he goes out toward the site, and both
what an angle.
And to the M4. Rigon claims both, while Hypex claims Porty. That's going to be 7-2 ENCE. And I'm wondering, where the hell's Apogee? They're not showing up here.
We didn't see them on Ancient. We don't see them here on Mirage. I don't think that's too big of a surprise. There were moments, yes, but again, it feels like we revert back to the old saying of no individuals, no victories. That's how it is. You have to start winning duels. You know, it's just not happening right now. A few moments again, yes, Prism gets a nice little clutch going. Hypex as well in between, but that's 2 rounds out of the last 9 already played. And ENCE do seem to have a number for a 2-0 potentially right here. And the nose for it.
That is a smoke that I believe is going to miss. Aranatio is asked to defend. He'll take 1 this time. Raid's forced out. This time you're going to walk toward the side without having to worry about 3. But guess what? 4 in market. Jacob, he's got the bomb. He'll try to toss it over. Just about. Maybe gets there. Maybe. The operative word. Hypex picks that up while Jacob's delivering coverage yet again. Here's the swing. To the Galil. Headshots are still to be administered. And when you finally get a round out of Jacob, he'll deliver you the entire round itself. He takes down 3 on the offensive. Porty and Multi off to save. With money on Rigon and Natu, not that great. They can drop, they can still buy back in the next round. But today does seem to be one of the worst sorts of things for Apogee, where they will have to rely on this individual prowess of Jacob to carry them through. right? We had the small conversation, or topics at least, when we were on Ancient, of saying you can't rely on him or these plays in perpetuity or forever. You'll have to get somebody else online to deliver. Prism has the round, sure, a moment so far. But they are going to need everybody to step up here on the side of Apogee. If not, Jacob, there you go, that's another round for him, another 3k multi-kills coming out. But he's not delivering the same way that on Ancient, as you were kind of mentioning as well. If he's not there, the game is over in 20 minutes instead of going to double digits. Here we have that start, where you don't have him. And still be determined if he's going to keep that sort of a performance up as well. It's got to be a tough situation here. TLDR.
TLDR, exactly. See, right this here, Apogee, they're going for mid, but where's the support? Again, Prism alone. Nobody there to help him out, at least in any certain circumstance. Jacob gets burned in apps, they hear everything. Demo's already tagged halfway dead. I gotta be honest with you, it feels a little bit more empty, yeah.
I like this for Rigon. It's a late push, and Jacob's the one who's given up this control. Rigon committed to the fight. He'll find one. Information on 2 more.
And the C4.
However, Demho's lurked at A. Demho's dead. Last 2, you know exactly where they were, and with Demo looking to make a play into jungle as well, it gets revealed. Natu just jumps force for the information, and he set up SCY here. RIP. This is the first half coming to a fairly one-sided close here. But, okay, in terms of what can we still say that goes Apogee's way, they're CT sides. If I'm not mistaken, they're really, really good statistically,
yes.
like near 70% win rates on it, which is impressive. You don't stumble upon that. You don't get there by luck. You get there by having a very solid CT half overall. That's the promise. All they need to do is survive until then. And that would be to take this 4th round. If not, you're requiring almost a pistol. And even in that 4-8, the pistol would be a very, very good way to get back into the game. So it's still a way back in here for the Polish side. And we need to see that happen here. Because if not, there's going to be a bit of a disappointing semi-final.
Absolutely. And once again, it's Apogee that have adapted in the previous rounds. We could see one B rush unsuccessful, kind of baiting each other. The second B rush working well, still doesn't finish as well, but they win that one. And then they try to default again. They try to condition ENCE a little bit, force them into fights perhaps ENCE doesn't usually want to take, and yet it doesn't work. ENCE is just too good on the individual level. They're winning the duels that even Apogee are perhaps in favor of. You know, they have the better position, they have the better timing, but they just don't close it. And right here, mid control, they have it established, but it's not really theirs, is it? Because until you clear short, it's nature there. Until you clear deep connector, it's going to be another in jungle. So, you know, this is going to be a problem.
Oh no. This goes back to what you mentioned as well previous round. In mid alone for Prism. This time there was help in connector. It never arrived. Guess who has? Body's site defense, it's steady enough. As this one is to be kept very clean out of the entirety of ENCE here for round number 9. This is not it, man. This is not it. I was not ready for Apogee to just fall flat here on this entire Mirage. Even if it is their T side, which, right, it's a sub 50%. For a map where they've only lost 1 game out of 10, and that was almost the second most recent game, it's one of the most excusable losses. That was against BC Game, with now the GOAT, who has not lost a single series just yet. Simple himself, to say. But okay, that's an excusable loss. You gotta make sense of that, because of the aura, they're playing confident, they've got good individuals and all that. But Apogee, 9 out of 10 games overall they've won on this entire map. It's still against that ENCE, who are, like we say, in that sort of transitionary period where you're making a big change. Just theoretically speaking, of SCY coming back to an IGLing role, even if things don't change too much, and you're adding a new player. It's a lot to change, but this is still far from the result I was expecting for ENCE, even if these pieces have all clicked together.
Remember what I said in the veto? The choice of Mirage is a dubious one.
Sure.
You take a map that you know ENCE will be well prepared for, regardless of how good you've been doing. And Apogee today, perhaps it's the best and the worst day in the same day. Demo! Hello! Welcome back! I've been calling his name whole week long. Finally, we get to see a bit of a magic trick, and now it's HOTU to perform one of his own. Doesn't happen. It is Apogee to win the pistol. You said it yourself as well. 60% win rate on CT side, perhaps give or take, perhaps even more. They have
time.
They have the pistol.
The pistol is needed. You goddamn need that pistol if you are going to give us any sort of show here. And the opening has come through. Full eco. This is the chance to build up that bank for the rainy day immediately. And they're playing the safe game and the numbers here. I'm very happy we don't see the force buy.
I love it.
Prism as well. He's sticking by towards speed. They've got a very deadly crossfire, even if ENCE aren't going to be full committing to this. Eventually, it should lead to a fairly easy round.
They're clearing pit, so Apogee have the info. They should be bringing up a third player towards B soon enough. There's the spot. Demo sees 2 more. I think it's pretty clear. It's certainly something towards B. Whether or not it's the C4 yet, we'll find out, or they'll find out, but we already know. Here comes the push. Demo with 2 more. He's holding his line, as exactly you'd expect him to, and that is going to be number 5. Apogee, 4 more to go, and perhaps we can have a tie. Perhaps we can have a game on our hands. Exactly what we'd expect in the semifinals. The Polish team has to persevere here, and I think all the fans right now are going to be starting to shout Polska Górą if we continue like this.
It's time to get it going here. Get the clean route you're looking for. Now you've got 5 at the board. The door, as always in these situations, is open. 8-4, 9-3, doesn't matter. You win the pistol. All you have to do is not lose against the second round, whether it be a force buy or a save, and just win that first gun round, and you're right back into it. But here's to poke some holes to that, the T side of ENCE, and Apogee as well. They know this exact situation they're in. They know how much this means. You want to perform here in the semifinals. It has to be now. It has to be this exact game. And this situation, they have put themselves into this tough spot, and that's as simple as it gets. Backs against the wall. Pressure is high. And now, we need Apogee. I want a game out of this. I want a close series here.
The whole of Apogee. Everybody has to show up the same way we saw from ENCE on that first map. Everybody was above board. Everybody was doing pretty well. Milsey exceptionally, perhaps in moments, but in general, it was a great team effort, and that's what matters. And Apogee, they have to repeat that effort for themselves now. It's an A split. It's a fast one. ENCE are about ready to strike. It's soon to begin. Oh, there you go, Jacob.
Demo with a flash as well from windows. The support came through. There you go to continue. Now towards the A side. ENCE are falling flat. They're faced against the wall. But Porty, he's breaking through slowly. Hypex, we saw him struggling. He skipped leg day, but eventually makes his way out top. And ENCE left with Porty to come up with 1v2 here. Demo
intercepts.
Looking to make a play out of this one. He's still going to be slow. He'll hear the steps, call his teammate over. He won't beat Porty on this timing. And as such, it's the mind games that begin. Porty, are you going to think about the apartment? He's going to fake once. No smoke to be deployed.
Lose the time.
Just about gets the bomb down. And here comes the question. Are you ready, kid? No, you're not. The all-important round for Apogee keeps them afloat. And Demo, again, he's there.
And all it takes is the 2 seconds before Porty plants, right? It's all about that delayed plant where if he had not delayed, immediately planted, jumped back into apps, there's a likely chance he can take that firefight in a 50-50 kind of scenario where he has perhaps even a chance to get the drop on Demo. Then we are looking at a 1v1, and then we're looking at ENCE cooking. But right now, it's Apogee. They're bringing up the goulash, they're bringing up the slow food. It's steady, it's looking good, it's smelling delicious. Perhaps they can give some more. A few free samples before we get to the 9th.
ENCE is still going to make this one a deadly round. They've got an execution out toward the A site. Smokes are going to go in, flying. And with these Tech 9s, Ziha, he's the one who's been struggling. 4 kills on map 1, 3 so far here. And a Tech 9 against him, he'll take 1. And Jacob, he's going for more than just gold. He wanted platinum, gets the bronze medal.
That's a problem.
Bomb goes down. 3 on 3 with 2 weapons picked up on the side of ENCE at a position in CT. That's got to be already taking it quite a bit away from Apogee, but that's not going to be just one. Multi's going to have a team enjoy him. SDY is here with the Tech 9. They've got a trap set up here. Molly. Apogee, no. Flash in, smoke down, and Multi takes first. Second, requires it. He needs it, and he wants more for a second. Again, we've been hyping up Hypex this entire day. Needs to perform in a 1v3. He's going to try to do so. It's on the defuse. Potty to hear the spray is off, but he's got the off it as well. For Potty to break through. A-site pistols is where ENCE claimed their 10th.
Ten to 6. Apogee find themselves in the worst spot imaginable. They win the pistol, they win a few rounds after, they get a bit of money going. Now the bank is empty. Now they've had to reinvest most of it. What is... Okay, Demo is by... Okay, for a second there I thought Demo might just eco, but he delayed himself. Woo! And Hypex this time. The hype's coming up. Regan Scott.
That is a sick shot. Just a slight extension of Recon. He's not even supposed to be visible. All he needs is a shoulder high, because that was a very quick shot as well. And he gets away with murder scot-free. Nobody else is going to be there, and you can immediately as well see Apogee. They're instead setting up for round 2 of when ENCE make this claim to mid. They'll be ready. We saw this even in their previous series against Reason. They let them have mid. They fought for it even here as well 2 rounds ago. Demo flash, Jacob swings. They're more than ready to fight mid at any given moment, and yet again they're doing so in mass. Nobody's left toward the A site itself. Nobody CT. The defense is going to be very one note if ENCE find the right timing, but they're slowing things down a little bit too much. Now you've got 2 in spawn, and here is when the play is coming through. And you'll need these defenders to activate. There's Hypex yet again.
Good start. We have Nachu in Palace, we have SDY in Pit, and here comes the offense, here comes the attempt, 30 seconds. The flank from Connector could work, but they have to get rid of Jacob. That's going to be one tough nut to crack, especially with the short coverage. It seems like Prism has everything under control. And right now, Apogee...
needs to nail this. That's it. Trade is quick.
Okay.
Jacob stairs remains. Unmovable object. They'll have to break through him by force. And again, we're starting to see him cooking up here. They might have lost the previous, but they won't fumble twice. And instead, look at what they've done. Look at ENCE. Look at their situation. The door gets swung back open, Tail. You're powering through. Biltzy's on an AK. The rest, just the pistols remain. They're looking to deal the damage. You find a bit of a streak of luck here. Asking for Milsey to give us that moment.
Godlike moment.
That's 1.
That's number 1 indeed. It starts off well. It's going to give ENCE the way in to con, to short, or to window jungle, depending what they want to do.
Not again.
Oh, through short? Oh, yeah. Let's go. My favorite.
They're not going to fall to pistols again. But this is setting up to be a bit of a tough retake for Apogee in my eyes.
Yeah.
Rigon, he can move. He doesn't need to. As long as somebody is going to be keeping it Apogee towards short and towards mid. Might be a tougher situation for them. But we are thankfully seeing Demo move back toward the site. That adds a layer of complexity for ENCE to get through.
It
Also,
also
apartments. Demo. Sick angle. I love it. There's Raygon in mid removed. There's no follow-up to that yet. If the play comes here, the P250 or short, or Tech 9
No,
in this case,
no,
maybe is
Demo.
something. They're breaking through again here. It's Demolition on the B side, and Demo's not part of it.
the positioning from Demo could not have been worse, and the Demolition Man, unfortunately, just does not get it done. His fuses were wet, and he lost his... What's
Spark.
no. The Spark is also a good one, but Detonator. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. And, well, ENCE,
Blowed
they've
right
made their
off
way
the
on
tongue
to
there.
B.
Did not fumble at all. Beautifully.
Yeah,
well put.
absolutely didn't fumble. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, we'll just edit it. We'll edit it in post-production. It's fine, guys.
Sure. You and
it's on
Apogee
my
both. You and Apogee
Yeah.
both performed this round pretty damn well.
Yeah. Oh, God. This is... I think...
Twice they've got away with murder
Yeah.
on ENCE's side here.
Yeah, I think what really kind of put Apogee in a tough spot is the kill on Rigon. And whilst it looked like a blessing at first, it was in fact it's a curse, in fact, because they kill Rigon. They think, okay, they're walking under, they're preparing A main, they might have somebody else on top mid or somewhere towards con. Let's get ready for the A defense. We see utility being thrown from short that could have been used for the defense of B towards con. A smoke, a molly, I think even a nade. And yeah, Apogee just don't have the positions to defend, and this is where it comes down to. The round that either Apogee win and we see the game continue, or it's over.
Not only the fact that a short is going to be falling there, but the fact that his SD1, his Tech 9, from sight, by the way, to take care of the short defender. Life is rough if you're Apogee right now. Polska Górelm, they've been held a little bit here, I'm sorry to say. And we said it, they need to perform to the highest level in this second half. Backs against the wall, and here, the wall approaches from the back. Everybody into the apartments. Milty's got this one. Sights opened up, and Prism, you know he's still gonna be short. He's been there the last few days. And yet again, we're looking at a miracle needed to perform from this CT side. And here they've got a big decision to make, and one that apparently is leading them to save. They're looking for 12-7. 5 rounds in a row to come back here. This was supposed to be like riding a bike, but
Well,
I don't know what sort of
seems-
bike they're riding here in Apogee. This is one
Honestly-
with maybe just a single wheel. This might have just been a unicycle.
It feels like it's more fishing than anything, you know? You go out for a good day of fishing, you're there for the whole day, and then you pull out nothing. So, right now,
All right, buddy.
Apogee feels like there's a whole lot of something, but a whole lot of nothing also, as that is going to be 12-7. They at least keep 3 alive, and that makes the difference between a potential overtime or just already be done with.
Well, ENCE is known for giving them a little bit of seam and then pulling the motto from Alta, so I do not really blame you for going for the fishing analogy there. It's not like they're strangers to it, but this iteration hasn't really earned that reputation just yet. However, it does seem as if the line is snapping, or maybe even already has. On Apogee, the defense, it is 2 rounds you should never be losing. It is the pistols. Twice they struck, and ENCE haven't wasted those opportunities. Here you still got some sort of defense being set up, but it feels inevitable.
Although,
SDY and Potty. We leave it to their hands on ENCE to keep the streak going.
can they keep it going? SDY gonna enter site. The C4 is still on Potty. He has yet to cross. There's the C opener, aka the HE. 2 versus 3. ENCE for 13 and for the finals. Can they get there in 13-7, or will it take a round longer? Retake's gonna take a moment longer, in fact. Apogee is gonna be rotating over towards CT. Neither am I. They're losing a lot of valuable time. There's the spot from SDY. He isolates the first. The second could be spotted. He knows there's another. The missed shot from Hypex. This is looking like it could be a done deal. It's 40 1v1. There's no time, perhaps. There's no time. There is no time. That's it.
they take too long, and the game is done. It's ENCE to secure it into. It is a Finnish classic here coming through at 13-7. Fred, we had a lot on map 1, a lot of Jacob, a whole lot of nothing here for Apathy when it mattered, but give us something. Give us anything.
Yeah, look, realistically, I think throughout that game, we saw a lot of success from ENCE. It seemed like the individuals were really stepping up. The level that Netu was playing at on that CT side was impeccable. Pody as well on the AWP, and Rigon as well. They all had their moments, and we kind of mentioned it for Jacob on Ancient. It was his CT side that was really good. He was getting loads of multi-frags. The difference is on map 1, it was just Jacob, whereas here for ENCE, it was loads. And that's why they had a hefty lead on the CT side. Look, we're 7-2 up. They look really good at times. There was the odd individual moment that we saw from Apogee. You know, you think of that pistol round where Demo just absolutely deletes. The issue is it was far too based on individuals. And again, that is going to be coming down to their kind of mid-round calling and then maybe the lack of structure that they've got. Obviously, when you look at this Apogee roster and kind of for quite some time now, even when you think back to when they had HFAR, this is a team that have always just been, oh, this is a team of really good individuals. They have very simplistic calling because of it. But when the individuals aren't fragging, you see a performance like today. I think ENCE was certainly the better team. I think they had a very strong understanding of what they wanted to achieve in every round. And don't get me wrong, there was a couple rounds there where they were just quite fortunate. Okay, yes, they were in the right place at the right time on the full buys, but sometimes that's how it works. The real issue that we have to identify for Apogee is it's those half-buy losses. It's the fact they win against the full buy. They're meant to kind of get themselves a 2-for-1 where it's going to just be the half-buy from your opponents, and they lost 2 of them to the Tech 9s. And obviously, I still feel like ENCE would have probably won the game, but it would have been one where we would have seen ENCE kind of just have themselves a much closer game, and Apogee could have made an argument for victory. We should have been seeing kind of a 10-9 scoreline there instead of a 12-7. Those 2 half-buys were so tough, and obviously the first time round, Apogee, they confirmed it still with the reinvestment, but the second time they couldn't find it. They lost, and that's what caused such difficulty. But look, we have our first finalists. I think ENCE were certainly the better side. Obviously, you guys have a lot to say. You've already had a lot to say, but is there any kind of other final remarks? Is there anything you kind of left that you wanted to say before we kind of came to me? Is there anything about that game that you wanted to highlight?
If I may first, just put it like this. I think Apogee getting to the semifinals is an achievement in itself. It's not, it's not going to be a happy ending here, obviously. Perhaps in getting to the finals, that would have been their real goal. But I think getting to the semis, playing a good game of CS is what you want to do at this stage. And I think we'll see more of them in the future and more frequently in the final stages of playoffs as well, if this is the game they're bringing to us. Imagine if Jacob had support around him. All of a sudden, we see a 1-0 for Apogee, potentially. This could have gone to a third map.
It could have. It could have. It was reliant on, like, Charlie, or, no, sorry, it's not Charlie. I'm so sorry to confuse you.
We sound the same, don't worry. It's fine.
As Fred puts it, and we put it, you can't lose those pistols. You can't lose those half-buys. And you can't have Diha 9 kills in 2 maps. That's
a really
massive
scary
moment.
one.
Not to throw anybody under the bus. I don't like that. But 9 kills? Come on. That's just a stinker and a half.
I'm pretty sure everyone in the server got more kills on both maps individually than he got in total overall, which is always really tough.
Him at 9 on map 2.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That hasn't loaded on HLTV yet for me, so I guess Prism, you got lucky from my point of view. But look, I think what we do have to say, guys, is that game was pretty speedy. I think we pretty much said everything we can say, apart from congrats to ENCE. They played really well. They now have, about a 5-6 hour wait until their finals. Obviously, they are going to be facing off against Victor in the next series, which is 500 versus Sinners. But it seems like we've got quite a bit of time. ENCE, I guess, maybe had some reservations. They've got a lunchtime table, bit of a team chat, so they wanted to speed things through. And obviously for Apogee, it's going to be a sad one, but sometimes that is how the cookie crumbles. Semi-finals, as you guys mentioned, is still very important for them, and they can give it a go in Series 3. But as mentioned, we've got 500 against Sinners, going to be kicking off in about an hour and 15 minutes time, so everyone, you guys have got a bit of a break to grab yourself some food, grab yourself a drink, and set your alarms, because we will be back promptly for that next semi-final. So we're going to send to a break. Hope you guys will stick around, but we'll see you in about an hour.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go. force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Here we have it, chap. Second semi-final of today. We're going to be seeing who is going to be facing off against ENCE in that grand final. In about 3 hours' time, we'll have our grand finalists. I'm excited for this one. But look, as we head in, what are we feeling, Nexus? How are we thinking this game's going to go?
Feeling good, thank you, Charlie. Or at least
Charlie,
close enough.
again?
Yeah.
Is that my new name now?
I think so. I'm
Okay.
nicknaming you Charlie from now on.
I like it. It's a good one.
Feeling good. Feeling good about this one. We had some thoughts behind during this break, and we've come to the collective decision and understanding you are stupid and in the wrong here for
Interesting.
who's taken this series.
Interesting.
The NTO outnumber you, well, and thus I think we're right.
Hey, look, the British have shown for aeons that you can be outnumbered and you can still win the fight. So I'm
Have
happy.
you heard of Finland?
I'm happy to die on this hill. So basically, to give you guys the 4-1-1, I'm heavily thinking 500 will win this. I think any other prediction is just outrageous. Not to say the Sinners team isn't good, but I think 500. You look at the names, you look at the synergies, you look at how good this team is on paper. I think the two newest additions to this roster are insane. They've got loads of experience. You look at Hampus, you look at Volt, they've played at the top level. Whereas in comparison with Sinners, okay, yeah, there was a little bit of time for Kisarek on Kalesi and obviously on that Rebels roster. For Stressen, it's like you're trying to compare the successes of Stressen on Elia to like Volt on Gamer Legion. Like, how are we thinking this is the same?
Build's different.
Build different.
You don't. Okay, so you've got Volt, who's he's got his game religion stuff and all that. But have you heard of the Balkan mentality of we're just built different and built better? To that, I turn it over to my co-caster Theo. He's going to tell you a little bit more about how that mentality works because we got a little bit of Bulgarian blood.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, of course, 500 ahead of us. I mean, with the reinstated new IGL, or not reinstated, rather remade Hampus joining 500 alongside Volt, I think they found a way forward. The team was in a bit of a stagnant position that cannot be denied. The Bulgarian 5 was not working out the way they'd hoped for. And I think with players like Cirque, even Rainwaker and Red Star, who yesterday displayed great skill, I loved watching it. I think this team finally brings about the vibes that we'd be wanting them to all this time. I mean, honestly, it feels like under the leadership of Hampus, they are just on a road upwards, improving.
Yeah, and look, I want to touch on more about Volt because obviously a lot of people know his time kind of on ITB and obviously Gamer Legion. The 2 years he's there, that's kind of been the biggest move for him. But I think what a lot of people forget is he kind of started off over in some UK rosters, like for UMX, for Coalesce, and obviously for a UK based commentator, these are like household names in the UK CS community. So this is also another reason why I'm so heavily vying for this 500 roster, is because although Volt is kind of Romanian or under the Romanian banner, he is still
both?
I think he is both, but he is a Brit. Like I think in our eyes, we've got to claim him because otherwise we've only got two players.
Yeah, you've got nothing. You've got nothing. You need to take anything you can.
Exactly.
I have to say no.
Hey, look, we've got what? We've got Gizmy, we've got Mezzy, we've got Smooya, and we've got Alex, but no longer Alex. I feel like we got Azuru as well. We're missing out. We need Volt. Just rebrand yourself on HLTV, please. This is me begging you. We need some more UK talent. But look, on the flip side, obviously no UK talent here. We've got Sinners, Nexus. You want to give us the rundown on this team? You seem very, very sure of yourself that these guys are going to win. I want you to give me at least one reason why you're so sure of yourself.
They're great.
It's not really a reason, more just like an opinion.
They're better.
Again, just an opinion. I want to hear the why, not the what, the why.
I mean, all I can tell you is to look at how they've been playing so far.
Yeah.
And then what the past has been as well for the core that's still stuck around with Beasting, Shock, and Peppo. Individually, we know and have been seeing Beasting and Shock for a long, long time now at this point, like 5 years probably, I imagine. If not even longer. Yeah. They've been really damn good. They still keep the sort of potential that we always bring up because we have to. Shoke as the X Factor who supports slots in. And then when you add on top what Kestrek and Stressarn so far have shown us, which is masterclass time and time again.
Yeah.
It leaves very little conversation for why you shouldn't believe in them, because they are that much better in every individual game they've played so far.
Yeah, look, Nexus, I kind of just wanted to hear it from you because I do know how well these guys have been playing. I feel like Kisarek and Stressen, they're going to inject a lot of firepower here. I think that is safe to say. Obviously, they have done it in a different weight class, but that's not to say that you can't be able to kind of bring it to the next level. I feel like a perfect example of that is kind of Makazi for Na'Vi. He's kind of gone from tier 2 to tier 1, and he's seemingly slotting quite well. But as we can see on screen, we've got Vito's here. And I'll come to you here, Teo, because we had a little bit of a chat about, well, maybe where the maps are going. What are we thinking with the Overpass pick from 500? It's clear that that's a punish pick, but obviously, Sinners, they've played it 3 times, 100% win rate. Are we worried for 500 with these Vitos then?
I mean, is it really a punish pick when Sinners have already displayed the fact that they want to play it? I think they've chosen it in one of our series that we did not too long ago. But honestly, I kind of like it from the side of 500. You play a map that's not truly well tested by everybody just yet. Not everybody's gotten accustomed to it. I think it's a smart choice. It definitely showcases that Hampus understands it's not everything, not everything is going to be about just the players, but it has to be more about it, more about the tactical sense as well. And I think he trusts his own gut instinct how to work out Overpass. And I think that's a good choice and a good show. And I hope that it's going to give us an even better, an even better semifinals than we'd already seen to begin with. At least map 1.
Yeah, obviously we saw 2-0 in the last semi-finals. I think this one could go all 3, but I guess that's something we'll find out in the server as Overpass is commencing now. So take it away, chaps. I'm sure you'll have a fun time on the mic.
I think we're gonna try. Shibhate of the highest degrees. Just to kind of go back on this, I think if I understood you correctly, sorry, I kind of blanked out there for a moment. Teo, so far, in the games we have seen, Sinners have not actually picked this map yet. It's been played once as a decider and twice picked by their opponents, being Alliance and Ruby. But they've played it 3 times already. They've won all 3. Fair. So, results-wise, pretty good. And like we kind of have mentioned every time, and we will continue to, Overpass, nothing's really changed. The only thing that has is maybe a lineup or 2 for a nade or something. Besides that, everybody can just rewind, go back to old strats, but it still takes a little getting used to figure out exactly what sort of game your opponent is going to play, especially if there's very little to look at, and constant improvements, making sure everything gets polished out as well. That's the biggest question mark so often, and so far has been, for this specific map, but both these teams already a couple of games played. There's something you get to at least look at if you're doing any sort of anti-stratting and expect Overpass. But besides that, it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a little bit random, I'm sure. But there are still things we do expect here to come through. And one of them is going to be a lot of short connector and such control on that BT side. For the pistol, we go to B. And we go to say goodbye.
Kisarek.
And look at who's on top. Look at who's on top.
Yeah.
Take a bow, Fred.
Well, at least you called him by his name correctly this time. So, there's that. But yes, 500. We've got ourselves an eco. That's what it should be. No bomb plant, no chance. Kisarek and Stressarn, the 2 newest additions. And equally as I've praised 500, equally shall I praise Sinners for the change. It's good, it's welcoming, and I think it's important to bring a bit of it. B-Stick now reinforced with new players, and of course 500 reinforced with a new IGL. Kind of yin and yang scenario. Let's see who gets out of it better. Peppo on long, he's in pretty decent spot actually behind tree and buys enough time for his teammate to get through toilets.
Blocks aren't going to penetrate the tree there. Stressarn joins. And yeah, like I said, I'm on a bit of a mission here to confuse the people as to what is not Charlie's name. What is he actually? So I'm just going on a, I'll be calling him a bunch of other things. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair.
A genius?
Genius
we every
move.
now and then go with Mr. Seard, Mr. Teover Seard, and all these other stuff. Old man.
I know.
The guy who yells at clouds.
I've gotten a lot of acronyms over the years, yes, and a lot of handles, or rather nicknames.
Big guy, big T.
Yeah, all of them. All of the above. Mr. S.
Unk.
Just S. Unk, yeah. The soon-to-be deceased.
Taking out his own casket.
Pretty much.
Actually, you know what?
Sinners.
Fred's actually joining you on that one. He's also, as he said, dying on this hill of 500 being better.
Well, look,
So you guys can
Sinners,
go shopping together.
you were mentioning caskets. Perhaps Sinners might have one for 500. If
think so.
we open up with this round again, if Sinners get the win, we're looking at a possible 5-0 start. Or at
In
least
terms of
something that...
how we actually get there, as in all 3 maps, yes or no, I do not know. I would like to still believe, right? As much as I say Sinners are better, I do like the changes 500 have made. I think, as we kind of alluded to yesterday as well, talent in the Bulgarian team, the talent pool kind of has eventually run out because they do make a lot of changes, recycling some of these old players and same players in different lineups and iterations. At some point, you had to kind of say enough is enough. They still kept the core, but International is where they found themselves at the moment. And here, now they find themselves on A. Hampers and Halls, the
beautiful.
2 new additions on this side are finding impact. Double entries, no trades, just damage. But just the damage isn't good enough when the CTs have just no utility.
Very good entry by the IGL. Volt supports, and that's going to be all you need. It's a save for the CTs. Exactly as you'd want it to be here for 500. The first gun round so far, even without losses, as mentioned. And I love what I'm seeing. Confidence. Oozing of it.
Simple. Of course, 3 plays the same. Money in the bank. Sinners aren't going to be put to a tough position just yet. Well, we are seeing the early stuff of 500. That's going to be nice. This one in the basket now. First on the board. And by the way, those are the first 2 kills of the game. For 500.
Yeah, see, that's
fun.
yeah. Yeah.
These anomalies we get every now and then, they're always fun to look at. Because this looks kind of funky, looks kind of funny.
Love it.
We get a little laugh out of it, but we continue. Awaiting change.
You know, the funnier thing is still that B-Stick is at 0-0, same for Shock. And we're already 3 rounds deep, so yeah. In any case, Sinners, the rebuys here. They'll try to stop this for 500, not give them
Rainwaker's
an inch.
ready.
Good counter flash. There's no secondary. Rainwaker expects the boost, but so does Kisarek. And in the counter. Good entry.
We said as well, plenty of the things on Overpass don't change. You're still challenged short control connector. And on the CT side as well, the meta has become with CS2, as we saw even before the map was removed, is the deep smoke towards mid fountain. Molotov playground, that's a very basic thing, and that's one of the most basic things you're going to see happening here on the CT side. And with some of these longer rotations as well, if you're able to get more than just the utility down, maybe even a kill or 2, and elsewhere to just add on top, it's time off these T sides, and that's going to be helping in these later rotations and positions. Zerk with a team kill here. Let's put things back to a one-on-one with Hampus left to clutch. Bomb on his back, Kisarek on the rotation. 35 seconds, he'll just about beat this timing to be. Can watch the cross if he wants to, or swing into it. You let Hampus have it. But a surprise, the drop is here, and that's the round. He'll get a bomb plant down, but Hampus, that's as far as you go.
Good recovery. Kisarek a clutch. And it's Sinners on 3.
Around as well here for him.
Yeah.
He could have fought for the absolute kill there if he wanted to catch Hampus in the cross, but that's slightly riskier. Instead, he's saying, you know, I'll just play the round, I'll win it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Of course, that does afford a buy with all the utility and a bit of extra still in the reserves for 500. Not that it matters all too much here for Sinners, all they care about is winning these rounds. That is now 3 picked up. Peppo's on the AWP. And we'll see what they come up with. There's the utility already. Smoke. No Molotov. I think it actually missed, if it even went. I'm not sure. But we have a lean toward the A side out of Sinners, right? The default on this map as well. Again, we just gotta keep saying it hasn't changed. 3v2A. Focusing on these short positions and such, but we've gone for the long control out of Sinners. Short coming out for 500. It's the perfect call here for the T side, and if they don't slow down too much, they're gonna find just two on this side. Short and Kisserek need to defend, and guess what they get away with if it's not a double entry?
Just 2 seems to be enough, man. Kisserek stands for 3 as all of a sudden from a great position to the worst possible one. 500 down to last 2 players, Red Star and Cirque. And I believe
that nade.
Yeah, directly under the feet of Cirque. Goodbye, Red Star. Round is done. I mean, Cirque has to ace clutch. He's not gonna. Sinners get their next round. And like I said, Sinners, I really like what they did with the new roster. I really like where they're going with it. And it seemingly works well. Their previous games certainly prove that. HOTU was taken down relatively easily. And for 500, I gotta say, the Passion game...
Yeah, no,
yes,
that was a...
and
that
no.
was the game of all time. That was this season's NIP AMCAL. That's the conclusion we can draw. That was a game of who's losing harder, who's losing more, not who's winning.
So what I was trying to get at is that 500's win does not necessarily convince me that they have the structure yet to fully pull this off and go into the finals and win them.
Oh god, you just had to remind me. Unlosable. 9-3.
9-3 lead, 500 that they had. It's unimaginable.
Died of Dust 2. That's insane. I'm gonna try to delete that from my memory entirely.
You can't.
Yeah, I don't think I can. But for now, 500, look at this. Pistols and alcohol to the A side. You've got nothing for Sinners to poke holes in this one. The bomb can be put down, but you've still got just enough utility to make this retake somewhat easy. But you'll have to wait these out as well on the CT side. However, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of 500 sticking around here. They're looking to shut down this bank position entirely with Campus and Vault. Up close, that's 1. Here comes more, that's 2 for Stressar, and oh, mamma mia. That is a spicy M4 and a spicy retake coming out for him. I don't know how. His headshot accuracy, by the way, is something that we'll just need to talk about a little bit, because it feels like even if he's got 1 or 2 bullets, he's still gonna nail both those and hit the head. Like, yesterday, he's multi-fragging, he's supposed to get 1, he'll take 2. It's just insane how good he is.
It's absurd how good he is, really. And round 7, I mean, come on, man. What do you do if you're 500? Like, this is now 5 rounds, well, 4 rounds in a row, where you've tried with a pretty decent strat. You got onto sites, but it's the afterplant you lost. And it does remind me a bit of yesterday as well. But let's go back to reality. It's another B attempt. It's going to be a contact play, but it doesn't really matter when it's not contact for Kisserek and Beppo. It's a straight rush. It's a straight play. It's a straight peek. 500 wanted to be slower, wanted to be more meticulous, careful. They slow walk that smoke. They don't really hard peek into Monster, and they just absolutely get slapped as it's going to be round 7 ahead of us, finishing already on a possible 6-1 scoreline, starting off with Sinners.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think Fred regrets not listening to what I said before this game started.
Should have just submitted to my bullying of saying he's stupid and wrong while he was yelling at us saying we're stupid and wrong.
Come on, you gotta use some diplomacy, man. You can't be that nasty.
It's whoever is loudest wins.
Yeah, that's the rule of the jungle, man. Didn't know we were in a jungle.
Loud equals funny, loud equals right. Peppo's, it's the loudest.
Oh, I guess that's why the left lost. But in any case,
Hey, look at that. It is a solid defense. And Kisserek and Stress on to get it. They'll shot this one out. Kisserek gets it to die, by the way, 11-0. 500 this time out feels very right. Now, not to completely go on this side that 500 have no chance, because as much as I'm saying Sinners are better, I do expect them or there to be a fight, as we mentioned yesterday, if anybody was here for a 500 game. The Hampus effect that he brings into a lot of teams early on is the fact that he brings them to a good level. There's a very solid honeymoon period, and something that you just will be able to see in almost every single case. If there is an off day, you are going to know that, because there is almost every single time a fight that he brings. But right now, it's a little bit of a worrisome beginning for them. All I'm saying. I still believe in 500 to give us a fight. By no means am I expecting Sinners to smash them 13-0, 13-1 or whatever.
Oh, that'd be dumb.
I still expect it to be a fight. We're just not seeing that to start. All they need, I feel like, is to start things off on the right foot. Get enough rounds to survive until the second half, and we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I get it, absolutely. And I do agree. I think 500 are, you know, just warming up. It takes them a map. It's not the first time we see them take a moment to get on the server fully. What I'm a bit more worried about, yesterday Red Star was one of the instrumental parts of their victory against Passion. Today he's having a much tougher time to start. It's an 0-6 start for him. And that just hurts me, a little bit at least. And I'm sure it hurts him too. For 500, it means they've got more of a body bag than a duelist, unfortunately. And on the other side, it's a different conundrum. It's Kisarek trying to keep his perfect KD. Or, rather...
Good utility.
Infinite KD.
Pepo! Flashbang, put him in a slightly too wide a position. Orb gets picked up.
Good name.
Bolt is in a decent position. All he needs is one of his teammates to bait for him. They could have fought long together. Instead of backing off, they're wanting to play the range with the Orb. Everybody's tucked themselves back to toilets, but guess what? This becomes the trouble with the fact that Kisarek has a smoke. He's got a molly. He can throw that either sandwich or front toilets. There it is. Both on the bomb. Well, Volt still has vision on this. It's got to be limited to the rate of fire on the weapon alone here. They can tap that bomb, put it into the open. There's already shot on the top. And as soon as the swing comes through, even if it doesn't, you're going to have multiple players engaging on this. The defuse is there. Hope does get salvaged and saved over. But 7-1, as you say, Kisarek still holds on to his infinite KD as well. That's a neat little retake as well there. I would have liked to see them fight for long, however. I really would have liked to see them all three swinging it. Because they have the op, they have the pistols that will swing wide.
They have
and
the chance
the
to
aim.
overcome, yeah.
Nonetheless, guns coming out. Now let's see. Let's see what 500 are going to cook.
Let's see where exactly 500 also go. We're seeing a default 3-1-1 connector control. Peppo, meanwhile, peeking large at long, and, well, he gets large targets. That's going to be Cirque down. Peppo. Oi! Oh, hello, Hampus. Why? Where was all of this not a round ago? That was beautiful. 4v4. And we're going to be holding on the door right now as Sinners seemingly re-aggressing long. They're going to try and fight it again. And this time, doubling it down. B-Stick alongside his teammate. I believe Sasaran right next to him. They're about to counter aggro once more. And that's the C4 that could be in trouble. Oh, boy. This is big, big numbers we're talking about. Sasaran finds Hampus. But look at B-Stick. Does he turn around? No way.
This is too bait.
This is insane. B-Stick missed him.
Oh my god, B6 has gone past. Oh, he's still got to catch the bomb here.
Surely they check C. No, okay, now he reveals his play, but yeah. Bomb.
Oh.
Not gonna make it through. Red Star 1v3 with the op. He doesn't expect the long peek already. He doesn't expect it. Yeah.
Alright, so that could have been a lot easier as well, but the way it goes is B-Stick still shuts them down. Nets himself a few kills, second time off of 500. And we are not seeing a whole lot here. This ain't going great, sadly. I really want to see more here. We kind of got teased and stolen a close game on the first series. It was only when the also was stacked too far against Apogee. They were able to perform a little bit, and then they fell against 2 half-buys and lost the game, and the series, and the show. And map 1 was a Jacob show. Not good enough. We've been teased, man. We've been given it just glimpses. But we're still continuing on the trajectory that the game ain't going all too well. It's one-sided.
You can say that again.
Alright. I said they need enough rounds to survive. Yeah. Enough rounds to get by. That would usually be 3 or 4 and the pistol on top. If you're looking to take 4, it's all remaining rounds here. And in one of them at least, you surely are going to be killing Kisserek. That's the objective on the side.
You know what really I'm thinking on right now is, if Kisserek remains on 0, does his KD go up by 11 or by just infinite amount? In any case, it's gonna be... Yeah, I know, I'm just toying with you now, but... In any case, Sinners, I mean, they've been toying with 500 for the last 7 rounds. Ever since they lost that second, you know, it seems like the retrieval of that lost pride has been successful, and now they're just kind of making them pay and getting their vengeance for the loss of 1.
This is 500 setting up faster play. Nobody's going to be against them here toward long either as of yet. Instead, they're playing a passive setup on the CT side. You're going to have, I think, is that a stress zone? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh. That's 2 spotted. No need to swing, but he is going to have Peppo by him.
They buy time with this. They're going to delay the push because the op is scary enough to deal with, so they don't want to risk losing 2 players for nothing.
Flash. Cheeky. Smoke also deployed, but 500, they want to push through. When you look at the only round they've got, it was this long push. Hampus and Volta delivered the entries there, everybody else saved it. And now you're trying to get back to it. Kisserek's first death delivered, and 2 out of 2 is at the end of this one. With Peppo still remaining on site. He'll find 1. And it's down to Cirque in the clutch here. He needs to perform it. He'll have both. Peppo with a shock. They're playing this together. You have the secondary as well on Peppo, the Desert Eagle. He can move quickly and be deadly. They're waiting for the bomb to be put down first. There's the sound cue. Now it's time to go. Eagle moves in.
Check.
Stirk, just the tag. And here comes the problem. He can only shoot so fast. That's 1 and out of ammunition. It's not happening. It's the circus continuing on this 500 side, unable to get these rounds.
Feels like it was meant to be that he would run out of bullets. And it's unlucky. It's unlucky for Cirque to pick up the M4 with, what, 2-3 bullets in the magazine?
Not enough is the answer.
No, not enough at all. 11th round, the 11th hour. I mean, 500, if you don't get this, it's over. It's map done. Let's be honest. Yesterday against Passion, they were able to scrape by a win. Well, not really scrape, but definitely, you know, it wasn't a blowout by Passion. Or was it? Wait, I forgot. Was it the... No, that wasn't the 13-1 map. I don't actually know. It's been a long day, and it's been a longer night still. As Sinners right now are making this one a quick one. Let's see if they continue. Stressor on falls. It's Mr. Red Star. Oh, Kisserek though. Quick on the refrag again. Red Star with secondaries.
Look at the damage done in return, however. Red Star and Cirque both tagged up plenty, and Hampus as well. He's feeling the heat presented by Sinners. Now we get it. This is a problem here so far for the C side of 500, I will say. They haven't gone for any fakes. Now, again, they have a somewhat control toward the connector. The CT side, I don't know exactly how much. Neither does 500. They're thinking about it. But they have been one note in their approach. Where you see the mass of them, that's where they go. And we're seeing as well here, Shock, he's wanting to play this one passively. The boost doesn't succeed. But they waltz right on in. The advantage in numbers is there. Now they need to secure it. Play together. Find something. Red Star's third. Keep swinging. He wants another. And with Volt to assist, you finally got something here to work with. But again, so far this T side has been so one note. That's my problem here. And that's what's contributing to the fact it's been so easy as well for Sinners. They make a rotation. It's over the right one. Almost always has been at the right one. Until the very end, it's a bit disappointing, or Not even a bit. It's disappointing from 500. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, Beppo. Couple seconds too late.
That would have been...
Try to take anyone with them with
that
a
would be
explosion.
no, that would actually be a fitting round for the fiesta that we're experiencing here. But last one of the half, we're at the wit's end of 500. If they can't secure a 9-3, you know, do they feel lucky? Do they feel like yesterday's game is anything to think on? Maybe they feel like passion. Well, I'm sure Sinners won't give them the same opportunity. That's what I'm certain about. Betclic has been adamant, and so has his team been. The same. I mean, Shock, once again, a bit quieter, but when do you... What do you do when your primary AWPer, your two newest additions are fragging their hearts out? You know, you don't even need to perform. You're just the background there, kind of keeping everybody in check.
Sometimes life is tough. Sometimes your opponent has a good day, sometimes you don't. We go back to whatever excuses you can come up with in terms of your own Counter-Strike performance, saying, you know what, things weren't great. I had a monitor was bad, angle was bad, they have good gaming socks on, they've got great gaming mouse. Anything. I feel like that's what a 500 right now are looking for. They need something. It's a bit sad to say that much, but their map and their game at the moment is subpar. The level of Sinners are outputting is looking like they're wanting to go 4 for 4 when it comes to this map.
I mean, they have to. Rainwaker, good entry. They go for B. They're not committed, though. They've only got 2 here. What is happening? Why?
That is a sick burst as well.
Oh, yes, it's a great hold from Sinners, but it's made easy by the fact that there's nobody else helping them.
I think they heard me saying the fact that there's been not a single fake or anything of the sort. Now they get in, they find an entry to Shock, and that's it. Nobody else really follows up what they don't look to buy time. There's no smokes, no real fake. And here's the rotation coming through. You have one in heaven, there's spot in long. Utility deployed in 500. Sure, they've got vaults down toward a connector. Maybe you're still going down B. But this is the only round where there's really been a complexity added to it.
What? What complexity?
Poor. It's been very poor. And look at the door, it's closed. Okay, so far from what has been where A go A, where B go B. Now it's where A and B go all over the place and we go to die against Sinners, giving them 10 all the halftime. That is the most complex round we've seen so far for this T side. And it's just not done much here because it's poorly executed on all fronts.
I'd say the long round they played was much better. Like, it was the only real complex round they kind of hoped to achieve something with. Here, it was just like, oh, go push Monster. Okay, let's push Monster. Good idea. It usually can find you an easy kill. It does. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was stuck in Con, and not even close to Con itself, but rather back in T-base, in hallway and ladder. So, yeah, definitely some miscommunication and misorganization. And like I said, you know, 500. As for Passion, as for even today's previous game, Apogee versus ENCE, you know, Apogee, I think, they've succeeded, I think, in this tournament. Even if it's not the final, sure, but you made it very deep. Deeper than everybody else, basically, beyond the 2 that will go to the next one. And right here, it's the same. I think 500, it's a fresh team, guys. I'm happy that you've made it this far. I hope you can go further. Perhaps you can. I'm not saying you cannot, but this first map is looking like it could be cooked and well done at the same time as it's feeling like it for sure.
Something's cooked here. Somebody's cooked here. And you're asking for all of 500 to wake up. I mean, sure, we can say that when Apogee were put to the same task, they did start to perform. But they had 9-3. They still fumbled it. Or 3-9, I guess. Came back a little bit, they still end up losing it. There's so much that can go wrong is the problem. There's just, at the moment, little to oh my god, little to believe in. Sorry, yeah, I'm getting messed up here myself.
Yeah, well...
One thing that isn't, though, is the fact that I went out and I said this, I think Sinners have made the best roster move of the season. And that might even go and extend all the way to tier 1 teams as well, because honestly, what happened even Kyosuke or Kyosuke? No.
Nothing.
I don't care about that one, honestly. I don't care.
I don't think anybody
Sinners
does.
have made it one of the best moves of the season, or of the last few years, I imagine. Here, Stressor looks to hold his glove. We
No way, no way!
The multi-kill potential on this man is out of this world.
King Stress, let's go. You know,
What do you do against that? Nothing. You don't.
Shaking it out of his sleeves. This man is...
There is a saying in there's a little thing called D&D that you and I do like to do, and the saying is crying is a free action. And right now I feel like that's all 500 can really get to. This is it's over.
Yeah, it's cooked. I mean,
They're joining you and Fred in terms of picking up the casket for themselves.
So
You guys are gonna have company.
Okay, so you're making me pick a casket because my age. You're making Fred pick a casket because he chose 500, and you make 500 choose a casket because they lost the first map. Wow.
You follow very nicely.
So you're the casket man.
You maybe got a couple of years.
Are you by any chance the owner of the casket
in the business.
Exactly.
I'm in the
I knew
business.
it. I knew it. Now I gotcha.
I am in the business. That's why I'm selling this one so hard.
Yeah. Well, let's see where this one ends up going. 500 forced by, obviously. They don't have a choice. It's a B play. The right decision from B-Stick has come, though. Not the win in the duel. Volt just wins it straight up. No problem. Oh, Volt! Hello! Electrifying performance. Perhaps enough to give them another chance. It certainly would revitalize them. And I think somebody needs to bring the defibrillator, because unfortunately the CTs are falling too quickly. Peppo, another kill, another pep in his step, and Kisserik finds Cirque. It's down to Rainwaker. And make it rain, man. Make it rain, or there's going to be a whole lot of sand in the eyes kind of scenario. Nobody seeing anything, nobody knowing anything. It's 12-2. It's cooked. It's done. It's an L.
I feel like Ave Maria can be heard in the background somewhere. If we go to the right here, usually you hear your EDM music. I feel like it might have been changed just to see what the game has so far been.
Honestly.
Ave Maria.
See? We get to hear it as well. There's a ghost in the kitchen.
Let's go. So we know what careers we're picking. I'm going...
You're going, what, dead?
So I'm gonna die anyways. The career doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Rob is gonna fish for his ending, and Fred is just gonna sing.
I had a good ending.
Like
I said, though, yeah, we are not done with this one. I'm still expecting 500 to give us a goddamn game.
Shut up.
It ain't happening.
No, it ain't happening. I'm sorry to say to everybody that might be fans of 500. Guys, stay fans. It's good. It's a good thing you are. They have a new crew. They have a rebuilt squad. I think they're gonna go places. Today, though, for this first map, it's looking poor. Red Star, great double.
We need more of that.
It seems like, you know, building a dam against the Pacific Ocean, but hey, maybe it might hold, you know? Maybe it might hold.
Maybe it might break. You still have a Shock with Stress on and a Kisserik. I would not be all too comfortable. We've got 20 seconds, 2 on the A site here, and Cirque from further back, 2 kills to his name. If nothing else, he needs to at least find a tag here. Something to assist Rainwaker, and that's a kill. We might get things going. Time is running low, and Rainwaker, he's finally made it rain on 500. Anything positive That's one round, and now it's 9 more to go. Come on, let's get this going. The comeback is happening. Come on, any rounds, please. Don't make this first map completely disappointing. Some confidence could go a long way. Next round, 7. Like, 7, I feel, is a respectable number. If they get there, 500, they're at least warming up.
I'm not sure about that one, Chief.
That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying it's confidence they get if they get to that point, because it ain't looking like it. Things are turning around if that's the case, okay? I need 500 here to give me something, a game, please! I don't want to hear watch 2 blowouts.
Thunderpick World Championships, the European Series, Rainwaker about to be woken up.
R.I.P.
Hello! They make it rain down there, and it's raining blood. That's 500. Do lose the first, but a good refrag. Kisserek seemingly just completely unreactive. Not sure why nothing happened there, but hey, we've got to push towards A. It's going to go through long. They're going to try. Let's see.
Why do I feel something real bad about to happen? The
Swing
swing
here.
Oh, and that's him done. A very poor spray. No assistance, by the way.
2 players holding, though.
Red Star could have helped. He's just playing that one so passively, afraid of the push
timing.
from Toilet. This is still baiting them into Red Star. You can take this chance. We can do something about it, but it's been turned on its head yet again. Hampus last survivor of 500 and their forces on this map, both down to 5 and 6 HP. No utility for Hampus to make this one work. Just a kid. He can be a little bit slow about this, but it does not want to give them all too much time to swing on this, to get ready. He needs to decide for the second player, doesn't know, and it's coming to a close in a 13-3. All we have is a corpse of 500.
And that is going to be all for Overpass. Take it away, Fred, as you try to break this one down as to how could have 500 gotten more than 3.
Yeah, honestly, I'm somewhat stunned. Fair play, Sinners. You know, don't get me wrong, on Kalesi, there was a lot of talk about Kisserek and the kind of expectations. I feel like Straston as well. I feel like there was a lot of like, oh, okay, he's doing really well for his individual team, but is he going to be able to do it at this level? Honestly, just yes. That was a really impressive game. Personally, I haven't seen much from Sinners. I just haven't had the good fortune of watching them since these introductions of players. I didn't realize it was to that level. So fair play, Sinners. Take a bow. Obviously, we knew 500. This was a bit of a risk picking Overpass, seeing as Sinners do have a 100% win rate. Obviously, that win rate continues, but it was a disgraceful performance. It was just absolutely insane. And I think with maps like that, when both teams have a 100% win rate and both teams have looked to kind of introduce it into their map pool, I'm thinking usually that means close game. That's me, you know, it should mean a real contest. And it wasn't. Not to say that 500 didn't have the odd moment, but it was the amount of rounds where like 500 might get a double kill at the start of the round and still in the 5v3 they're looking unconfident. It's little moments like that that make me so worried for a team. But yeah, Sinners, the CT side was just so good. We knew they'd favor that CT side, but obviously for both teams, they clearly have done a lot of prep and a lot of work on Overpass. The fact that nothing came of it is just a bit embarrassing. And now we're going to be moving to Sinners' map pick of Nuke. You can talk about the positives for 500 and how they have looked okay on Nuke in the past, but look, I don't think stats are going to help them at all. They're going to have to really dig deep. They're going to have to really step up because that level of performance cannot continue on map 2. Otherwise, we're going to have some quick 2-0s for our semi-finals. Honestly, if Sinners can keep this up throughout the rest of the day, I put it in there. We've got like a little green room chat. I literally just said curtains on the whole event. Just give it to Sinners because the way they played there was absolutely insane. And if they can bring that, let's say they win Nuke, they bring it to the final as well. I don't even think ENCE are going to be a match for them. I think the way that Sinners, it's just so kind of well drilled, well fought. And look, Teo said, look, he needs 3. Cirque only got 1 there, and there was still 2 survivors. It was clear that the rotations, yes, they were in place, but they just weren't ready. It's clear that 501 dynamic enough in that CT defense in that final round that just allowed for those opening kills to come through. It's excellent from Sinners. I'm expecting them to take the series now. I've changed my mind. I'm still going to be backing 500 because there's that slight UK bias, but no, Sinners played really well, and I'm sure they're going to take things now. But we are going to be heading to a break. We're going to be heading to Nuke in about 10-15 minutes time, so don't go too far. We'll see that second map of the series coming up very soon.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting round number 2 of Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby here on Nuke. And we've got what is a slam dunk and a half on Overpass.
Look, in the green room, Nexus said, look, I want to take the intro off you. I didn't realize that was why. But yeah, fair enough. That is what it feels like. Sinners, they certainly bring in the heat. And obviously, as you mentioned, for 500, crying is a free move. So I guess that's why they get the Coughing Baby. Honestly, I think for 500, I don't really know where they go now to change, but I guess you guys can talk us through it because it's Nuke, it's Sinner's map pick, and it's the action unfolding on your screens in just a moment.
Well, here we are, I guess. It really is Nuke. It really is Sinners versus 500. It really is the second map. My name is Over, joined by Nexus. You're watching the semifinals here at the Thunderpick World Championships of Europe, the second series. And right now, 500 are holding on for dear life. It's the best map Sinners have played in a long time.
Let's go into Nuke.
Oh, man.
Oh, Hampers, hey, that's a knife.
Oh.
He's learning a little bit from Volt and the British in him. As the dual Berettas execution from above, Betclic having found Volt and Hampers still in the vent. Sinners not making this into a B play either way. Shock down the vent. Hampers still runs around here. He's got one toward the secret stairs. That's going to be Peppo. And a minute on the clock here. They drop down the vents with the bomb. That makes them return back to A a little discouraging, a bit tough here. But Sinners don't know this. Could have the bomb site for free. Betclic, for him, it's timing that matters the most. And if this tag team, at least one of them will check spawn.
You would hope so. Betclic right now.
Dirk is wary.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Ay caramba.
This is getting a little bit too uneven. As Red Star finds Shock. It's a return, double down. Betclic now alone. In trouble.
But not out of it. He needs an ace. He's got 20 seconds to do so, and the bomb is in garage. This is 500 on the first one, no matter what here. It is the pistol in the bag here. They're not going to pack things up here. I said I expected this to probably be maybe a 3-match series. After Overpass, I can't say I feel the exact same way, but I expected a fight either way. And 500, this pistol will send them into the right position to do so. There's no bomb plant. Should not be a force buy. We'll see if I'm surprised or not. A Hero AK, I am on board.
I think you're not the only one.
The money.
Yeah. Let's see if Kisser can make do with a few entries here. Find a kill or two, secure a rifle, and all of a sudden Sinners have a chance. Yesterday there were quite a few of these kinds of rounds against HOTU, was it? That they were able to persevere on.
This apparently also been a bit of a problem. Sinners losing against suspects as their own right now. So maybe they'll learn a trick or two, a thing, anything, and no, it's Hampers 1 and 2 instead. They get 3. Okay, this could be a very good sign, actually. Overall, when you take a look at Hampers, the past as well, I think Nuke has been one of the best maps he's had in his wheelhouse. Very recently as well, you have the Bleed project. I think Nuke was one of the better maps they had in their pool, if not one of the absolute best. I do struggle to recall that to a degree, but it always struck me as one of those maps. So, should be fitting right on in. For 500 overall, the core, the rest of the team, Nuke's not been amazing. They've had their struggles. I think the start of the year they won like 1 or 2 games out of 20 or something. It was not amazing. They haven't turned things around. Actually, no, I'm thinking of something else. It was the previous core. Maybe things were not that bad, but weren't amazing either. Nonetheless,
Here we go.
round 3, action.
Indeed, Sturk, he's going to be starting to suspect players going down towards B, so he's rotating quite quickly himself. It's Hampers down below Actually, in vents, never mind. From the perspective I was seeing, looked like he might have been at the edge of there. But slow and steady, Sinners making their way down Secret to B. It's a committed path now. They'll wait out the smoke and keep on walking. Hampus, meanwhile, he's in a one-and-done spot. If double checked, he dies immediately, basically. "55 seconds, and still no real reaction. Still no real move. But I believe we're ready. Here we go. It begins. 40 seconds in. Hampus has not been engaged with. They surely suspect he's there, though. At least somebody in control room, even. Gonna be checked. Yes, he will. B-Stick finds the kill. The CTs have lost B site. They've had nobody rotate down lower to help Hampus for some reason. Nobody was even checking vents. And that is gonna be a save, maybe? No, they're gonna try, obviously.
Important. And Kisrek put in the position. What? Oh my god. Yeah, they should have saved. They should have felt that coming.
I told you,
We
man.
should have seen that.
Ramp, like, I'm genuinely
Oh yeah, no,
convinced.
I've been yelling this for years. I hate ramp retakes.
Ramp retake is horrible to play with. Even if it seems like a good idea because you've got two entries, it's effectively a very conal kind of engagement that the Ts will always do. That means they're going to have better crossfires against you. Plus, you've got nowhere to hide when you get out of it. That's the biggest crux of it. If you had a box, if you had anything to step behind for a second to at least hide from enemy fire or the crossfire, maybe. But you have to make it to dark first. That's such a long way. Plus, when you drop in, you're caught in. You're done for. And I think 500, as soon as it was Hampus down, I think it should have been Hampus out. You know, that should have been a save right there and then. They would have had a much better economy to start with. But, hey, they tried. It didn't go their way. Wait a sec. What? Oh my goodness. Red Star, good refrag. Important even.
The next part of this round, down Secret. Hampus, he started off the first two rounds pretty good. This time, pretty bad. Just damage, letting them
Headshots.
have the lower side, and a Red Star with his position can't do much about it. He needs to trust that Rainmaker and Vault will have this one in the bag, or at least something they can cook together here. But Rainmaker, the fact is, nobody's going to be actually making noise besides the initial entry. Slowed it down completely. They're thinking, what if they do go up vents? What if A is the play? That's what Vault is covering for. But it's still toward the lower side. Red Star surrounds them from Secret. Here's Vault.
Kisrek, free kill. Rainmaker yet to be checked, and keep in mind, B-Stick is expecting somebody from back lines, and there's Red Star. Now they only have to check site. They confirm it's going to be Rainmaker there, and they run A in the meanwhile. That is going to be another round here for Sinners. A good call-out coming from B-Stick, by the way. The fact that he repositions and just makes sure that he's covering the flank, because a lot of teams in their position, in their kind of scenario where they rush down under, through Secret from outside, they tend to kind of leave nobody in the back lines, nobody to check their flank. And a lot of times that is what burns them. They'll leave one in vents maybe, but he's going to be checking a singular entry, a singular little point. And it feels like right now B-Stick has that covered. 500 in eco has to be played with maybe a pistol or two, but that is going to be most likely a third round for Sinners if all goes according to plan.
More. Something else anybody on 500 can do. And for this round, you leave it on the just Rainmaker. It's not that much, but it's not impossible either. You've got an opportunity to at least set something up here, right? You pick up a weapon, you never know exactly, because Nuke is one of those maps where you can get away with so much. Trying to see if maybe there is that to be set up here. Not really. Rainmaker, this duel matters. He's dead. Now the rest of the pistols out on a ramp. Even them having separated, calling for a different setup, trying to find any scraps, any gifts T-side are willing to give them, and Red Star will nail at least one. We stick to the wall. 4v4 still. But it's just the pistols, and that's the problem here. Hampus, he wants the M4 back. Is he ready for the AK?
I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Kisserek is peeking, finding free kills, and that's round done. 500. Saving the AK, I think, on Red Star would be the prudent decision, and perhaps trying to retrieve one somehow. You know, the USBs are worthless, so might as well try and see if you can do a little bit with them. Imagine Kisserek's surprise when he sees 3 outside and almost gets the ace. A little bit of damage, yes, but it matters not. Sinners, the storm is brewing, as the graphic would suggest. And once again, picking up the pace. T-side nuke, mind you. T-side nuke, which is arguably the more difficult one to play.
For sure. For sure. Now, let's see then. If we can get 500 back on any sort of track here. Because on Overpass, they never got started until it was too late. Here is when they needed to change that. Give us a conversation of absolute victory. The worst situation for us as spectators and viewers would be to see a blowout. At least back to back, you know? It feels like we're just not getting the greatest game that we could. But it is what it is. If that's the way, then Sinners, like Fred kind of mentions, why not give them the grand final? Why not give them the prize already? The way they played at this first one. Pretty much close to it.
I mean...
What? What? Okay, sure. Hampus, RIP. We'll catch you later. Sorkus brought one back. Kisserik's taking space, and Rainwaker might be a dead man soon. Kisserik takes the shot and lets them know he's up close now.
What did I just see, Kisserik?
HP ain't plentiful. There's a Rainwaker for Mars to fight back, but out on A. Important stuff. Well, Zurich still remains. One last man, all away, or all his teammates away from the action, sent to the grave, and he will be the last to join them.
I would like to see a replay of what Kisserek pulled off there.
Yeah, me too.
That would be nice, because I am not sure I caught it correctly, but... Sinners! Yeah, 4 in a row, brother. They are turning this one around. It looks like it's going to be 500 for dinner if this continues. I mean, CT side right now suffering some losses. We're seeing another eco. It seems like the stack keeps on getting bigger, and Sinners just keep on winning. Half buy, sure. Few deagles, absolutely. I can see this work. 5-7s. We've seen worse rounds before perform better. They're also opening up to the idea of countering outside and secret, which is, I think, a point they'll have to make eventually. Sinners are allowed free roam otherwise, which is a big problem, especially when you're 500 and trying to lock it down and making sure that main is not threatened, because it's seemingly a problem. Here, though, simple walkout ramp into possibly B. Could even rush up back A if they really feel lucky, but that seems like a stretch. And 2 defenders. Do they do
Red has a
enough
chance to get anything going here? Smoke to Hampus. Red Star with the first. That's the second. Okay, now objective survive, but they are going to try to put him out of position. And that smoke on Hampus, it has an expiration date. One's already joined up as well at the double doors. There he goes, the IGL coming in. He's not the only one. Volt just about whiffed his only chance, but it's been brought to 2-on-2. But a missed shot for Cirque.
20 seconds.
Can't have many of these. Shot to stress on won't become it through. Instead, Cirque, he's the one to walk through the smoke.
He walked it successfully.
Another missed shot. Had a quick trade, or not even a trade. He turned for shot. You can't even say that's not a winnable round, right? Cirque has 2 chances there, absolutely. The first shot is a miss, then smoked off, and, well, put it in 1v2 with the AWP at that point as a detriment to him. It's a great effort coming out from Red Star. He put it into the winning position for his team. Then Hampus joins one more. Volt nearly finds another, but the 5-7 aim is a bit off. It was a winnable 500.
Absolutely, especially if Hampus had not died immediately. If he had bought another second or 2 of his own life there, he would have delayed it enough for the rotations from ramp to actually be effective. We could see that both players had just arrived on ramp when they were already spotted, and that was good recognition on the side of Sinners. Despite, I have to mention this, and I think everybody saw it, we saw Sinners initially take contact, lose their players. It was a 2 versus 3 scenario at one point, as we know, and as Hampus pushes through, they kill him. The first player who did not have the C4, I'm not sure who even was that, pulled out a nade, and luckily, you know, he was able to react in time for double doors push. But in any case, that's going to be round done. 5-2, 500, on to potentially a third here if they can get it. Pushing ramp, like the idea, Cirque has to hit.
He's the shadow.
Have to hit.
Oh, what? No.
What a bait.
No, not like that. Why is he taking the shot? He doesn't even see. Oh, man. Man, that is sad to see.
I'm even sadder how Rainwaker is too slow to react. As soon as that shot misses, Rainwaker should have been there to help Cirque. And I'm not saying it's the best idea, but also I think that's what could have given them a survival, at least chance, as 4 versus 3, and Sinners have slowed down. They've realized how quickly 500 have been rotating. And that's something they've been really good on, actually. Recognizing initially in the first few rounds, you know, Hampus immediately kind of makes up a bit of a change, and we can see they're constantly keeping an eye out on Secret, having the right idea here. Almost catching Sinners in the previous also, so Sinners extra careful right now.
Got a right rotation and a read out of 500 here. They're both down toward the B side, or Hampus and Volt. There is a bit of a problem, and that's B-Stick. There's Hampus. He takes a step forward, knowing that B-Stick is looking to approach at some point. Doesn't want to wait until it's too late. I'm running low. There was a chance Sinners might have panicked for a moment, but it is kept clean. The what-if scenarios don't really come to pass, and you've got Red Star instead. 1v4. Time is tough. And it is a tactical nuke out of Sinners so far.
Six to 2. Sinners are sending them into the afterlife here, slowly and steadily. 2 coins put next to their casket almost. We talked a lot about caskets, but holy hell, are Sinners really delivering on a glorious one here. 6-2 T-side nuke. It is looking solid. Half buy again for 500. MP9s, a few pistols. I love the aggression outside. Like I said, I think they'll have to kind of concert more effort towards it. Oh, that is a predicted move right there. Kissarik is ready. Beastick with the nade support.
Oh,
and
no.
the counter is there. They're waiting in lobby. Yeah, sure, there's a trade, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Although,
Maybe.
perhaps I've spoken too soon. Have I?
Maybe they can still cook something here. Red Star does get away with the AK. Beastick, sure, he'll take this space back. They've seen the leg of one Rainwaker. His Achilles heel exposed. Or Red Star, excuse me. They know he was towards main. Now they've got that under control. Beastick, he'll take this space. And as such, round number 3 is not looking likely for the side of 500. They're not even thinking about going for this one. They save the AKs. They could have bought next round no matter what here, but this is how we're going about it. 7-2. This might be a victim here, but the only thing he's falling victim to right now is his own success. Things are going too well. I know how I introduced this one as well. I know I kind of said round 2 of Boffing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. I'm still not expecting that to really be the case here. As I was saying, I really expected and needed, and everything felt like it was going to be a lot better. Individually, that's what the effect has been for 500 with Hampus. He's been enabling. Yesterday we saw that against Passion UA. The start they had of the series was insane. Then
it couldn't have been a better one.
It kind of continued slightly throughout the entire series. Of course, we don't talk about how the initial map ended there because RIP. It could have looked a lot cleaner. They maybe didn't even need a map 3, but the way it went, you looked and you saw the positive sides of how Hampus was yesterday and how the entire roster performed yesterday. Because we came into this one saying Red Star, Rainbreaker yesterday, they were fantastic. Today, upsides for 500 are when they win a round. That's a big change. Hope the conversation does. It does sway a little bit, but here we go. 45 seconds. Look at the rotations as well. They're trying to put all their eggs in a gamble, in a trick of 3 behind the site.
I'm not sure.
We know where Kisarek is. We know the play should be here. All they need to do is stop Hampus from interfering. That's what the Molly is for.
We talked about this yesterday, or rather 2 days ago, when we saw Sinners first time. Their push into vents is quite pristine. Good mollies behind that smoke. Then obviously a few flashbangs to support. Nobody's allowed to get close. Nobody's allowed to walk in. If you go with them into the smoke, maybe you can fight them. But otherwise, it's number 8. And 500 will save yet again. This is the end of the first half. 8 rounds already T-side. It's plenty enough. If they get 9, if they get 10 again, it is lights out. 500 today, unfortunately, it's the day they'll have to admit that they'll need a little bit more work. But as we've said already, right? They know that. We know that. They've done very well to getting this far already. Within the first month, let's say, together that they've played. It's a nice starting achievement. It gives you that kick in the ass to tell you, look how far you got, and you haven't even really put too much into it, too much effort into it just yet. I know. I know how it feels to be a fan of 500. I still am. I'll always be. I'll support my Bulgarian brothers. And the scene, used to be a dominant one, especially on Tier 2. The Bulgarian scene, that is, to be exact. Unfortunately, today, a little bit less so. We have seen the fall off of many us seen, but new ones coming every day. And Sinners, the rebuilt, refurbished rosters looking towards new horizons. The finals are awaiting, and so are their opponents. Right now, it's Shock. Kisarek.
I can't believe he just holds W. Okay, confidence on an all-time high, I think. That's one thing. If it wasn't already a certainty. Yeah, yeah, you can say. You can have these moments when 500 at least say, yeah, we made it this far. The early part is promising. But besides that, today is not a day they'll look back on fondly from all we can see. This is proven to me yet again why Sinners have made the best move in so long for any team, really. It's looking so goddamn good and dominant.
It is. It is. And
Also,
perhaps...
Peppo gets his first 2 kills, by the way.
Yeah, that's nice.
11 rounds into the game, and he's got finally kills.
Hey, if the rest of the team is doing that much work, you know, you can just
Yeah.
chill. Get yourself ready for the finals. Specifically, what I wanted to also touch upon a little bit is that at the end of the day, you know, look, it is what it is. Take this loss as it is, and just keep on practicing, keep on grinding, keep on playing.
A learning experience.
Yes.
I often do
yes.
say losing or defeat is one of the best teachers you have. And so far, it does prove to be true. You learn a lot more from losing, you know, what not to do, instead of what you did right, and then you kind of tunnel vision yourself into what went right and kind of forget other stuff instead. But here, for Overpass, yeah, that was a tough one. We also went into that one, hold on, saying it's going to be always a little bit random, not entirely random, but hard to predict in a way, because it is still so recently re-added to the pool that you're gonna have some tough times. Not everyone's gonna play the exact same way. You may be caught out of sync. You're not fully polished, and 500 they picked into it either way, knowing that's the case. And Sinners, they continue their win streak, 4 wins so far. Cirque, so far, hasn't been hitting, and he won't be doing that now either. He'll be forced back. Sinners move back into lobby. 50 seconds between this end of half.
They'll go A. Shock might be low, but he could be either sent in first or left as the defense backline. Kiserek, meanwhile, he walks in first and hits.
Oh my
doubles
god.
Kiserek keeps on piling these kills up. And Cirque,
This is your round, Cirque. Come on.
got
Get a
tier.
third.
Oh, what?
Kiserek's outside and just sends Cirque to the grave. The shadow dimension.
Because it looked like Shock got him almost, even though, you know, Cirque was behind the wall and not
Yeah,
visible
shot
at all.
him through,
the
yeah,
timing
shot
was
him through a
perfect.
solid 6 feet of concrete.
I want to see how the hell did Kiserek get that shot. I really want to see. Like, Kiserek has had some... I don't even know what to tell shots.
Okay, the opposite of stinkers.
Yes, the opposite of stinkers. Like, absolute bonkers. And second map that goes the same as the first, 10-2 on the halftime. I am out of options here, folks. I'm trying to keep 500 alive somehow in my mind, but the replay keeps going the same way. It's Sinners going 2-0. It's Sinners closing this out. It's CT side Sinners now on Nuke with a 10-2 lead. If anybody says that that's not enough, I'll fight you for it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Sinners already posted
what?
they're 1 nuke away from the grand finals after Overpass, and that is a promise they look to uphold, it seems.
Whew.
I mean, hey, it's gonna be at least very good to see how the new look ends, who have played with a lot of vigor, a good amount of confidence and individual prowess, all in one squad, go up against the storm that is going to be rapidly approaching them, who are looking to reclaim their title in Tier 2 space. And with this roster, I think everything's just there. Because, okay, sure, maybe we can say, maybe I'll put this out, honeymoon periods are a thing, and maybe this is proving to be one of our Sinners. We talked yesterday about 500, now the honeymoon period's going to be looking pretty good overall. But for Sinners, I do not want this to be a honeymoon period thing only. I want this to continue, and when we look at them right now, it doesn't look like it's just a honeymoon period, because they keep delivering game after game after game. The same sort of performances, almost. Of course, this right now is exceptional, what they're doing today. But they keep playing this sort of game almost to the level where the individuals don't disappoint. You got something here, at least. Going for 500. But so little, so late. We had the conversation on Nuke already. Do we need to repeat that? I don't think so.
No. It's pointless. And honestly, Sinners, it's just intermezzo before they call the final curtain call. And yeah, it's, you know, fine. Pistol's theirs. Right now, if I'm Sinners, I'm thinking,
Hey.
Full eco, fair, let's stack somewhere, let's get a kill or two if we're lucky, maybe win the round if we're really lucky, and then gun round, we're thinking outside, we're thinking maybe pressure lobby, you know, that kind of setup.
One thing at least, hey, they've ended the streak of 10 rounds that Sinners got in a row. We're really blowing at the slightest of wins here, because that at the moment is all they've got.
It's less than that. It feels like whatever they get here is of no consequence until they win 3 gun rounds. You know, string this into a 10-10. Then we can start talking about a comeback. Really, it's Counter-Strike. It's not over till it's over. That's a fact. But it's been over for a while now by the looks of it for 500.
It's
so
been
maybe
so over.
Maybe this is just the, you know, we can correlate this with the final adrenaline push. You know, the final injection that helps you get a few more, that just makes you feel a little bit better, but eventually you slip up and it's all over. So let's find out if there's a gem in the rough for 500 here, that it's about to be polished and seen. Perhaps mined deeper than Moria. A Balrog comes out of Hampus and pulls out a 40 bomb. I don't know. I'm trying to find ways in.
That might be
for
the
500.
win con, I'll be honest. That might be the only win con
You know,
here.
Hampus goes mad. Just absolutely insane. Pulls out a 40 bomb. Maybe a 50. Let's go for world records. In regulation.
52, that's the number.
Exactly.
We're setting up a very stable play at a 500. Of course, win on Nuke as well. If you manage to immediately set up yourself on the T side with a steady A play that's going to be containing or consuming resources for the CT side for every single round to come to it, or come after. So if this works out for 500, they are still, I'm saying this, in a okay enough position to make this game work for them. Not to a win, but at least to something respectable in the end. If it somehow does go towards a win, that feels more like an accident than anything, but the timing of the first flash is terrible. The Kissrack takes 2, and they're allowed to recover everybody's vision. And here's the dynamic duo, the new blood added to the team, but they have shut it all down. Kissrack taking a 4, he's on to 19. And the hydrogen bomb is proving true.
It's
That is poor.
It's cooked. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to be said. Kissirk was allowed to take 2 while he was on the bomb site, on the actual nuclear reactor, the core of it, the rods that fuel it, on the fuel really. Dancing blindly, finding a kill on the second and the third, and of course the support as Sinners find 11. And once again, we're at the 11th hour here. Unfortunately, it's not round 11, but it's rather scoreline 11-4 and the second map, which means elimination. 500, 2 rounds from being sent to the pits. B-stick, good off angle in garage. It's not checked, there's no flash. They don't anticipate it. Peppo! What is that?
4 kills and
From
they're
where?
all bangers. 4 kills and they're all bangers so far.
Bruh.
He had a wallbang headshot with the ult, and now a shot through the smoke, and 2 that he just found just to flex and say, yeah, actually, don't forget about me. Round 11, that's where I make
still
my
here.
stand.
Yeah.
He was
Doesn't
at
even
0
pick up
kills
the
until round 11. That is the funniest thing I can say about this game so far.
That's true, actually. That's...
He's not been. He's just been here to hype up his teammates, just perform as a cheerleader. He's been doing Taz duties.
You know what's funny? It's that they were leading by such a margin, and yet one of the players is not playing. That is so depressing for 500. You know, it just adds on top of that negativity. As Shock, well, he adds on top of the levity, as that is pretty much the end. I mean, no matter what they do here, he's done enough. 2 kills, Cirque now 1v4. It's gonna have to be the Cirque du Soleil happening, a show like no other. And he's gonna have to be the prime star. Unfortunately, it's been extinguished. The squad is here.
There's no circus. No Cirque du Soleil he can put up. Instead, he'll be sent to Cirque his own nuts here as Sinners are taking them for a ride.
Oh, you were waiting for that all game long, I know, and so were everybody else. Sinners 12-4 as they are about to send them packing. They're waiting for the grand finals to start afterwards. It's going to be how long of a period? I believe an hour's break before we start, give or take, perhaps a bit longer. I'm not sure.
I'll do the math here.
But regardless, 500.
Hour and a half, about.
Hour and a half, fair, still enough. What a game. What a game. I can't lie. This is a nice change for a difference. And Sinners versus ENCE is going to be a big banger. I'm happy for the guys taking over our roles because that is going to be a good map and a good, rather, series.
It's all the promise we've been getting from this entire side of Sinners, this playoffs bracket, and I'm happy that my faith gets proven right here just because they keep playing that well. Final push, final rush of adrenaline for 500, and it's towards ramp. If it's not a Hail Mary, I don't know what it is. They're into Shock. They'll take one, claimed, and Beppo, only bangers, that's what it said.
Still hitting
one
bangers.
more gets wrecked to join. I love the fact that he does play his life here. He does let his teammate rotate, he plays back. And he holds that control. Stresson also makes his way down the vents. Everybody's got a good position here for Sinners to work with. We're talking about ramp retics, how we hate them. There's only one that's going to be Beatstick to make his way there. But it's still tight angles they'll be walking through, especially single decon, if you want to call it that. But its time is ticking away. 15 seconds, and the impending doom that 500 will feel. It is encroaching upon their territory yet again. Now all you gotta do is get somebody on the defuse. And a flower bringing, song singing. It is the end coming through here. Sinners, they'll claim another name. And grand finals ticket booked.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be Sinners for you indeed. 2-0. They will meet up against their opponents against ENCE. But beforehand, first Fred, and then back to all of us.
Fred, let's go!
There is just too much excitement from Nexus here because obviously there was the prediction at the start, and look, I can hold my hands up and say he was right. Sinners put on a real show today. They played really, really well, only dropping 7 rounds in total. Obviously, that T-side was insane, winning that 10-2. I think, obviously, a T-side on Nuke that many teams would be happy with a kind of leveled half or 5 on the T-side. They got doubled that. They got themselves 10. It was ridiculous from Sinners. They didn't really let anything. They didn't leave anything in the locker. They had it all on display today. Kisrek had an incredible game. Deserved of kind of an MVP, I'd say, but literally anyone for Sinners could have held that crown. I feel like everyone had their big moments. Yes, there was the small start from 500. They won both pistol rounds, but they did not win anything else, which is devastating for 500. Very little to write home about on Nuke. Obviously, as the guys have already mentioned before, it is going to be a Sinners versus ENCE final, which I think many are going to be excited for, because not only did we see a lot of success from ENCE, but also Sinners just there, only dropping 7 rounds in total is insane. And I think if we're going to be seeing the same level of performances from both teams, I think we are on for an absolute banger this evening. I say this evening, I know it's kicking off in quite some time, as we mentioned before, but yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really exciting game. I don't really know where it's going to go. I feel like the way Sinners composed themselves throughout the entirety of this series, it's leading me to feel like there is a chance they could take it. But in the same vein, you know, who knows? ENCE played really well as well. We can't just count them out. And obviously, both Teo and Nexus were saying throughout the broadcast, oh well, we can't count 500 out. We can't say that the game's all over. I think that was all kind of behind bated breath. I think they knew that Sinners were going to take it. And look, lads, I don't really know if there's anything else you'd like to add. If there is, obviously this is your time to give that 2 cents. But I feel like everything generally has been said on the broadcast already. But Nexus, you've held your hand up. You've been very, very nice there. So I'll let you say your piece.
The only thing, as you say, we felt it was the end. We tried to give 500 every benefit there toward the end, but we knew it was over. The only grave I'm going to be dancing on today is yours, and sadly, Teo's when he joins you eventually, and won't be too far behind, but that was Sinner's masterclass, and time again they keep doing it. It's the game against ENCE that's going to be the real test as well, but I am loving what I'm seeing so far.
Teo, any final remarks from you, or any predictions, or...
I'm just happy that I get to see Sinners finally on the rise again after so long that, you know, we hadn't seen them at this level. And with the change-ups and everything going well, this is a good start. And Beastick surely will be very happy with this, regardless of the outcome in the finals. And all I can say is I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a good game. I expect Sinners to give us another good show. And anything less than that, I'll be heavily surprised.
Well, look, obviously we've got the invited team events. We've got the, I guess, group stage destroyers of Sinners to kind of have this grudge match in the final. Obviously, as you guys have already alluded to, it's not going to be us three on the broadcast. It's going to be Wildcards, Pavlos on the mic for the game and Alan giving his analytical opinion. So I am sure that those three are going to be able to provide a great amount of insight to where they feel that game is going to go. But that's been it from us. We'll be back in about an hour's time for the grand final. So set your timers, guys, because you do not want to miss it. There's going to be absolutely amazing. But as said, we're jumping to a break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the He's going to force the kill in the last second. Urge right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Grand final time here in Europe with Thunderpick and their qualifiers. We've got ENCE versus Sinners to cap off the event here and send one team through to the Grand Global Finals, which would be nice and exciting. Joined by two lovely friends here as we look for some exciting Counter-Strike action today. Guys, reflecting on the tournament so far, are we excited by the prospect ahead of us? Are these the teams we expected to be in the Grand Final?
Who's taking this one? Shall I go first?
Do it.
Go for it.
All right, let's do it. Well, I feel like when you look at the top 4 teams, I think the biggest surprise, I feel like we obviously expected 500 to be here. They've had a good streak of games in the groups. Sinners as well had a really good run. And ENCE, given the changes that they've had to the explosivity these new players can bring, I feel like, yeah, on the most part, it felt like either Sinners or ENCE would make it here. So I don't think it's a big surprise. Obviously, 500 looked a little bit out of character in those semifinals, considering what we saw from them the past couple of weeks. But otherwise, I feel like, yeah, ENCE and Sinners from the get-go from this tournament, well, of course, Sinners had to go through the group stages, but they seem to be the better teams.
The one disagreement I would have there with you, Pavlos, is that 500 were out of character when they kind of dropped the ball, right? Because I feel like that's one of the teams who is very historically inconsistent. Like, you never know what version of them is going to show up on the server. So I wasn't too surprised by that, but I'm really glad that we do get to see some really nice heavy hitters. And my opinion of who would be in these finals was changed after I saw that Sinners versus Alliance game, because that was a complete stomp by Sinners after the first map.
Let's talk about ENCE. Line up on our screen right here. SDY back into the into the calling position first time for ENCE, but has called in the past. Poddy for this team is playing fabulous Counter-Strike during this tournament, and new pickup Regon is in fabulous shape. Guys, this new ENCE lineup, how excited should we be?
Look, I feel like ENCE was missing something to begin with, right? I feel like they needed someone that made plays, created moments, created space, and I feel like Regon is the perfect player to kind of fit into a situation like that. Like, if you contrast to how Regon had to play in Tabson system over in Big, there was a bit of a mismatch there, don't you think? I feel like that it wasn't exactly the environment Regon needed, but for ENCE, they need a player that is going to create those moments, be a little bit more flamboyant, and so far, so good. I'm impressed by it. I don't think we are in the territory of, okay, let's get hyped. ENCE is actually good now. But I feel it's the right step in the right direction.
Yeah, and while we're on the subject of a team being revamped, or like a player coming in, perhaps changing the dynamic of a team or being put in a better position to act out how they should be playing, I feel like that storyline is even more true for the side of Sinners, right? We've got StressArm, we've got Kisarek who've been brought in, and they've been absolutely fabulous with how they've played.
Sinners are in fine shape, and it's got to be said, for a team that we've watched for so many years with a similar kind of collaboration of players, similar maybe 5, 6, 7 names. It's a very welcome change to see these new guys in the lineup, and for a team like Sinners, it's a big risk going away from just playing with your own nationality and the same crop of players. You knew what you were going to get, but I think with this team, guys, for the first time in a while, I'm excited to see Sinners because I don't know what's coming. I don't know how good these players can be.
I'd like to hang on, pal. I'd like to add that despite Sinners being such a new lineup now, like with those two players being in the roster like less than a month ago, right? Kisarek and StressArm posting those 1.2 ratings, that's all fine and dandy. But you know what the true test is? It's social media, because today I saw a post that said, Kisarek and StressArm can't carry these bums forever. Dude, it's been 3 weeks! How did you manage to have that impact?
No, I completely get that statement, and I feel like, sure, whenever you bring new guns, there's some excitement, and there's always some sort of rejuvenation in a type of roster, and I feel like for Sinners, they're in that phase, let's face it. It is that honeymoon sort of situation for them. Obviously, time is the biggest test, but for now, look, you've got StressArm, who it's his first full-time contract in this one. He must be feeling really good. Kisarek, sure, we've seen what he can do on Rebels before, but with Sinners under the leadership of Beastick, it seemed like that's some solid guidance to have. But yeah, let's jump into the veto, Alan, shall we?
Yeah, flying through this one, bans out the way, the curious thing we should really talk about here is Overpass in this veto. So ENCE, they've always banned Inferno. There's no surprises there, but Sinners didn't pick Overpass, and they've opted instead for Nuke. We know they like Nuke, guys, but Overpass for me was a lock to pick here if it's open. So let's explore that logic. Is it a mistake to go for this Nuke pick instead?
I don't know. I feel like their Nuke is so much better than the numbers might suggest. So I think it's more of like an internal confidence thing that it is just about like a numbers game. Like I do agree that in theory, like Overpass is a potential like blowout game if you can play it right. But I've seen what they were able to do against the likes of Alliance on Nuke. So I do think within their own camp, they feel way more confident on Nuke and are willing to forgo Overpass. Pavlos, would you be on that same page?
I completely agree, and I'll take it one step further, right? Sure, you said that they had a good day on Alliance, but let's face it, their match versus 500 today was completely one-sided. You're on the T side, you lose the first pistol and the follow-up, and then you get 10 consecutive. Like, that is so daunting to play up against. So I completely get the idea where Sinners are coming from. And I know I'm about to say a whack statement, and for someone that haven't seen 500 ever since playing this tournament and the changes they've made, they're actually a decent Nuke team, right? And that wouldn't be the case if you look back when they were that full Bulgarian roster. But it was a complete mowdown, right? The only thing that 500 could get done during that matchup were the pistols and follow-ups, which is basically what they've been doing right since the start of the tournament. But no, I feel like Sinners are really running through some solid confidence in Nuke, and it's the perfect map to start on.
Quickly, I'd like to add one more thing, that based off of how new Overpass is and the potential of ENCE also having practiced it like secretly, like, you know, just being ready for it on scrims, it might have looked like bait to Sinners when they see that Overpass pick being available, right? You're like, no, you know what? Let's just go for the safe option. That's Nuke for them.
Let's start thinking then about kind of win conditions then for both teams in this series. Spoken a bit about some of the players. I guess the obvious for Sinners is that when Kisarek and Stress are in, feel like they're quite far ahead of the crowd, at least in terms of their play at the moment. Presumably they have to perform super well if you're going to win this grand final.
Well,
Yeah,
presumably they would, right? And I feel like we'll get to see what will happen instantly, right? So I will say goodbye to you, Alan. Thanks for joining us on this segment and breaking everything down along with us. But it's time to get rock and rolling. So yeah, see you later, man. All right, let's have it for us. I'm excited. This is a good one. Sinners and ENCE, the grand final of Thunderpick European Series number 2. And it's Sinners starting things off on the T side, ENCE as the defenders on Nuke.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a really fun one. You know, there's already such a nice dynamic being laid out by how the veto unfolded. Overpass given up, and Nuke has been a deadly affair when it's in the hands of Sinners. Wow, look at this though. miltzy, already 2 heads being found, and Nate is doing more work.
I mean, sure, a couple of youngsters brought in from Sinners, but miltzy still chiming as if he's just the new kid on the block. That is ridiculously clean. ENCE also have a really clean showing from the first pistol round, and it gets them going nicely. Going to the next one, Sinners didn't really get too much out of that. Not too many frags, so no force buy from them, only to the Glocks.
Yeah, of course, this should just be a little bit of space for us to talk about this. Like, I did not expect ENCE to come into this pistol round with so much confidence. Like, miltzy looking absolutely crisp on that USB. Nate, you being able to do much more work. That is a fantastic opening from ENCE. And listen, this is, of course, we've got to have a bit of BM when you and I cast together, right? So this is already ENCE matching the performance of Alliance on Nuke against Sinners. So Sinners already probably feel like they've got a tough opponent on their hands.
Yeah. And I feel like bring up miltzy as well from the get-go. Oh, that is stupidly clean, by the way. Just the mowdown of players there. Completely clean. Only Regon to take health throughout that away from him. But I'm just bringing out the miltzy conversation as well, right? Because Betclic obviously joining NIP after, you know, going through his own Young Ninjas program, and having the backup of a youngster like miltzy in their own academy team, I feel like it's such an important thing for an organization like ENCE, right? I feel like if you have a player that's ready to compete at this level from the get-go is super important. And for ENCE, I feel like miltzy's performance is, sure, not being the highlight of the roster, but pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I mean, forget about just ENCE, right? I feel like growing your own players in the back of your garden is the new meta for pretty much every tier of CS now. We're seeing all the big orgs do it, and the ones that don't, the ones that are just trying to get into the scene, right? They have to pay massive buyouts to be able to stay competitive. There's a reason why Spirit ended up picking up like 15 players across 3 teams. Spirit, green, black. I can't even remember what the rest of it was, but
whatever color on the rainbow.
Yeah, like we're eventually you run out of names, right? Then you start to get creative, like Youth, Academy.
Oh yeah, the most creative of names. But we've got Somebody Young kicking off things strong. First blood going to ENCE, but no proactive pushes going their way apart from that. They know they've got the lead here. Sinners are the ones forced to take a step.
Yeah, and this is not really a whole lot of space being taken by Sinners with only 50 seconds on the clock. You look into in their back pockets, there's not much remaining other than 3 Molotovs and a smoke. So whatever comes through towards the tail end of this round will be very haphazard and will be rushed. That's exactly the position that ENCE want to put Sinners in. And Nuke might be a difficult start for Sinners. Here it comes.
Indeed. Decent hold up from ENCE. HOTU unable to respond quickly, already down, so Sinners have an opener, still a couple of players available, but instead of the drop in away, into the vents they go, and SDY now with a reveal position, might be in trouble, but still get some more damage across, and reinforcements arrive, Stresson denies them. A 2v2 already, plenty of time to get the bomb down.
Yeah, but they are missing a little bit of HP, and Regon's position is everything. He's missed the first shoulder that he spots. Molotov is going to make it awkward to navigate around the site, and it's a 1v2 that is quickly shut down by Regon. Shock falls as a comfortable defuse now for ENCE. I'm not going to lie, though, with the limited stuff they had, it did get a little scary towards the end.
Oh, definitely got scary. I mean, the fact that you were able to trade out SDY, that is the reason you were able to go through there. But in the same time, you did lose 2 players to SDY to begin with, right? So it gave ENCE plenty of time to rotate over. It gave them ample trade power players to throw into the issue. And indeed, ENCE just got there on time. It didn't really allow Sinners to get into post-plant position, so get caught out into the open.
Exactly the start that ENCE were looking for. And this is how you lay the foundation for a 2-0 start. If you can shut down Sinners on what's essentially been looking like their best map, it will be a disaster as we head into the second one. ENCE, of course, I would still tout as a team that is, you know, flirting with like tier 1.5. Sinners still have to make a name for themselves, even if they have the powerhouses that are Stresson and Kisarek in their arsenal now. Gets really dicey here on the A side, though.
Yeah, already. That's true. I mean, ENCE has struggled a little bit under that Glaive iteration. Didn't really bear the results they would have liked. So being under that 1.5 conversation wasn't really a factor for them, which is why they went for the changes to begin with. But now I've found a bit of a streak of success. Sure, they're playing a couple tournaments simultaneously at this time. So their focus could be quite spread out wide this way, but a solid start as any. They've already interrupted 1 buy of Sinners. If another one is broken, this is big trouble for the Czech side.
Yeah, especially because you don't want to be in a position where you don't get to play many gun rounds at all if you're Sinners, right? You head on over to that second side, you look around, you're essentially 1 or 1.5 gun rounds away from certain death. And you're right, it wasn't enough for ENCE to be in that tier 1.5 position. They went for changes, but regardless of the fact that, you know, that throws a wrench in the works of their stability, it's still, no doubt, the fact that they're coming into this tournament as the heavy favorites.
That's a nice shot there from Kisarek, but even better was B6's flash. SDY unable to see his opponent coming. Instantly jumping out the gates flamboyantly. Peppo as well, receiving Miltsy as he crosses into his monitor. And just like that, it's full control for Sinners. Sure, they're taking their time, don't want to overstep their welcome, but even then, the individuals shine. The new boys in town, Kisarek and Stresson, really popping off this one.
And that's exactly what they needed, right? You're saying that they're the ones popping off this particular round, but that has also been the win condition for Sinners throughout the entirety of the tournament. They have been balling out of control, sitting on that 1.2 to 1.25 rating amongst the two. So you are going to see that as one of the biggest win conditions. That's something that Alan wanted to have a conversation about. We were a little rushed to the game, no lie about that. So we didn't really get to explore that. But I guess the game will help us unravel those secrets anyway. Cody posted on the angle. Kisarek already indicates where his position is, so he's preemptively ready to take him out, but That's not Kissarek's job. He's not supposed to go forward. He's just meant to have a rough idea, a finger on the pulse outside, and keep this competitive. Help Stressarn get a bit closer.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different pace as well from the match of Sinners versus 500. It was quite a one-sided show there. They only did lose the pistol and follow-up, and after that, 10 rounds in a row on the T side. But now they've been tested, and they're going to have to find their way out of trouble. Pody, very nicely positioned to pick up Stressarn, but the meat and potatoes of the fight is heading into a round. Milty gets caught, Beastick with the first pick there, and it might just be an open end to B.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Milty positions his Molotov that way. Perhaps he's preemptively trying to limit it to just one duel per side, but unfortunately doesn't end up working out for him. Regon waiting on the doors. Kissarik finds one. Peppo on the angle. Pretty much makes it an impossibility, but that's a big missed shot. Allows him to start creeping closer. Nate moving right in. Flashbang is amazing. Cody helps out a little bit, and Kissarik and Peppo have so much to do. You can't afford to be missing shots here. Regon's pistol to have the last laugh, and Kissarik left irrelevant in the round as ENCE pick up their fifth.
Oh, that is a little bit rough from Peppo. Oh, no. He knows he didn't really do what he was required to do there. And sure, okay, it was ENCE taking on individual fights across multiple fronts there, but if Peppo was able to hold the fort on the site a little bit longer, it could have given his team some extra space to work with, and that just wasn't the case. Bit of a rough one. And ENCE will be taking charge again on the CT side, not allowing Sinners to chain two together.
Of course, beautiful stuff from ENCE, but you're right to point out what Peppo did there, right? He has to be the difference maker there. And, well, he still ends up being the reason for the difference, but not in the way that he would have wanted to imagine. Yes. Nade to pop the smoke, no information gained. Some Young still has a decent idea, though. Kissarik has managed to slip the net, and that is spelling trouble for ENCE.
It was a small push and pull, though. It's not the full commitment onto the A site. You know you got the pick. Now, you just play the numbers game. Really good call for Beastick. Don't you really want to get ahead of yourself, especially with the stack-up events as well. You've got a couple players on that high level. You've got Nate onto the back line of this site. If you went into A, you could have possibly put yourself into a trap position, but now you're giving you time to explore a little more.
Of course, it is the newest gun again that is responsible for the opener. Pody doesn't spot that on the tippity edge of his screen. And it's a 2v5 as Milty is looking to walk the plank in just a moment. Had spotted, headshot found by Shock, and that is a round that is pretty much over. Nate in the back of the site still wants to be problematic, waiting. Tries to run in. Oh my god, what is Peppo doing? Glad he can recover that with the Tech 9, but it's getting a bit ridiculous now.
I mean, it was a bit of a, you know, short swing. It wasn't the easiest shot to hit at that moment, but if you're Peppo,
he's coming his way.
And yeah, sure, we got the pick at the end, but if you're Peppo, you do want to start hitting your shots there. You want the confidence to get going your way. Thankfully, his team had his back this one as well. But yeah, it's more that individual fight with your own self, isn't it? It's that we're witnessing
that
there.
Gets a little philosophical, Pavlos.
Yeah,
you going through something?
Counter-Strike is an emotional game. What can I say? Are we going to have that conversation?
I mean, there's a conversation to be had about why ENCE take that tactical pause, right? Their money's a little awkward. Pody had like 6,000, everybody else sitting a little above 2,000. So the reason they take that tactical pause is to just try and figure out whether or not it's worth it to go for the commitment. And I guess that's the decision they've taken. They know they can find two rifles. Some Young shotgun pretty much serves as a full rifle if you play it in the right spot on Nuke. Regon, unfortunately, has to take the shortest end of the stick. That's still a very pointy stick, though. It's a Desert Eagle.
Yeah, I don't mind ENCE's buy at all.
I just fear the snowball effect if they lose this round. Like, Sinners could just come right back into the game.
Yeah, there could be a big swing here. But it's a slow pace to begin things out here for Sinners. Short exchange by Kissarik, holding onto his life by a thread. And Pody's nearby, impending doom for Kissarik if he's not careful. And especially with the smoke subsiding, could give Pody some ground, some clearance, go for the swing. But Kissarik taking a few steps backwards as the rest of Sinners are still doing a bit of poking into ramp.
I really appreciate how Kissarek's been able to navigate around outside. Like, obviously, we don't have a huge sample size of the round wins that they've had against ENCE so far, but he's very consistently been able to find space and make it annoying for ENCE to deal with outside. So even this time, with little HP, he's going to do the exact same. NateU's got the perfect weapon for this.
Oh,
but
no!
not ready. Pody! We're supposed to do a bit more off of that. And it's a 3v5 with Regon holding on to that Deagle. Not for long. It's just some Die Young. And unfortunately, not very relevant based on the position he's in.
I'll tell you what, though, for us, the Deagle might be a pointy stick, but that AK-47, aka Kalashnikov, is quite the pointy gun. And I feel like it wins that trump card game.
I appreciate that you say AK Kalashnikov, then it just becomes Kalashnikov.
Kalashnikov. AK-47 Kalashnikov.
Mm.
No, I don't know.
Sounds like the name of a very dangerous man. Like, he is double the AK-47.
It's like someone called Tom Smith.
True.
Just,
But Smith doesn't have, like, a dangerous ring.
No, it doesn't. James
it's not
Bond
been associated with...
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Damn, twice the spy.
Well, a solid comeback here for Sinners. Obviously, we knew ENCE was capable of a bit of damage this one, but this is full economical collapse on the CT side. Ample space now for Sinners to get something running.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is the runway that they were looking for. And honestly, with the first few starts that they had, it kind of looked a bit bleak. But when you can start to control the economy, there's a very reasonable chance, perhaps even more likely that Sinners start getting away with the advantage at some point. It's their own map pick. They seem to be getting back into their winning ways, but those win conditions have, of course, been supported largely by the fact that Kisarek and Stressarn are able to carve so much space out for their team. Keeping up that performance over and over will be a bit difficult. Yes.
Ooh,
you need to take a look at Shock for a moment.
I love the fact that ENCE were debating and taking down Shock's position. They don't notice anyone and just leave. So they realize ramp is being taken over. Of course, it's a pistol round, and therefore you have to take some risk. But with the bomb going down and with Sinners having so much space control, this is just going to be the AK save for SDY. Oh, Pody's found himself an upgrade too. Where did that come from? How did they get 2 AKs through this round? It's only one player died. Was there one in spawn?
I do not have an answer for that.
Do they have like an alternative weapon for Peppo if he needed it?
You're asking questions that Alan has the answers to.
Okay, yeah. We'll find out on instant replay. Yeah, this is that for this round. A couple of casualties for Sinners and a couple of AK upgrades as well for the other side. But it's becoming a closer and closer score. This is the kind of nuke we wanted to see from Sinners, right? Get things going on this T side, get things running in the right direction. Don't give ENCE enough leeway to close out the game once they get into that T side.
This is an incredibly important round for ENCE. Like, although Sinners are the ones that are down in terms of the grand scoreboard, this is still way more important for ENCE just to be able to keep control of their economy. You let Sinners get to 5, then they just hurry their way on to 6. They keep that momentum going. And honestly, like, just one more round and Sinners will have done enough work on that T side. Beautiful collection by Shock. Expects Miltsy to get a bit antsy towards ramp, or lobby rather. And it's a 5v4 on the outset.
It's a good hold for Shock as well, right? Because Peppo would have been a dead man in that situation if he would have allowed Mitzi to cross Kisarek. Oh no.
There he is again. Like, outside has been his domain.
He's just vibing, making that ground his own. Comfortable as ever. Barrel spotted, so Regon might get sprayed upon. Peppo, there's a bit of an answer there, but not just enough. ENCE relying on a single player, and I feel like it's all over, especially when you're giving away all that ground control. SDY's going to have to run away. 2 rounds consecutive where he's hugging that AK to the end of the round.
And unfortunately, these are the conditions that we were scared of, right? For Sinners to not only get the equalizer, but then do it in a position where they can just completely clean strike their way onto a 6th round. Sinners have done enough on the T side. And now they're playing for those bonus rounds. They know that when they head on and slip into the blue uniform, they'll have a much better stronghold of the game. And this might be exactly why they picked into Nuke first, their ability to maintain composure. Now, of course, that composure hasn't been tested before because this is one of the farthest within this tournament that any team has gotten against them. 5 rounds for ENCE, right? Like their previous games against 500 and Alliance were 4 rounds and 1 round respectively.
Sure, yeah.
So this is still a very strong showing from ENCE from based on the sample size we've got. But I do want to see if ENCE can match their freak and keep good things coming.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to wait a little bit. Sure, we've seen a few flamboyant rounds with lesser buys on the tournament so far. But it feels like Sinners are being diligent enough for that to be a non-issue. Again, 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, so anything possible, but diligence done. And no stone left unturned. Surek only now pulling the trigger on prompting that secret push, making ENCE answer back, see if they'll cause any rotations off the back of that presence. And it looks like Rigon is responding, so making the upper level a little bit more fragile. Again, a little bit of mulling towards that A side. And instead of Sinners looking to put even more pressure into A, they're looking to join B-Stick in their efforts towards that B cross.
I don't like the way that Sinners are playing this at all. The longer you wait to hit a bomb site against a weaker buy, the more dangerous that weak buy gets. And Sumtai Young is going to make it awkward. They've got to get the bomb, and that's a double right there. Nate, you in the back of the bomb site will be so hard to clear. Stressorn is trying to double book his way in. Comes in through from Heaven, and Kisarek is found. ENCE had no business winning that one.
Oh, I'm trying to break that down here for Sinners because it felt like at the start they had a clear idea where they wanted to put more pressure, create question marks for ENCE, make them answer questions, but instead they kind of fell flat towards that mid-round when it came to that decision. The setup didn't look great for that A site. 20 seconds were left on the clock. It felt like a bit of a last-minute decision, last split, and it wasn't quite, you know, dictative enough. ENCE read it, they get their first couple trades going in the right direction, and after that, Sinners were scrambling to pick it up, and it almost fell under pressure.
Yeah, it almost felt like with infinite options available against a slightly weaker buy, they just fell into analysis paralysis, and they end up doing nothing at all, right?
Yeah,
the good old, it hurt itself in confusion.
But we were playing Counter-Strike, not Pokemon.
Close enough. They're both turn-based games because they're based on, I mean, I guess ticks count as turns?
Maybe, sure, yeah.
It's a stretch, it's a stretch. We be lying sometimes.
The both turn-based games. Yeah, man. I'd love to see Sinners throw a fireball or a lightning strike.
Both moves that are not present in Pokemon. Love it.
Isn't lightning strike a move? No?
It's Thunder, and a Thunder Shock, and Thunderbolt. We've got three.
Right. Damn,
there's light that burns the sky,
I haven't played
but that's
Pokemon
a
in a while,
move.
dude. Even though we're walking past this round, it is the last round of the half. Very crucial. And SDY posting himself in the middle of this site could put himself under a bit of trouble. But he's found the upper level and is trading himself nicely. He's got reinforcements as well. So even if there's a flood up from Sinners, they could be in big trouble. Good idea to rotate over. And they just might have time to get the bomb down on the A side.
Sure, but the bomb plant isn't what they're looking for now, right? It's just about turning the time back in their favor, make that clock favorable to them. Recon should not have gotten away with that, and there is no way you're splitting bullets to find 4 with 10 seconds remaining. ENCE, a great way to be ending the half despite the position that they were put in. Sinners, they had that runway, didn't they, Pavlos?
They definitely did, and I think they started sprinting at some point, but they stumbled themselves over in a way, right? So all things considered, I'd say 5 rounds on the T side, a very decent result and very respectable, and could potentially still keep their hopes alive in this map. But considering what we've become accustomed to what Sinners have done the past couple of maps, not what we thought possible, right? Those last 2 rounds were very unlike what we've seen so far from them, and ENCE showing that even when they start falling behind, they will always punish these types of mistakes.
that of course does mean that Sinners have to recognize they are playing against a different caliber of opponent. ENCE, they're a team that, given enough time, will be back to contesting Tier 1, right? Maybe just a little bit out of reach at the moment, but not too far off. And Sinners, they might need a little bit more than just Stressarn and Kisarek popping off. I want to give credit to Kisarek. He has been an absolute thorn in the side of ENCE throughout the game, just contesting outside over and over, finding cracks in the defense, somehow turning up behind him. Like, we saw him get a lurk kill in the back in main. We saw him get all the way to garage. We've seen him come up to heaven without being spotted. So even with all that space being granted, 5 rounds is not enough to show for it. But maybe things will turn around on the CT side. Down in the bottom bomb site we go. Nobody's going to be able to catch them. Stressarn only finds the lurk. That's NateU. And it's a 5v4. Not for long. B-Stick on the angle. Some die young. 1-for-1. But will that be enough, Pavlos?
ENCE on the back foot here, but at least they got the ground control to put bomb in the ground. Sinners waiting for all of their pieces to start arriving. But Rigon being a bit of the gatekeeper here could be an issue. You've even got Pody to balance off of this position. It's a tough one. SCY poking and prodding in multiple directions, trying to make sure Sinners are looking towards his side, but Stressarn cares not. Triple dual Beretta kill going in his favor. That is destructive by Sinners, putting them on the board already on the CT side.
Yeah, a 4K, obviously, like, what more could you want from the newest additions, right? He's the one that breaks down that vent push by finding the final player that sticks around in the doors to make it difficult to rotate, right? Allows them to have much faster track into the B site, and then on the return, just 3 heads found within 1 magazine. So an outstanding way to be kicking off the CT side, and now that they're on the advantageous side, all they have to do is keep resting on their laurels, build on top of the advantage that they've already found. But that's not going to happen before ENCE are able to provide some resistance. Look at this. You've got a Scout, you've got a MAC-10, but it's also furnished with a Galil and an AK-47 thrown in there.
Yeah, not too bad of a second round here for ENCE, unlike the previous half. This time, damage and a bomb plant attributed to the T-side team. And a lot of presence taken up outside. Knowing that AK is likely going to be the strongest out of all on the server at this moment in time, B-Stick is able to trade a pick. And the AK collected yet again. That's a good shot down there from Kisarek. As soon as the smoke fades, NateU gets caught, and little by little, ENCE losing players. The remaining 3 grouped up together, a ball of death created. But Sinners, I feel like they're well equipped. Both sides of the map, you've got a feeler out for B-Stick on the lower end, but as long as pressure is exerted onto the A site, 3 players available to deal with it. But you only need shock, beauty of a double kill, to close out this round. A flawless round by Sinners.
And this is where the going gets tough for ENCE. They've been able to provide resistance before, right? Towards the end of the first half, when they looked like they were going to crumble, they didn't. They were able to hold on. But I do appreciate that Sinners, even when things go south, even when they're able to shoot themselves in the foot, that's not... It doesn't wrap up their game at all. Right back to winning ways, perhaps. Just pistols to get past this time. And ENCE know that they're against a very formidable opponent. Trying to contest outside, just trying to throw these pistols at the wall and see what clicks.
What clicks, what sticks. Whatever floats their boat, really.
Do you have any more euphemisms?
Not really. Not really for ours. I think yours are more than enough.
A little too much at times.
Yeah, sometimes it gets overbearing. But it's all right. We love
I
it.
thought you'd say that about me.
You know, I feel like a love-hate relationship is the healthiest, is one of the healthiest ones. So, B-Stick, Kisarek cleaning up. This is so damn close. So back-to-back rounds where Sinners don't lose any of their players. That's so damn important for their economy.
This round's going to be so important to find, and you look at the kill distributions, it's very clear that there is some individual efforts that are keeping both teams afloat, right? Maybe a little more so on the side of ENCE, because Some Da Young has 14 kills under his belt. But the other side a little bit more well distributed. You've got Stressarn, you've got Kissereg, B-Stick's doing a decent job as well. Although Peppo and Shock have been a bit lost at times, that's all right. As long as the rest of the team can pick up the slack. There were definitely moments though where Peppo could have made this game a whole lot easier for Sinners.
I'm looking at Shock here. For a moment there, considering sticking around until the fade out of the smoke, but ends up dropping back. And Peppo joining in the defensive efforts of Ramp as ENCE slowed things down significantly. Classic Nuke game, isn't it? A classic Nuke start. That's what you come to expect as teams try and navigate all the positions available to you. It does seem though, slowly but surely, it could be a ramp crutch. "40 seconds on the clock, keeping things to the very last second. ENCE not making a move just yet, now quietly tiptoeing quickly into this ramp side. As quickly as tiptoeing can go, to be fair. Down to 25 seconds. Only one player available to that lower level, and that is Shock. And now this is where ENCE make their move, and there is not much resistance apart from Shock, who will fall instantly to the hands of Rigon. That will be the bomb plant and a 4v5. And if you're Sinners, do you really go for this?
There's nobody close by, and that's the issue, right? I feel like when there's so little time available, trying to bring it back into a more basic 2 and 3 setup, something of that sort, might have been what the doctor ordered. But Sinners, it's a really good collection to give them a chance once again. Crossfire set up, Hippo and Raygon, there it comes! Flashbang's really good, and Stressarn will be the one to find a second kill. Quickly, this B site has been dismantled, and Miltsy and Nate, you have so much to do, but they won't do a lot of it. Sinners on the bomb in time. It's a 9th round for them as ENCE start to crumble.
I'm a little bit confused as how ENCE fell down there. Like, they had all 5 players available, but none of them were able to win out their individual fights. I'm going to need to see that one again.
That was opening there. I didn't see where he got that first kill, but that was the difference maker, right? Because then there's already a player on ENCE that is a little low. So you're essentially going into like a 3.5 versus 4. And obviously there was like a beautiful flashbang in there for Stressarn and Kissereg to be able to get some work done. Sorry, it was Peppo and Kissereg, I believe.
Cool.
Just down to the micro duel. This wasn't strategic, it was tactical.
It works superbly for Sinners.
Wow, look at this one.
Big hole for ENCE. And only AKs available to them. Limited utility. And they already lose Rigon in the process.
Outstanding start to the series from Sinners. We get more and more answers as to why Nuke has been picked up by them.
Shock being
Shock
pressured.
sees them coming. Flashbang provided. Now a stalemate.
Yeah, again, ENCE, they know how easily they were able to get into the A site, into the B site, excuse me, previously, and it still didn't work out their way. So now looking to see if they can gain an advantage otherwise. But Peppo this time has picked up the pieces. Welcome to the server, Peppo. This is how he greets his opponents.
Yeah, rolls out a carpet of red. Soaked in blood. And he might have a few more clots to add to that. Never mind, he gets off the angle, so they are going to be allowed to head into ramp, but with only 2 players alive, 40 seconds, the full army of Sinners waiting for them. My goodness, what a shot from Shock. Barely shows the shoulder. Threads in between Miltsy's eyebrows, and Nate, you as well.
I'll tell you what, for us, I feel like we've put a lot of emphasis on the newcomers for Sinners, Kissereg, and Stressarn, and that's for good reasons, right? Posting up a lot of good numbers, joining the team, doing a great job. But one of the consistent factors of Sinners, since we've known Sinners, right, since the 2020 days, where, you know, Shock and Beastique and Oscar and whoever else was in that roster when it was check iterations over and over again, Shock has always been that constant factor, always providing entries, providing... I feel like he's a flexible player, so in any situation you can put him in, he'll be a strong asset, and he's showing that right now. Beautiful entries in multiple situations, and has definitely been fruitful to Sinners in their efforts.
Of course, it's really important that he is stepping up in the grand finals. adding just that little bit more oomph that they needed against a Goliath like ENCE. And if you're going to take down the favorites, that's exactly what the doctor has prescribed. Down a secret we go. ENCE has been able to get there without much of a scratch, but it's going to be more than a scratch by the time they run into a fight. It's locked and loaded as far as weapons are concerned for Sinners. But maybe a swing round is what ENCE need.
I mean, you only need one round to break a streak. And only need one round to bring back the confidence. The score isn't too far-fetched. But the pistols here are ENCE's only course of action. But thankfully for them, an open B site, free real estate they'll take for their own. Flag planted. And Pepo at least gets one in the process. Shock's position isn't being notified, telegraphed, and ENCE are going for the chase. They know need to isolate these picks, and indeed they have. How many more can you get?
Can't afford to mess this one up, B-Stick, but he does. Stressard and Kisserek trying to pick up the pieces. There's the angle posted up by Pippo. And all he's got to do is take care of this one more player. Doesn't really matter, though. I think they'll have no troubles getting the defuse down, and it's way more important that Sum Da Young gets away with the AWP. Sinners, a great retake, but ENCE will get a little bit more than they might have been able to bargain for.
I mean, sure, free bomb plant, AWP up for free. If you're ENCE, I feel like you're happy with that. You take 3 players down in the process as well. That's as good as an eco can really get, apart from winning. So,
the thing that ENCE aren't going to be happy with is the fact that the player who started off in a very flashy manner, Miltsy on the pistol round, right, got a double, has only then added 2 more kills to the tally in 16 more rounds.
yeah, it's been a bit of a dry spell, hasn't it? But for now, ENCE looking for a change of approach. Pepo, in his attempt to peek out of secret, gets his head ripped open.
Don't have many more chances in the tank. ENCE definitely need to gear up sooner or later, and later's not an option. Flashbang to get a little bit of info from Kissereg, but that also telegraphs that he is close by. B-Stick needs to find a good timing. If he can do that, then this would be really problematic. Shock trying to hold the line. There it is, B-Stick in the back line. These duels are getting so awkward. There's nades flying in. Stressarn on a vertical angle is very impossible to hit with the AWP. And Nate just trying to look for the 1v3. He's got 45 seconds. He needs to be precise. These bullets need to be surgical. 2 heads to look for, but Stressarn already going for the full wraparound now. Nate use options are limited. He's going to step forward, but Stressarn will do the same, and Sinners are on map point.
I'm going to be honest here, Faraz. It feels like Sinners are so well cohesed with one another, right? You've got a couple of pairings that know the timings, know how you want to work out. You saw it with the first flash from B-Stick trying to allow Stressarn to go in for a peek and hut. You've also know the timings between B-Stick and the rest of the players onto that A site. Was it Shock on that? No, it was B-Stick, right? On that potential flank as well. I feel like Sinners are really well placed together. And ENCE, even though it felt like they had a bit of a timing there were backup plans available for Sinners to get things running. Already from the next round, Pepo with first blood, and ENCE trailing behind while they are in danger of losing map number 1. Make it 2. It was a slow start for Pepo, but now he's really ranking up these numbers. Kisserek on the flank, this is so disruptive.
This is it. That's it.
Oh my god,
Nothing.
It is so damn clean by Sinners. All 5 remain alive by the final round. Sinners completely obliterate ENCE on Nuke. The best way possible to start for this Czech side. Oh boy.
Yeah, what a devastating way to get things done. And I think there's tons of stuff that we have missed. We were talking about the replays that we need to see them, but it's going to be Alan emerging from the analyst box to break it down. Heading over to you.
I'll do my best, guys. I'll do my best to do that one justice. Yes, a monster map from Sinners. That was absolutely fabulous. And obviously, given that map started 5-1 for ENCE. Sinners must have done a lot right to win it out, dropping so few rounds from there. Let's think back then to that first half. I think the main player for Sinners we should discuss is Kisarek. Kisarek, alongside Beestick, would play a lot of rounds outside. Kisarek would normally be kind of the spearhead, the front prong. They had so many good moments, so many good little pieces of team play between those two to take control. And Kisarek was just being so annoying for ENCE by getting so much space outside, always being disruptive, and always kind of getting in the back lines. And even in the first few rounds they were losing, you could see that Kisarek was doing a lot right, and it was only a matter of time until that script started to flip. So he was a good big factor. And as they lost those first few rounds, they kept the money so low for ENCE that as soon as they started winning rounds, the money just completely snapped. And that's how they got back into that first half so quickly. So I think for the most part, Sinners did call a very good T side, and they just did so much problems, caused so many problems for ENCE with those outside moves. And ENCE were always playing catch-up. There was playing down the vent. There were players getting down secret. Kisarek was getting so many kills and so much room that it was really hard for ENCE to operate. And I think they struggled quite a lot. Now, flipping on to the second half, much easier for Sinners. They win pistol. Massive round for Stressarin on the Julies, a 4K for him. And he's someone obviously we're going to mention a lot because on the CT side, Stressarin was just an absolute monster. And which is quite surprising given that he plays a anchor on this map. He'll normally be maybe Mustang or Heaven or on the silos, or sometimes he'll be on Hut. And he was so good during this half. Just an absolute bastion of defense. It was impossible for ENCE to get onto A without losing numbers. And given that Kisarek is the door player, so he'll either be kind of top Hut or CT vent or maybe close to the T vent or in main. Given that him and Kisarek were playing, Kisarek and Stressarin were playing so well, it was just completely impossible for ENCE to hit that A bomb site. It is absolutely on lockdown, and then on the kind of extremities, you had Shock on ramp. It was making good moves, staying alive, not doing anything crazy. Beestick, again, very experienced player on outside, communicating well, getting his teammates moving around. And then Peppo was quite dynamic and made it, again, very difficult for ENCE to default and get space without going down. That CT side for Sinners, it was just absolute perfection for them. Seemingly everything went right. ENCE couldn't find a lot of rounds that worked. They rarely got the bomb down. They rarely got a lot of space. And I think all in all, Sinners just completely outplayed ENCE here. And ENCE, despite being historically some of these players very good on Nuke, despite having some good results recently, they were not up to the power of Sinners on this map. And they got schooled in a lot of aspects, and particularly by Kisarek and Stressan. They had nothing really in response. So Sinners vindicated with the Nuke pick over Overpass. That looked great. Next up is going to be Dust2. ENCE's map pick in this series. Good results as of late, but I think some warning signs potentially from that first map that this series is not going to be a walkover. ENCE aren't necessarily even the favorites to win this anymore, and they'll need to prove that they can take this title on map 2. So quick break for us, and we're back. We'll be straight into Dust2. We'll see you then.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back. It's Dust 2 time here in the grand finals between ENCE and Sinners. Nuke dispatched quickly by Sinners. I questioned a little bit the map pick, but they proved me wrong and they look damn good. Next up, guys, though, is Dust 2. ENCE might have looked down and out, but we know Dust 2 is very good for them. 5 win streaks and big teams they've beaten on this map as well. Are we nervous or not about whether this series is still going to go 3 maps?
Ooh, I still feel that this is going to be a 3-mapper. As of who's going to win it, I still don't know. Obviously, we saw some very strong individual fighting coming out from the Sinner squad, so I still don't feel this is going to be a walkover or an easy matchup for ENCE by all means. But again, like you said, strong results against some good teams. ENCE are no slouch.
Absolutely, and you've got to remember that ENCE's that was like the best map of Sinners, right? Now they're going into something that is much less rehearsed. So apparently we are about to go live right with the game. We're going to have answers as to how that one's going to go in just a moment. We're putting Alan back in the analyst box.
Hey, dude.
I like how he moved
go.
back. Like he's fading into obscurity. Like, what?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we'll talk to him later. We'll see what he thinks about the game as it goes on. But for now, Sinners seem to be a little bit in favor versus ENCE here, given the Thunderpick odds. But ENCE, we know how strong they can be on a map like this. We'll see how big of competition Sinners can be. So far, very impressive since the start of the tournament, since changes have been made. BStick will be confronted first with a 3-player push up in mid.
Basic. He can grab the info here, but probably not going to get a whole lot. In fact, just some damage that comes his way. And short control's already been established, so you've got 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Your players are already quite far pushed up. They've gotten past B-Stick. And Sinners now have a decent idea of where most of these players are. Not preemptively.
One left behind, they're going to be.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
rushing towards B6 position, and they catch him on the cross. Suddenly, there's only one responsible of this B-side control, and it's Dressar not able to get much damage across in time. Regon, great headshot landing, and therefore ENCE steal away this B-bomb site.
Incredible stuff being done. It gets a little bit awkward, right? Because you mentioned that the bomb was in a different position, and they go into B late. And Sinners are absolutely not ready for it. A 3v5. You're so far away from the action. The bomb's already halfway ticked down before you can even start to make yourselves relevant. And with the fact that you've got 3 sets of Kevlar still available, there is a very reasonable chance that they just want to give themselves a better shot in the next one. So they try and fade away, caught by the dualies anyway, and they won't even get a chance at a retake or a chance to save the Kevlar. So
Regon get every single one of them.
Beautiful.
Why not? But that's the type of mind games I feel like we'll be seeing throughout the day here for us, right? ENCE are really good with showing basically the same picture round after round. Of course, there are a couple setups there available for them, but what they will tend to go to is what Sinners need to be asking themselves, right? Because we're very much masking a potential catwalk cross. I mean, we even fell for it for a moment, right? But there were a couple of players lining up for that B push. And I feel like that's why ENCE are really good at this. It's just masking what they're about to do. And a lot of mind games required for B-Stick here.
There's definitely going to be way more layers to the game plan of ENCE when it comes to Dust 2. And you're right, the way they're starting off, the way that they are accustomed to starting off their rounds is akin to a default that has many heads, right? It can very quickly turn into anything. So based on that bomb position, they were able to go middle this time around, but I do want to see how the rest of this game unfolds. Sinners, of course, are going to have to take a backseat for a moment. We do have a technical boss, so we're going to have to take a backseat for just a second as well. But Sinners, it's going to be a little while before... Okay, never mind. I think we should be going underway in just a second.
Yeah, I
was
think they just needed to
we should be
restart the
fine.
server for something there. And a player had to reconnect as well, so I feel like it's just making sure that everything is refreshed. But with the time ticking down, back to normal, back to square zero, and it's ENCE with their buy-up, their force, and Sinners only investing into a scout on Peppo.
ENCE
Ooh.
very quickly wanting to make a long play, and with the way Sinners are positioned, this is probably guaranteeing the
Clash.
most amount of damage. Yep, here it is. That is the clash right there. Regon with a double, and very quickly the rest are going to enrich themselves as well. So I've got ENCE sitting on 2, and it's a great start to be having. But I do want to remind you, Nuke was also a great start. Didn't end the way they wanted it to.
No, you're right. You're right. Still could go either way, and Sin is starting things off on the CT side as they have elected. We'll try and do as much damage as possible. Now they're off the pistol and follow-up rounds. M4s all across the board. This is where they can do damage. You do not want to allow ENCE to get too damn comfortable on this one. Early pressure exerted over in tunnels, double HG, so we'll keep 3 players busy here. But again, ENCE not opting for that push early on.
Oh,
Sure.
wow.
Okay. Sometimes
That
that's
is-
how the cookie crumbles.
That is allowed, apparently. And Stress aren't. Great collection. What a way to be bringing yourselves back on the board. If they can see this round through. And starting to cook something up towards this short side. You still have NateU making sure that he can be that second prong that can be a nuisance on either middle or B. But soon enough, they are going to have to bring their numbers together. They are playing 5v4. And I fear that this might be a little too telegraphed. Sinners have generally been positioning their long player a little far forward, so he's not able to help out early. But as soon as this utility comes in, he's going to be double booking it here as well.
Double flash. Molly into Goose. This is
Not-
Beastic
not
in
deep
trouble.
enough.
Throwing a smoke a little bit late, therefore down to 68 points of health. Again, not the stick in terms of plans here for ENCE as they take a few steps backwards, making Sinners question if this is going to be the full A-site exploitation. On the 25th second mark, a few steps backwards, but this is to regain momentum walking into this one. Flash thrown, and in the ENCE players go. Stress on, looking for the picks. Takes a lot of damage in the process. Shock looking to
Wow.
join, but
Second.
Stress on does a lot. All he is needed is his presence. NateU gets caught with Peppo swing, and blinking, you miss it. Rounds over. Potty with 4 points of health, and he's being chased after. This is a really nice showing there from the Stressen side.
Bodhi is thanking his lucky stars that he gets away with that, right?
Okay, sure.
Nearly spotted there too, but okay. That's a really good defense. You're right. Like, I thought for a moment that the Molotov wasn't deep enough, but it's a really good smoke immediately deployed by Beastic to find himself some more mobility. Then it just gets really hard to fight any of those duels towards a site. With Stress Arm being tucked into the corner, he's got the support of 2 players as well. Just very difficult to crack the code there. And Sinners are going to be bringing themselves back on the board much earlier than we thought would be the case. Now, here it comes. Gets the wreck. Doesn't have his weapon out, and he's going to get punished for it. Some utility deployed to buy Beastic time to back away, and he does still have a comrade in arms. But this is the entirety of Long being given up.
In the process, ENCE take a lot of damage though. Regon down to 17 points of health. Miltsy at half. They slowed down a little bit. Again, if you're Sinners, you know that ENCE could be doing anything right now. It could be a potential rotate towards the other side of the map. It could be them sticking to their initial plan. What strong pickup. Stress on, good to trade it though. Down to 39 HP is an attempt to fight back. B6 push, this could be really good, but he mustn't get caught off with these far positioned players. Is that Rigon in pit doing damage? No, Rigon's up close. He's the one trying to face up against Beastic, but as soon as his IGL jumps on a box and makes himself visible to a couple of the players, therefore Sinners are going to have to wave the white flag here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just don't have the numbers to try and go for it, right? Even the Molotov looked like he was going to stop them for a moment, but it really doesn't matter. That doesn't convert into anything meaningful. Stressart and Peppo just want to hold on to these rifles with dear life. An upgrade to an AK-47, so Stressart gets a little bit out of this commotion, but they will be chased. They will be chased by Pody. He was the victim the last time. He was the one that was being hunted, and he'll be the one to dish out the fear now. Communicates the info where these last 2 members are, and ENCE might actually want to double up just to make their lives a little bit harder. I do want to remind you, though, that there's not much money on the ENCE side, so it's not really worth the squeeze to get this particular juice out.
Yeah, I mean, talk about squeeze. I feel like this is a bit of a handshake between the two teams as well, right? They're like, okay, we don't have money. I'm not going to go after you. I don't have money. I'm not going to go after you either. So, yeah, that's very much the case in this situation. And ENCE able to get back into the flow of things. Sinners, on the other hand, no, this is a bit of a desperate time for them as well. Fully invested. You can see the two players that saved throwing weapons to the rest of the team. If they lose this one, ENCE could get away really quickly and build a substantial buffer between themselves and their opponents. Oh no. Unsure if Peppo was spotted at all, as the flowing smoke could have moved and revealed a pixel. Either way, first blood goes to ENCE. And now weakening the center of the map will allow them to potentially split the map in two, looking to isolate the A-side player, while Betclic cannot afford to take long distances, therefore holds down doors on that long position. And ENCE crossing slowly but surely. They haven't made a sound. Kisturek doesn't know how close it can be, but still ready to take on the fight. Reposition and now throws in a flash to try and assist himself. Molly in the corner goes for the swing, but ENCE are there to receive him. Betclic doesn't win his own fight, therefore everyone on this side of the map is out.
Yeah, it was a very desperate effort there to toss out the flash just to slow them down, and it did an okay job at doing that, but really there's no end result of that one. There's no one close enough to actually help you out there. Stressor in shock, back to trying to save this weaponry. Unfortunately for them this time, ENCE just have a little bit more fatness to their wallet, so they should... I don't know though, I think it's just not a very favorable duel to be going for the sake of getting a couple of weapons out of their hands, so it's all right. Sinners, it also kind of puts Sinners in an awkward spot now, because now they have to think about how they want to buy around this, right? I think Stress aren't in shock with the money they're gonna get from this. They should be able to drop over a couple of rifles, but it does leave them a bit dry as far as utility is concerned. Surely they buy around this, right?
It's a tough call to make, isn't it? I think there's also the debate of knowing that even with a couple of hero rifles, they can chip out damage, but knowing the importance of utility on the CT side, especially against what ENCE throw at them, and how prolonged the rounds can go, I can understand them focusing a little bit on the long game rather than trying to commit everything they've got in this one.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're definitely right about the fact that utility is a big difference maker here against a team like ENCE that's happy to play a super elaborate Dust 2. Gonna double down on trying to take that long fight though. Betclic and Stress aren't quick to find the fight.
Now you've got 3 rifles available to you, and if you choose to walk into that A site, ENCE could be under a bit of trouble. Sure, they've got plenty of facilities to take it on, and plenty of utility. Betclic trying to go for an aggressive maneuver. Poddy able to read it on time. Nice quick scope.
But that's info. Stressarn gets a 1v1 here. That's a big one to be finding. And he's not going to stick around to fight Poddy just yet. No, instead, he's going to go towards CT. But there is another duel coming his way. Some Die Young will be responsible for a fight here. And Peppo just trying to keep a finger on the pulse here. Try to keep some info. But in those efforts, Poddy is going to find him. Receding into CT spawn. I don't think Sinners want any of the smoke now, unless they can get an early kill. There it is. NateU down, and suddenly a 2v2 is a lot better than whatever they had before.
Surely you know the A site is clear, right? ENCE walking in, making it their own, and suddenly they realize no one's around to stop them. If you're Sinners here, you know you're buying up in the next round anyway, so there is a likelihood Shock and Stressarn, the double S's, try and go for this.
Of course they do, and Shock's already going to get into a fight. Now they know there's one player on ramp, the other's got to be on ramp. Nobody's crossed over just yet, and Stressarn needs to do the heavy lifting here. Does he go for the jumping fight? No, he gets caught by Poddy instead. That's a hairline shot to be hitting, and Shock tries to go at it, but Some Die Young's waiting with a rifle. ENCE salvage what could have been dangerous.
I feel like there's positives you can provide for both of the teams here. Sinners knew they had to be a bit of a, bit disruptive, try to go for a couple of pushes here and there, and it did net them some early trades, gave them some extra weapons, gave them information, but ENCE also played it quite smart, right? Played it methodically, knowing and clearing out spaces one by one, and once they had the information available to them on the clutch, there wasn't really much Sinners could do to counter them. So, again, Sinners, if they're continuously able to disrupt, maybe they've got a way back in. But if ENCE are able to subside it by trading right back up, then the game becomes very damn difficult. SDY knows, right? Goes for the pre-swing, gets to reacts on time. One for one, and then on the back
extra damage on PuDCATb. So this can become a lot more. This is one of the first few times that we've seen ENCE on the back foot. Sinners, this is reminiscent of what we saw in Nuke. A little bit of resistance from ENCE at the start, but then Sinners start coming back. Perhaps this is another recipe for the same, but PuDCATb a little faster on the trigger than Pepo. And Long is now their domain. Do Sinners start those early rotations? I guess not. But crossing over won't be the easiest of efforts. There's a smoke. StressArn waiting for them to cross over. Try and trace them through the smoke if they do want to go forward. Molotov makes visibility a little bit harder. Here it comes though. StressArn already finds Regon. And even though the bomb is recovered, the timer's starting to tick down, and NateU needs to get it down soon. And Nate's going to follow suit, but doesn't find a target. 2v3, big advantage for Sinners.
They're in the right position. A couple players dropping in from Catwalk. They could make this possible when NateU able to rip Beastic to shreds. StressArn chooses to swing and catches Potty on the wrong foot. NateU, all that remains. If you're Sinners, you know where he is, but NateU was clean. Looking for a second swing as well. A beauty of a double kill clutch. And completely in control on this T side.
Can't believe NateU gets away with that. The precision on the first two is absolutely surgical, right? You hear a couple of shots go off for each kill, and ENCE disallow Sinners from getting the oomph that they had on Nuke. Sick stuff. And now Sinners suddenly on the back foot once again. Thought that that would be their calling. That would be the round that breaks apart from the pack. But this kerfuffle on B is definitely getting very heated. Beastic's able to find a double with a 5-7. And my, oh my, I cannot believe we have yet another round on our hands. This could be the swing that Sinners are looking for.
We've had a few close ones so far, but as of this moment, ENCE have had the cake on most of the occasions.
The proof in the pudding is the fact that ENCE have also been out of money, right? There's a reason why they weren't going for the hunts, and that's because Sinners has been able to keep their economy honest by having all these close engagements, close rounds where it's coming down to the last wire. And NateU's triple there is the biggest example of it, and we get to see another example in this round. Still, it's a pretty big weaponry mismatch. You've got a MAC-10 on the player that just found 2. You've got Shock on a Desert Eagle, so needs to play that right like a scout rifle. Be pristine. Find kills without issue. Problem is, Shock doesn't actually commit to either short or long. Instead, he goes exploring in tunnels, and while that gives him info, it also leaves this A site completely underdefended.
I mean, you get the idea of what the mind games are there, right? Because there are rifles that could potentially be protected by ENCE. Sinners could easily go for the push and try and upgrade their weapons. So Sinners thinking that their opponents likely be in tunnels, but obviously, with the bomb being planted on the other side of the map, the relay of information is clear. The attempt is still on. Double flash available for Beastic. Shock with less than an optimal gun available to him. Being blocked up by a molly will be the answer Sinners really needed there to just make the call to save. That's exactly what they do. The upgrades will come their way, but still ENCE building quite the lead.
Yeah, and although I think the biggest highlight we saw was NateU being able to find a triple to deny Sinners getting any control, you cannot deny that PuDCATb is the one that's consistently performing, right? He was able to dismantle the defense multiple times. We saw him get a kill through the smoke earlier. He was the one that pushed forward in long and found a kill against the opping counterpart that is Pepo, who is going 1-7 now. So there is no question about who the better sniper on the server is at the moment.
He's 10-1 for us. PuDCATb is 10-1, only died once.
Yeah, and that's just his height. I can't imagine how good the kills are.
Oh, man. But this time, the victor of the AWP fight is going to be Pepo. PuDCATb put to sleep, and I feel like that was a bit of a caster's curse.
Absolutely. Curse, blessing, who knows?
Either way,
What's a curse
Milty,
to one is a blessing to the other.
breakout
Right.
in mid. Sinners under a bit of stress here as they have got pressure towards them on different directions, both tunnels. And main mid being caught out, but with Stress and holding down the fort on one end allows the rest to focus to the other. And two players behind ENCE have got some thinking to do.
That was such a good B defense. It doesn't get complicated at all. Stresshorn simply finds the kill, and that's it. Doesn't proceed further. Pepo, they need a little bit more than what he's already gotten in this round. There's a double from him. And as soon as we point out that 1-7, he starts gaining some traction. NateU, Young, so much more to do. And this is Shock's responsibility now. Stresshorn held his end of the bargain. He's got to stop two coming his way. Molotov impedes their progression. And I think this round is pretty much over unless we see some crazy heroics. Two players on the vertical angles makes it nigh impossible to win the duel without losing a player. And as Young comes in, reinforcements are about to arrive. Stresshorn trying to keep things clean, but eventually finds a great headshot. Sinners finally on the board.
Yeah, on the post end of that round, that was a beauty of a setup there for Sinners. Obviously, you want to take that 2v2, trying to catch them off, especially when you've got the information that they're trying to break through tunnels and the molly is kind of holding up their progress. But once the pick is found, once there's a bit of a fight back, Stresshorn knows there's no need to take that 1v1. Holds back, and as his opponent tries to close up the space and get that bomb down on the ground, just goes for the swing, connects with the head, and Bob's your uncle. That's the round. 7-2 now for ENCE, as the gap has been breached a little bit. 3 rounds remaining on the half. Not an impossible scenario for Sinners to get back from, but they need a little bit extra, and this just might be it. Beauty of a flashback V-stick, but Kissarak can't get away in time. Sneaky. Now you caught. Again, Sinners push and pull, 2 different directions. Once in long, now in B. And now ENCE know that the flanks are being covered, the extremities have been pushed up upon. Let's try and take Catwalk down, they say. There are still 2 players available to this hold. The flashes are flowing. There is some extra smoke to give them that extra cover. Looking to push through, but they need a pick, and without it, Sinners have the upper hand on this retake. They gracefully give up a lot of the space, given this bomb site for free. Sinners thinking that this 4v5, 4v3 is favorable.
Yeah, and they definitely think it is by a huge margin because they're going to slow it down. PuDCATb, this is a shot that you really need to hit. Flash isn't good enough. Tries to get a double, but Stresshorn's already posted on the angle. There's the next one on the chopping block. Young falls very quickly, and it's once again the newest guns doing the heavy lifting. Stresshorn, 16 kills to his name, and it's a triple as Sinners get their 3rd round on the board. That is an insane individual scoreline, by the way, to have when you only have 3 rounds. He's got more kills than the entirety of the rest of the squad combined.
No, it's ridiculous how much impact Stresshorn has had. It's in the rounds that Sinners have won and in rounds that they haven't. It's, I mean, the young North Macedonian is really pushing his teammates upwards, right? Providing situations that really shouldn't be possible. And it ends under economical strain. Going over to the pistols, everyone getting the pick of their favorite gun. And it likely is going to be a bit of a rush. Obviously blocked off early for a potential B push. But they're hoping that they can break away once the mollies and smoke subside. Pressure exerted by Regon
Capo,
in mid.
this is
Here
such a
comes
good
the push.
lead. And I can't believe he gets so much in that position, right? Fadeaway shot with the Deagle. But this is still not a round that is done and dusted. Some Young receives bullets into the back of his body as he's trying to get into the B site. But that is 2 weapons being recovered. Beasting and Kisarek need to do some heavy lifting. And it is the Goliath that is Pody that awaits them on the other side. Do they pick up the gauntlet that's been thrown?
Oh my. I mean, money's fine. Sinners have got to go for this. 2 rounds remaining in the half, and the last one they can invest in. But Pody's found his favorite gun. He found it on the ground and now is using it for himself. Beastic moves into his crosshair. Goes in for the swag and swing, but Kisarek picks up the pieces. Now the answer is, where is the other player? SDY maneuvering in front of his opponent's screen, making it damn difficult to connect with a spray. ENCE answer back with a pistol win.
This is an unforgivable round for Sinners. This could have potentially paved the way to finding 5 rounds on the CT side, and suddenly you would have a really good game on your hands. Very lackluster performance from the individuals of Sinners. It's just Stressarn that is paving the way, right? 16 kills on the rest of the team, 16 kills on Stressarn, and this time their favorite will be taking a big scratch before the round even starts. Dude, Peppo's panicking.
Ow! I see no panic there for us. That is clinical by Peppo.
Maybe I don't want my doctor's hands to shake that much, but if that particular clinic can fix me up, then okay.
Hey, if the result is good, I don't care if his hands shake. Although, Sinner's wanting to go for another one. And Peppo continuing to find players, one after the other.
Of course he's got to embarrass me, right? Great nade.
Oh my goodness, HE accurately thrown as well. He's got the lobs down as well. What else is this man capable of?
And it's a big find on Pody. 4 rounds might not be exactly what you're looking for, but it's the bare minimum to make yourself relevant.
Ow.
Okay.
I feel like the mistake started with Peppo pushing up mid. Beastic, of course, you want to try and pressure more, but with Stressarn being low, okay. With Nate falling now, Miltzy was a lower health player from the 2. A 1v2 could be possible, though. We saw Miltzy win in a situation like this before.
He's going to get found easily. Oh, he's on the angle. Ooh. Never mind.
Okay. We saw a couple of situations that could have gone astray, however you want to put it. But Sinners do pick up the pieces by the end, and I feel like an 8-4 half is not impossible to come back for. Sure, someone could argue this could have easily been a 7-5, especially given a round over to the Pistols. But I feel for Sinners, beggars can't be choosers at this point. It was a rough start, and they have kind of brought themselves back for a fight.
Dude, the Battle of the Goliaths there is so insane. 2.6 and 2.83 KDR on Pody and Stressarn respectively. It's not even the same role, right? But I do think that Peppo stepped up very nicely towards the end of the game. Towards the end of the first half. And if he can continue to build on top of that a little bit, then we might see a pretty big change in how things play out. But I also feel like being on the CT side now perhaps emboldens Pody to perform even better. That sniper will be particularly difficult to deal with, and I'm not sure if Peppo's got what it takes when they switch that uniform. A lot to do for Sinners. ENCE just need to maintain their composure. Close this one out. I think it's a fair assumption to take that all 3 of us probably expected this to go the distance, right? Go all 3 maps.
Sure.
And if it was going to be a 2-0, we would have expected ENCE to be the ones to spearhead that potential. But Sinners have already made that point impossible, having already gotten 1 under their belt. Now, ENCE have to fight for 3.
Yeah, the troubling factor for Sinners is that no longer having that CT side to build up rounds, it'll be tough to get things flowing. But maybe they can muster something up like the Finnish organization has. SDY, that is a beauty of a peak, beauty of a cross, and beauty of a double. Everything's aligning nicely, and Sin is being crunched down in the middle, pincered in by the end as Pody joins in on the efforts, and ENCE collect the pistol, making their jobs much easier now on the CT side.
Unfortunately for Sinners, there are going to be very few gun rounds that they get to play on T. And what a great start from ENCE. Honestly, after watching what we did on Nuke, it started to look a little bleak. It did feel like Sinners would have them wrapped around their little finger, but we always knew that there was a caveat of Dust 2 coming up. Not a bad not a bad kill from Sinners at all, considering that they've only got pistols, but this is probably where it stops.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. Disrect the only one with a frag in this one. Oh, gets a knife kill! Okay, sure. Why not? Extra cash in pocket. This man's rich. 6.2k. Not too bad of a position to be in. So a big green is available for them on round number 3 of the half.
I like how it was so sloppy as well. Like, it was so limp-wristed and stupid. It's worse when you die to a knife like that. But 3 rounds to go as ENCE are looking to close this. But Sinners still might have some gas in the tank. ENCE not wanting to back down, but this try-push works out beautifully. Rigon is the only one to get to, so if you look at the grand scoreboard, it's not all hunky-dory, but miltzy's able to bring things back.
Yeah, Sinners don't know it, but the B site's clear. Pody trying to close up the distance. He's got a cross line to cover, but Shock reads the position, and instantly Sinners in pole position.
miltzy has a slight advantage with his HP, and the utility might be useful as well, but that would have to give up his position. If he can flush out the back of the bomb site, things get much easier, but Stress Arm won't let that happen. 20 kills now, and Sinners, this little interruption might be exactly what they're looking for. ENCE now will have to wait a while before they can be fully locked and loaded with the money. We're actually going to elect to try and buy up. This could get very awkward very soon for ENCE.
It's a semi-buy, right? Because Natu and SDY haven't really invested. Okay, never mind. No. Seeing the jumping into SDY's pockets. Natu keeping 1.4k available to him for the next rounds. Beppo down to 19 points of health already. Some heavy nade damage going his way. Definitely softened up enough for the SMGs to do some heavy lifting.
Each of these duels matters so much more for Sinners. Very nice shot from Kisarek. Catches miltzy in an awkward position. Beppo's quite low though, so there's the chance that there's some damage to be had there, but ENCE, it does make for weird finances from here on out if they can't close this one. You and I both anticipated that it would either be a save or a semi-buy, but they've gone a different route. Pody's AWP being brought out so soon. Small surprise.
ENCE are considering for a mid breakaway. You can sense it. Thing is, you don't have a flash available to you, so you kind of hope Sinners are distracted on an A push, and then you can quickly create a flank that they need to watch. But Sinners not looking to do that. Instead, going for the cross, and they find SDY and Pody waiting. This is alarms ringing here for Sinners. They need to collect the bomb. They throw down a smoke to cover, but with Pody dropping, now there's a way back here. Rigon closes up the distance. The deagle there, but you're running out of space, running out of time, and you need to close in on Rigon's angle. You know where he is. Therefore, the chase is on for Beasting. Throws an HG in behind him, and he's able to bolt away. Safety of the tunnels, gets away. No time to plant. No time to chase. The round goes for ENCE.
That is such a disaster from Sinners. It looked like they had a full grip on this, right? They had the opening kill. They could have very easily pivoted onto a site, just play those numbers and find it. But poking around on middle is exactly what got them caught. There's an ump waiting for them. Pody's on the angle with his AWP. I think there was a Desert Eagle in there somewhere as well. My memory eludes me. And Sinners now know that whatever they throw at the wall is going to be desperate. An inch away from map point. Couple away from winning out this map outright. And a stronger showing on Dust 2 than Sinners could manufacture on Nuke will be ideal to get some of that momentum flowing before map 3.
I mean, ENCE have been the better team on Dust 2 for sure. Sure, you've had some standout moments from Stessan over and over again, but those one-man army situations are not going to be enough. And Rigon making clean work of anyone who stands before him. Thick trying to close up the gap towards this B site, hoping that together with a shock they can get something done. But this is a big mountain that ENCE have been able to climb, and Sinners have not even entered the start of the trail. Long way away from each other. And Rigon in complete control. A 3-piece for him for the round. And map point for ENCE to stabilize the map score. This grand final could still go either way. Mirage an arm's length away.
Not really sure what I would want from Sinners, but I feel like the prerequisite of making yourselves relevant in this map was winning the round against a weak buy. Beastie gets shut out, an ambitious way to try and get into short, but Nayu's already ready for this push coming in from B. Rigon just lets it loose, holds mouse 1, and there is nothing they can do against the pristine shooting of Nayu. We're going to a third map, and Sinners, they still have a lot to fight for.
Well, off to Alan with this one. Let's hear his thoughts as he breaks down the action here. 13-5 was the score. Let's see what Alan has to say.
Yes, indeed. Cracker of a map from ENCE. I thought they looked invigorated, much more poised, and a lot of killer instinct during that second map of the series. So let's jump back and think, I guess, first back to that first half. What were ENCE doing right? First up, Poddy. Poddy was fabulous. He had a lot of good moments, particularly at the start of that first half. They had money early, so he could warp a lot of it. And he was doing a number on Peppo, who was winning out one-on-one when those duels came up. But equally, just controlling the rotations. Of course, Dust 2 is a map where you can do that down mid. And, you know, Poddy had a lot of good moments, just making it uncomfortable for Sinners to move around the map or getting opening kills. And I thought Poddy was absolutely fabulous for a lot of that terrorist side. The other aspect I think that worked super well for ENCE was long. Dust 2 has always been a map where long is kind of prime real estate if the T's want it. And I thought ENCE during that first half showed a lot of different looks. It wasn't just top spawns go out long with flashes. It was, you know, delayed takes. It was pops. It was really difficult for Sinners to play against. And Kisarek had a really tough first half because the amount of times he got caught off guard by various timings of hits or various type of takes, or Sinners just seemingly never had the numbers towards long, or when they did have the numbers long, then ENCE made a good call to go elsewhere. I thought that was really great. And then right at the tail end of that first half, ENCE won a ridiculous half-buy round in a 2v4 situation from a player lurking for a smoke in mid, and that made a huge difference. From there, second half, Sinners just had so much to do to get back in the map. They did win the first gun round, and they looked in actually fairly good stead to rack up a good number of rounds, but they got immediately reset by a full-on force buy from ENCE. Pretty painful round to watch. ENCE, despite losing the first man, stacked mid, and then from there, it turned out to be a tremendous call. They just killed everybody in mid. Rigon with the Deagle was so annoying, and Sinners actually ran out of time. So losing those two, you know, the force buy at the end and the half buy from the end of the first half, that basically doomed this map for Sinners beyond the already great play from ENCE. And I guess we should give him a shout out. Strassaren was so good on this map, even despite the scoreline, even despite the loss. He had 17 kills in a half where they got 4 rounds. in the first half and was so far ahead of his teammates. It's almost unbelievable. So not much of this is on him, but as a team, Sinners there were outclassed. They could really get in the map, and when they did, the economy just fell away from them because they were losing to lesser buys, and that made it so tough to win this map. Either way, that's Dust 2 done and dusted. Up next is Mirage to decide this grand final. Quick break, and we're back. We'll see who will be the champions on Mirage. Don't go anywhere.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Mirage then to decide this series. It's been pretty heavy winners, I guess, on the respective map picks so far. Nuke going away Sinners and Dust 2 for ENCE. We did feel like a third map was likely, but it's got to be said, the form ENCE brought to their second map is surely going to make us believe again that they are in championship winning form. They looked absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, they looked really clean, and I think I'm a little bit concerned about how Mirage could go here for Sinners, because when you look at the form they've had in this tournament so far, on Mirage has been one of the weaker ones, right? It's been where they've had a few losses, some close calls, and on ENCE, sure, they've had a couple of close matches recently, but that's also against a different caliber of teams at the same time, right? And just recently as well had a successful result on it as well, so they're moving into this one with some sort of confidence, right? So yeah, definitely concerned for Sinners here, and they need to show a little bit more cohesion to make this one work.
I don't really think that they have been overwhelmingly crazy on Mirage or anything, so it's not like like even when they are playing against better teams, it's not like they have been super competitive on the higher ranks. So I still think that Sinners have a very reasonable chance of taking this one away. Now, obviously, I think the hard pill to swallow here for Sinners is that they themselves, even within a lower caliber of teams being faced, they weren't looking all that successful. So this is where I think it's very uncertain territories for both teams, but it's definitely a better position to be in if you're ENCE.
There's one man we have to mention. For Sinners, Strasan, he has over a 2 KD. Over a 2 KD right now in this series, and they just got absolutely dominated on the second map. There is no doubt that this young man is here to win the trophy. It's his only goal, and he is doing everything anybody humanly can to win it.
There's a phrase that nicely describes this: kicking and screaming through his way in the game, and that's exactly what he's done. We'll see if he continues doing that as we're jumping into game. Thanks again, Alan, for taking us through this pre-game, and yeah, see you on the other side. All right, Faraz, let's get cracking. Third map and deciding one. This one, we'll get to see either ENCE or Sinners getting their ticket into the finals of the grand finals of potential Malta LAN events. And both the teams looking for that lion's share of the cash prize as well. As we're getting right into this one. Mirage is where they're battling out. Sinners on the T side, ENCE on the receiving side, as Pepper looks to take a swing out catwalk.
Oh wow, those are some really good kills to be finding. It's just a kill feed being flooded with the names of Sinners. 2 players remaining now. Regon on Nate Yu. Tons to do, but they've got a snake in the grass that they've got to deal with. Peppo 6 around. There's a headshot right there. And even if he doesn't get anything more off of it, I think he's done more than enough. Regon, we already know that he got an ace in the pistol of Dust 2. But doing it right here on a retake seems a little bit impossible. Kisarek doesn't want any of that smoke. Instead, elects to go all the way back. They preemptively get ready for him from behind. And Sinners start this one off in a masterful way. Great stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome to see for sure. Shot getting a triple kill, getting things flowing the right direction. We only saw basically Stress RN doing a lot of work in the previous map, right? And we felt like the rest of individuals needed to get themselves alive on the server. It feels like this reset, the 10-15 minute timeout they've had between these two maps has been enough. Kashok firing on all cylinders, getting into this one. We want to see this one become a considerably closer affair than before. Rigon looking for a mid-exploit, though.
Oh, good shot by Rigon. Not sure if it's going to turn into anything more, but Sinners absolutely don't want any of that smoke. Not going to be throwing individual duels out again. Would be the best to... Uh-oh. This is... I'm worried. I'm really worried, Pavlos. This is not how you want to be starting off Mirage. Sinners still have a chance to salvage this, but the 2 kills found by Regon are huge.
Yeah, it's given them an in for sure. AK in the hands of Poddy could also net them a lot of damage, but they are making the wrong call to move out of this B-bomb site. 3 players now crossing into Mark, and it's given Sinners a golden opportunity to find the site for free.
Basic, first kill collected. Now it's all about getting the bomb down and getting into good positions. ENCE might want to bundle up their resources, send everyone through short. I think that's exactly what they're going for. Pepo, you don't want to be out in the open for so long. He's the first line of defense, and he's quickly going to back off after thinning the numbers. Never mind, milC eventually finds him, and as Beestick and Kisarek to hold the line. This tug of war will be difficult to win, but the time is on Sinners' side. They have to hunt for these players in the back of the bomb site. Kisarek needs to peek soon. There's the shot. milC down. And in the 2v2, surely the bigger weapons are more favored. Some Young trying to circle around. Shadow betrays. And a headshot's connected by Kisarek. Sinners, close call.
It was shocked the previous round, but this time it's Kisarek to step up. Triple kill for him, and it's his turn to shine. And again, that conversation about Sinners needing more people to rally around Stressarin, and that's exactly what is happening. Oh, for us, look, the past two maps were one-sided for each of the teams. Sinners 13-7 on Nuke, ENCE 13-5 on Dust 2. I feel like we're in for a close one, especially with ENCE showing how dangerous they can be on the ecos as well. Looking like a strong B-pop. You do have Rig on for reinforcements in case of a catwalk drop. NateU doing his job, jumping up and down, seeing and seeking information. Does spot out Kisarek and taking a step backwards into bench. Rig on nearby to help. And you've also got Poddy. Nicely angled here, ENCE for potential CT side B side push.
Yeah, this is the ideal position that you would want to be in as ENCE if you're anticipating a B-side presence. But it is going to come down to the duel. Oh, there it is. Kisarek offered something free on a silver platter, but there's still two more players to fight. Pody in the back of the site from behind bench. It's a bit staggered in terms of the push, and that's allowing for more time for the rotations to come in. The flank will be crucial for Sinners, but that won't come in soon. Pody starts to stop them. milC with a kill on Beestick, and there's Pody emerging again from the back of the site. Pody pot shots through, and eventually everyone will crumble as ENCE find their first.
Yeah, it's a good way to get back in. A solid read. I feel like that's what ENCE need to be attributed here. They didn't need too much pushing. It's just that there was dead silence on towards the A site. Nothing keeping the players busy there. So the fact that you get that early spot, seeing Kisarek, even though Kisarek did win that first duel, it didn't really matter. ENCE were happy to stick around, given that Sinners didn't really show anything otherwise. Not completely back to square zero, though, for them. A bit of an investment for Beestick. Pepo has got himself a Galil as well, so double rifle setup. And the Tech Knights, if they get a good explosion out of side of ramp, could net themselves a way back in. First point of contact is going to be milC, and with that smoke fading, likely to be quick contested.
Low pace, Sinners soon are going to make it clear that A site's what they're going for. A bit sloppy. About to emerge. Couple smokes deployed. Two players to find if they want to gain access here, but nicely timed utility might be slowing down Beestick for a second. Here they come. milC fished out of his angle. Instead, chooses to recede back into CT spawn. No, he's forced into the fight, and as they emerge, they'll eventually put him down. 1-for-1's not bad when all you've got is pistols to work with. Beestick still got that AK-47, and Pepo wants to try and maneuver with this Galil. He's already tucked into sandwich. They still do need to get the bomb down. Sinners a little bit slow on that. But I think ENCE are second-guessing themselves. Look at the position of the two rotators that were coming in. The staggering from Sinners is actually perfect. Pristine mind games.
But it's gone quiet again. So ENCE still have question marks in their brain. Where's this fight being taken place? Shock starting to move forward, and so is Pepo. If they're able to isolate Rig on here, it would be perfect.
Problem is they waited long enough that the rotations are going to start to come back. Shock, though. Quickly, the bomb goes down, and some Young finds Beestick. Doesn't matter, because this progression, this pacing from Sinners has looked good. With barely any weaponry to work with, Sinners are able to gain control of A. And NateU's left out to dry. 0 kills to his name so far. At least wants to Get the ball rolling. You know, I think ENCE are probably the team that we would give more credit to in terms of being elaborate with their game plan.
Sure.
But the mid-rounding there to immediately cut off all noise so they don't have to go into a 4v4 on a site and have to be forced into getting the bomb down, I think that is just perfect mid-rounding.
No, it's brilliant. It's very reminiscent of what ENCE were bringing out on Dust 2 as well. A lot of cutting noise and putting your opponents on a really rough point, right? Having them being forced to spread out wide to see what exactly is going on the rest of the map.
Like, that's my question, right? Like, as you're going into a site with util and you're facing resistance, how do you quickly enough communicate that you want to stop, tuck into positions and stagger it? Like, surely that has to be some kind of premeditated bit of comms that they can streamline, because otherwise it's really difficult to even hear your IGL in that chaos.
SDY going for a sneaky push potentially.
He's got an AK
on the other side of it with a potential connector crunch in as well. ENCE have got a lot of information. You've got ramp cleared out by Miltzy. You know the pressure isn't exerted there, so you know something's up. Palace taken down, Kisarek not having a chance to reply. Pepo spots out ahead in catwalk. You know you've got to be cautious of that position either way. But being blocked on every single position, Sinners can't really make their move yet.
Yeah, the first point of contact falling quickly makes this very awkward for them. Trying to pivot into something else now. They had most of their players tucked over towards middle. Have Beastick in the back as well. Nate, good collection on Pepo. So the hedges for Sinners are being trimmed very quickly by ENCE here. Nice little flash. 30 seconds. Sinners nowhere close enough to a bomb site to really progress. And Young does a good job of taking down the first fight. Nate puts down Beastick. I don't think this is going to get any more complicated. Okay, Stressarn.
I mean, yeah, Stressarn is always going to show that he can thread a needle, even in the most stressing of situations. I guess that's why he's called Stressor N. I don't know. Maybe. It definitely feels like nothing gets to him, but still, ENCE having the strongest of setups there, knowing that if you disrupt Sinners before they even enter, it's going to make their lives a lot more difficult. So nice adaptation to see from the ENCE squad.
You've got to remember that there was a swing round in there somewhere by Sinners. And it's clear that Sinners can be a serious threat even when they're not fully equipped. Very slow pacing this time. Sinners generally are very comfortable with running down the clock here on Mirage. Single Molotov is going to slow Sinners down to no end. We've managed to cross pass, though. Oh, there it is. Raygon down. 2 for 2's not bad, though. Even if ENCE are able to recover it pretty significantly.
Look at Kisarek. He's crossed all the way into market. And I feel like ENCE don't have a clue. If Sinners just cut noise here, play it slow, play it safe, and even try going into this apartment push in B, this could be an easy way in.
Honestly, I really thought that they would already send the market player deep into CT to make the fights a little bit easier. Nate,
Thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, he knows there's a possibility that they've already crossed over, but he's not fully ready for it. Doesn't fully clear the angle. There's the headshot. Nate down. And that is an open bomb site.
This is huge. Kisarek just pushing there has given his team a way back in. It looked impossible with a weaker buy. It looked really rough, but...
Hang on.
SDY and Miltzy have got a task on their hands to deal with this. Already one taken back. 2 versus 2. Both from Catwalk. Sinners, 1 in apartment. Shock could be a disruptor here.
Yeah, the crossfire being set up by Shock is going to be the difference. Kisarek, though, doesn't really need all that help. Instead, Young is forced into an awkward position where he has to look for apartments. He has to find Kisarek as well. There it is. He's going to try and stick it. Knives out, looking for the body. Here's the meaty noises, and Kisarek knows he's right on target. Sinners, again. The weak buys are not phasing them.
Yeah, bullets won't do it. The knife, the blade will. And you're right. It feels like they've always got some sort of an answer here. And again, similarly to the round which surprised us as well, cutting noise onto the A site, they knew exactly that. If you keep players busy in one direction, the likelihood is your opponents are going to have a weakness somewhere else, right? So ENCE exploit that, sure. You're a little bit lucky knowing that no one is looking to that B site, but the fact that Kisarek gets into the back lines, the world was their oyster. They didn't get overwhelmed with the decisions available to them. They just made the simplest of them all and say, B-site open, we've got a player in an off-hanger that could catch any of these rotations, and they just went for it.
Yeah, Kisarek just ended up finding himself on the right side of percentages, right? Because Nate Yu knew that in the back of his head somebody could have crossed over, but he kind of had a limp-wristed approach to clearing it out. He's like, okay, backside's clear, raw flea market is clear, we'll be fine. But the one angle that he doesn't check, that's where Kisarek is. So, bit of luck, bit of timing, but definitely a better play by Sinners regardless of how it goes. Now, this is where it gets a little tough, right? ENCE, they are on their last legs economically, and if they lose this one, they pretty much have to fork over the 6th round to Sinners as well. That too, on the advantageous side. Beyond that point, Sinners would essentially just be playing for bonus rounds, right?
Yeah, it does feel like it. Ramp being slowly cleared up by Sinners as well. Alice blocked off for the time being as Beastic and Stressor and trying to make sure that mid is theirs, but Miltsy making sure that their attack in mid is weakened. But Kisarek takes his time to take a crossover of his own. One dig for Regan keeps himself competitive
they're so
here,
low.
and is able to find a double as well. That's incredible. Regan is still alive, hiding within the midst of the smoke, and so is trying to find him. This has bought so much time for the rest of the ENCE players to approach. This is disruptive. Milty's around, and Kisarek has got no clue what to do from here.
Of course he doesn't. Like, there is no right move to be making. The snake in the grass is still yet to be found. They have no idea where Kisarek is, though, so maybe he can leverage that. Trying to waste some time. Head spotted. Does Regan know he hasn't cleared that?
Sure, Regan goes down, but you've given them away the information now. And look at SDY.
So hard to find the fight.
Looking to get on the flank. Ooh, good read by Kisarek, but it's just not there on time, is it? Headshot connects, and just like that, ENCE are right back in their winning ways.
Winning ways is a bit ambitious, but
sure, yeah.
That was the red carpet rolled out for Sinners to make it all the way to 6 rounds with no resistance from ENCE, right? It's Regan with his deagle that quickly throws a wrench in those particular works, but their economy was bad enough that the next round they would not have had a buy. So we suddenly go from a monstrous 6-2 scoreline for Sinners to 4-3 and more on top of it, as Sinners aren't going to have any money.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly their economy can crumble, given that ENCE have been disrupting time and time again. Sure, this resurgence did come off the back of a pistol, so it's never really been comfortable in the buy rounds for Sinners. Still anyone's game. This is a match hanging by a thread, and I feel like if you give ENCE here a meter, they'll take it a mile. Are they going for the lower push? Going for the peak, throws a self-assisted smoke as well to cover his tracks in mid, but can't win the 1v1. But important information, you know, 2 players busy to the lower side of mid. The B Apartments player is yet to be spotted. Bistic can't quite take care of the catwalk player. And Regan has the chance to turn around as well and disrupt the flow of Apartments. SDY keeps himself on track. And with 2 players remaining from Sinners, a lot is required of them. Heroic works, if you will. Stress on, continuing to put more pressure, but he is taken down in the process. Shock under a world of hurt. I think that's a dink through the wall as well. Has to fall down with the rest of his teammates. A lot of bodies in Apartments, and ENCE find equilibrium.
Equilibrium that we didn't think we'd ever see. Sinners were meant to get past a hurdle, break away from the pack, and make this game, at least the first side, look a bit clean, but they've got so much work to do now. Definitely going to be weird for them money-wise. Miltsy's able to get a freebie there on Kissarak. Not much that you can fight back with. I mean, you've only got Glocks, no armor, nothing. So a chance for ENCE to breathe freely. And you know, if this game ends up being a close win for ENCE, Sinners are going to look back and know that there were only a couple of moments that could have completely changed this for them.
Ooh. Is this one of them? Could this be it? Yeah, well, an M4 is found, and Shock is giving us some goods to talk about. There's a bit of a distraction for Peppo to try and get this bomb plant down on the A side. Milty reads it. Yeah.
Okay, the bomb's out of there.
Exactly. With the bomb down, the potential for this round is absolutely in the garbage bins, and ENCE have got themselves the lead again.
With how many swing rounds we've seen, I think you and I were both anticipating that could go somewhere if the full rotation happens and the bomb can go down on A. There was a chance, but not a big enough one for us to get excited about. That being said, Sinners, they certainly now have a buy that we can get excited about. It's all the rifles being brought out. And with firepower, I want to see if they can switch things around. Raygon, you know, you were talking about how this is the man that can make those dynamic plays. He's done it a couple times before. He gets super aggressive on mid, and that is 2 bodies. No, he doesn't find the second. In the meantime, though, Miltsy makes up for that deficit by finding a kill of his own. Bressarn onto his last legs. And that individual brilliance from Raygon actually beautifully opens up the round.
I don't mind this from ENCE either. They know there was a lot of impact top mid, and you want to re-clear it. Obviously, you've got the numbers, so you can afford to spend a player to go checking out, and that's exactly what SDY does. Not only is he cleared top mid, he might even choose to go through T-spawn, and that is a deadly flank in case of a Sinners push onto the A site. I wouldn't mind if ENCE let this takeover happen. The evil players in connector, make sure that mid isn't taken up, or there is a potential lower push from apartments.
It's all up to Shock. There's nothing the Ram players can do without him.
SDY just continues to breach that gap.
Uh-oh.
Shock gets one, Poddy turns around. They know to not go for this ramp push because SDY has got everything under lock and key. Sinners, there's nothing they can do here. There's a bit of ground gathered here. They found themselves the bomb plant, but SDY just is patient enough to let them cross in front of his screens. Double kill for SDY. That's all that ENCE required.
If Shock gets a double kill there, then perhaps he can scale upstairs and just sort of casually check ramp, and that would have been the difference maker, right? That would have accounted for some Young's flank, but unfortunately a single kill found, quickly recollected by Poddy. And Sinners, they are now in a position... I mean, ENCE is now in a position that Sinners could have found themselves in without even having to try too hard. Time to add a little bit more to the basket of rounds that ENCE have already gotten. Sinners, of course, buying balls to the wall, leaving pretty much nothing in the tank. Just enough for a big meal. This last round is going to be so stressful for Sinners if they can't find this one.
I mean, I feel like it's already stressful for them, right? It's not like they can get a foothold over this game just yet.
That is
and with
true,
Raygon
but...
lurking in every single shadow, that's also a dangerous prospect. They're out in ramp. ENCE have gained that information for them. Let connector take place. Poddy, if he takes that right wing, could net himself some impact, but at the same time doesn't want to get caught. Knows that his position is impactful. Mollied off, so no longer has the option to swing. Milty hiding away from ramp, but little Sinners know there are reinforcements. He gets 2 and still is alive to tell the tale. There's a chase
Another
going
ramp
on,
that they're not
but
waiting
that's
for.
when SDY swings out and shows his ground. 2 players left for Sinners, and they need to take desperate measures. Into Pody's hands they go.
What am I
Funneled
watching?
directly in his location, and Pepo cannot do a thing. He's locked in, pincered in, and nowhere to run or hide.
That was some of the more sloppy CS I've seen Sinners play. Like, they have a 2v1 against a player, and I think someone damn near missed a full mag to even allow that, right? It takes forever for Milty to find the double, but he still manages to do it. And you can't even break that down on a strategic level. That's just players missing their shots. If you find that one cleanly in the 2v1, then maybe you can actually stomach the second player that comes out of ramp. But now, this is what I was talking about. A very stressful position for Sinners to be in. Barely any utility to work with. And 5 rounds might actually be the bare minimum that they have to get to be competitive against ENCE in that second half.
ENCE have definitely looked the cleanest on Mirage for sure. Shot from Milty gives the audio cue to Sinners of his location. He's the only one on this A site, so I think he's under a bit of trouble, hoping that he can get away with something. He is burnt alive. I love the fact that he's ignored as well for a bit, given the flash and the disruption. But the bomb should go down. Numbers advantage for Sinners, the best chance they can really get.
5 rounds would be still recoverable. Not what they were hoping for, but something that they will have to now deal with. There's a little gap in the smoke, and Rigon, rather Nate, has found a double through it. Somehow they're coming right back onto the site. How are they losing this advantage? Kissarek's gonna fall, and it's the Deagle to clear out Pepo as well. Beautiful digs there by Pody, and I cannot believe Sinners are gonna fumble that one. 8-4 as ENCE are looking to close it out soon.
It's ridiculously clean by ENCE. I mean, poor, it's so damn smooth from him. And sure, I feel like the difficult part for Sinners there is that once they take that side control, they don't really have much utility left, right? They spend that extra smoke trying to block off connector and jungle, but you can't really hold down stairs. And once the upper elevation is available to you, so many more angles are unlocked, so many situations where Sinners are a bit unfavorable. And you don't really have the time to fall back to positions like ramp, right? So you can't really create any crossfire opportunities. So yeah, I feel like Sinners were sort of in a bad situation to begin with in that one and relied on the individual, basically, mechanics to get themselves out of trouble. But that wasn't the case. The individuals from ENCE are also pretty damn spicy. So 8-4 being the score at the end of the half. Definitely where ENCE want to be if they want to get this title in their names. A step in the right trajectory coming off the player break, coming off the changes they made.
One of the more heartbreaking things in terms of the storyline of this game is the fact that Stressorn has maintained a KDR of 2 for the first 2 maps. He put on a damn good performance even for the second while they were getting battered, right? But he might have nothing to show for it. Kicking and screaming is how you described it, but there's a lot more kicking that needs to be done. He needs to punt them into the ground, but he's the one that's collected instead. Miltsy to find his head. And very quickly, ENCE overruling a site. What do you even do on this retake?
And that's the thing, right? Even though we've seen how good ENCE can be on the macro scale, when it comes to the shooting, they don't lack that skill either. Very smooth with these pistols. Barely any damage taken. Sure, Rigon is on a very nice amount of health, but the rest of them haven't taken any damage, apart from Rigon now. HP ruined. But not for long as the round's already over. Just a single casualty for ENCE taking down this one. It was a simple mid to connect to push to put 2 and 2 together. They've now entered the highway towards success on this grand final. Sinners in dire straits need something to make this comeback possible, but I feel it's going to have to wait just a little while because now only pistols to work with and double digits looming for the ENCE side.
This essentially works as a chance for Sinners to clear the air as well, just within their comms, try and talk about some things as they know that this is a round they're pretty much guaranteed to fork over. Kissaret, consolation prize gain, sure. But when you're inches away from letting the trophy slip out of your hands, and of course a ticket to the close qualifiers, it's got to feel a little rough.
Look, I feel like for this tournament, there's so many aspects you can look at it, and I feel like the main one is that we're seeing so many teams that have made player break changes, right? Going into the next half of the 2025 season, it's clear multiple of these teams are fighting for that MRQ spot, getting up into those Valve rankings and getting better and deeper results in tournaments. And I feel like you can already say that Sinners have done a great job. It looks like these changes are what was needed. But ENCE, I think ENCE only needed a small addition to look a little bit more impressive, and it's already showing. Into the A side they go. Sinners are respecting it. The bomb should go down without an issue, and a 5v5 retake incoming.
Sinners need to hit every single one of their shots from here on out if they want to stay relevant. And look at the call being made here. The cogs are already turning in the IGL's mind. Sinners, they do not want to throw away these weapons for a 2% chance at getting the retake going. Postured defensively.
That's it.
Giving themselves a chance to back out. Stressarn kind of in an awkward spot where he can get caught as he tries to run away. There's the first skill. But that is going to be the first and last, as Sinners want to live to see another day where they've got a chance. Pepo, everything they've been getting in the second half is just consolation prizes.
I mean, you can look at it at the angle that you're giving yourself another chance to get another crack at this, right? Begin a comeback of sorts. But at the same time, this isn't still running away with the game, right? They're just 2 rounds away. And if you just win one round from here, say Sinners aren't able to pick up the pieces, it's one, right? So Sinners need to answer here. This is it. This is the round to win. One of many, at least. But without it, ENCE just close the game out.
The price of entry into having a chance at a comeback is, of course, giving up that 11th round for ENCE. And Sinners, they've elected to make that call, give themselves a hair's breadth to work with. Thinnest margin possible if they lose this. Let's see if they can manage to walk a tightrope of 2 rounds and bring themselves all the way back. But so far, so convincing. Flashbang to try and peek into middle. CPuDCATb's going to be able to back off without running into certain death.
It's interesting how NetU is also holding very far back in the T-spawn, considering that Sinners might opt to go for a little bit of a push and pull either in Palace or in ramp in a situation like this. So very patient here, ENCE, really taking into account anything that Sinners could be throwing at this, knowing that it's their opponents that are on the hot seat right now. Good position for Sasson. Could catch Rigon off.
Oh, that is good. With Pody being as low as he is and Stressarn being able to find a pretty much uncontested kill, now defense on the B side is going to be so much easier. Look at this. This essentially turns into a 3v3. And the defenders are going to have a much bigger advantage.
I mean, there's nothing for ENCE to use to disrupt Sinners and make them move out of position. This is a great hold. You're hoping that your individuals can shine, but Sinners finally get the right end of the stick, the bigger end. And with that, Milty was the only one that was on a lurk play, a potential late catwalk crunch, but we'll have to survive with the AK by the end of this one, giving Sinners a chance. The game's not over yet.
It has to be about consistently disrupting the money for ENCE, putting them in an awkward spot, trying to build yourself a bit of a ramp. And honestly, this is where Pepo really needs to be stepping up. Like, you've got your ideal weapon, you've got the young guns, Stressarn and Kissaret, basically doing most of the ass-kicking, right? So now the Opper needs to be contesting something as well. Cody's had his moments where he's shined in the previous games, but Pepo needs to recreate that on his side of the pond.
This is going to be a quick pop, Nachu, first blood, Beastic, no time to react. Stress on the wrong side of things. Sure, he's got some market control, but the util can start flowing. This is a clear bomb plant, and Sinner's on a numbers disadvantage.
Oh, do they punch in another ticket for a chance at a comeback? Do they pay that price of entry? I think they might be forced to. PuDCATb takes a very big shot.
No, they go for this. They've got to.
Of course they do. They don't want to have a singular round margin. They're just going to throw themselves out. And no, they don't.
No.
Late round, in the very last moment.
It's the smoke that's the final nail in the coffee, right? You were hoping that you could get away with the peak, whether ENCE is able to, cross in front of your screens, potentially find a frag, an opener, keep the numbers even, soften them up a little bit, you gain information on where they're at. Maybe that's when you take the call, and probably why all 5 players were postured near to the site in case anything like that happens. But ENCE know better. They don't take the peak. They don't take the swing. They don't take unnecessary angles. Instead, they hold their ground, let Sinners come to them, and because no fruits were given, Sinners don't get to eat.
Unfortunately, what looks like is the safer game plan of going for saves and things like that might actually be more of a risk, right? Because you're not giving yourself any pop-off moments where you can swing. You've got to trust a bit more in your individuals. Let them shine. Let them take the risk. If you're going to lose the game anyway, might as well put yourself in riskier positions.
7 chances for ENCE to close out the game. It's a fast push into this B site. Miltzy looking to see if he can find Beastic, looking to escape that
Might not need
angle,
all of them.
but it's inescapable. B-site takeover. And look how far Miltzy has gone into the back angles of market. He's right behind the fridges, and no one is checking him, walking right past him. Oh no! ENCE got full control of this. Miltzy will turn around, and he's been given a gift. A double kill to close this out, and it's ENCE's tournament to take. They are the Thunderpick European Series 2 victors, and a 13-5 score will put Nuke Mirage in their pockets.
Of course, we've got to bring Alan back to have the conversation. I want to hear his thoughts, but of course, quickly, a look at the champions. 2 beautiful games. Despite the fact that Sinners made themselves look so good on that first one, despite the difference that they had on Nuke, it feels like they just ran out of gas on that final one. Not enough risk being taken, not enough individuals being allowed to shine. And you know what? If you put these players under the microscope, there were definitely big differences. You've got PuDCATb, who was performing just a tad bit better than the opposition's Opper. You had Nate getting some really good kills. You had Regon putting himself in those positions that you were saying he wasn't able to do under previous systems. So this is some fantastic work, and I really do want to hear Alan's thoughts on how all of this broke down. Let's bring him back in.
Barnstormer of a third map. ENCE, second map onwards, were just completely formidable, I guess, during that whole spree of rounds, and particularly the last round. Honestly, I wasn't even ready to come on air. and then from behind, the smoke was so perfect onto the market door, sorry. And it just pulled all the attention of Sinners, and they had absolutely no chance there towards the end. So massive one from ENCE. They caught me off guard, probably caught themselves off guard a little bit too with that win. But an absolutely tremendous showing from ENCE and the boys. I thought Regon on that first half was absolutely sensational on the CT side, finding so many impactful kills, doing so much damage. SDY, despite calling for this team, had an absolutely fabulous map. PuDCATb, not towards the top of the scoreboard, but still had his impactful moments. And then obviously on the reverse, Tresarin, who has had a fabulous series, wasn't a huge factor on this map. You certainly can't blame them for losing Sinners this grand final, but certainly you saw a Sinners that without their star players, they don't have so much to fall back upon. Whereas ENCE seemed to me to have a better structure, more areas of the game and the map that they can exploit, and I was just very impressed overall by ENCE today. I haven't watched that much of this exact lineup. My biggest fear for this team when I first saw it was a lack of experience, a lack of understanding how to play mid and late round situations, but I've been very pleasantly surprised over the course of today, particularly of course Dust2 and Mirage, over how strong they do look in those situations, over how SDY seems to set up this team and they make good decisions, how they rotate, how they are decisive, how they play their afterplants. All in all, a really fabulous series from ENCE. They'll go back and watch the Nuke and work out what really went wrong, particularly on that second half. They didn't get a T round, but outside of that, a brilliant showing today. They were so good on Dust2. They were even better for me on Mirage. And I think on reflection, I think SDY is the man of the match for a lot of the calling. The T-sides are so good across those two maps, and of course, individually played a great series as well. So, what more can you want, lads? This is ENCE, exactly as we wanted. Regon, the new pickup, looks like a formidable player once again after obviously a long stint without being in the limelight in top-end CS. The future is bright for all ENCE fans, surely.
And you know what?
Finally.
In retrospect, I'm really glad that Sinners ended up picking into their comfort pick rather than exploring like an unknown Overpass, because I think that could have given us potentially a very uncompetitive game of CS. It does still feel like Sinners are the team that need to rest on their laurels. They need to have like their two biggest pickups actually pop off. Otherwise, there's not like a huge amount of stuff that they can fall back on. And it's something that you rightly pointed out, Alan.
Hell of a day. Commiserations, of course, for their opponents. Sinners, they fall short here, Pavlos, but they still played a great series. We clearly see how the star players of this team, when they're functioning, give great results. They shouldn't be too disappointed because Sinners feels back on the right track to me.
They definitely do, Alan. And I feel like that's something you can mention for teams like 500 as well. Sure, there'd be moments that you'd think, oh, I'd love to see them, not make that mistake, not fall victims for that sort of fake, or not drop a few pistol rounds here and there. But let's be fair, this is just the first tournament they're playing with the current iteration of the roster. Growing pains are a given, and I feel for Sinners, the fact that the growing pains only reveal themselves, or at least by a big part, by ENCE, a team that already joining in this tournament by namesake alone looked like the favorite. I feel like they did a solid job, and showing up on Nuke, guns blazing, that map number 1 looks so damn impressive that I feel like if you're able to just go back to the drawing board, see and figure out what happened in the other ones, I feel like they are set up for a good time, a good rest of the season. And sure, there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of tournaments to play and get deep runs into. But if this is the first one you're able to do and get into the finals, I think good things to come for these guys.
Yeah, a fabulous run for them. And again, when you've got such good individuals, it's almost sounds a bit bizarre to say, but when you see the mistakes this early on as a team, it's kind of a good thing for us to see that.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like if they just clean this up a little bit, they could have won this series. They could be even better. They could place well in other events. They're going to rocket up the VRS rankings. That is almost for certain with this team and the way they're playing. So I don't think they should be feeling too bad. A final word, guys, on ENCE. SDY, back to calling. If anybody has had any reservations, surely they're gone now because he can call a good game. This team looks to be fully functioning again.
Yeah, and while we're on that...
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the